Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. I am in Konoha, I can upgrade the talent entry. Chapter 61. Hayate, want to open up, there is no grass in the end of the world, how about introducing some beautiful female ninjas to you next time? A friend of Moonlight Galowind patted him on the shoulder, comforting him. Cough cough cough. Moonlight Gale suddenly coughed violently. His friends all knew that Yugong Gaifeng was in poor health and had a serious lung disease, which had not been cured. Hayate, are you alright? Yeah, why don't we get out of here first? As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind, they are really afraid that Moonlight Gale will cough up their lungs if they continue watching here. I'm fine. Moonlight Gale shook his head, and then looked angrily at the two people who had gradually gone away, clenched fists with both hands. Tolerate, can't bear it. The more he thought about it, the more angry Moonlight Gale simply rushed up. Several of his friends wanted to hold him back, but they were slow to react and didn't hold him back. Hey, Haifeng, why are you so stubborn? A few friends looked at the moonlight blast rushing up and shook their heads. They could only follow from a distance, but they didn't dare to go up to participate in the affairs between the three of them. The other side, after Yagami Ryosuke let Izuki Yuyan go, the two left talking and laughing. In the end, within 2 steps, a figure rushed up from behind and stopped in front of them. Blast! Izuki Shion looked in surprise at Moonlight Gale, whose eyes were bloodshot and had a ferocious expression. She had never seen Moonlight Gale like this. What's wrong with you? Izuki Shion asked. What's wrong with me? 453. Yugong Gaifeng's chest continued to rise and fall, and he couldn't help coughing again. Ahem, you still have the face to ask me what's wrong. Who is he? He pointed at Ryosuke, the night god, and questioned Izuki Yuyan. Probably because of the rush, Hayate Moon didn't see Ryosuke's face clearly at all, or his attention was always on Shion Izuki from the beginning to the end. Izuki Shion also frowned upon hearing Yugong Gale's question. Originally, she looked at Yugong Haifeng like this, seeing that everyone was a friend, and wanted to ask him if he wanted to go to the hospital, but when Yugong Haifeng opened his mouth, he had a questioning tone. And the attitude was the worst she had ever seen. Sister Shion, is this your friend? Night God Ryosuke asked. Izuki Shion nodded and said, Moonlight Gale, what do you mean? What do I mean? Yu Guangji coughed angrily, I'm asking you who he is now. No wonder you keep hanging on to me on purpose, so you have other men outside. Izuki Shion, is this how you treat me? When Izuki Shion heard this, she also looked at Moonlight Gale with disbelief. The soft-spoken and gentle Moonlight Gale on weekdays, and the hideous and ugly man in front of her, she really couldn't connect the two together. I hang you. What the hell are you talking about? When did I hang you? Izuki Shion was also angry, and said with a hint of anger in her tone. Isn't it? The two of us grew up together, and I treat you so well, don't you know my feelings for you? Moonlight Gale asked. Izuki Shiyan smiled angrily. Moonlight Gale, are you still unreasonable? Did I tell you clearly that there is no relationship between me and you like a man and a woman? Did I tell you that I have no way to have a boyfriend for the time being? You tell me now that I'm hanging you on purpose. You're out of your mind. Izuki Shion was really angry. Otherwise, with her character, she wouldn't have said such a thing. However, at this moment, Moonlight Gale was already dazzled by anger, and he was not sober in the first place after drinking some wine. You don't want a boyfriend. Who is he then? You don't like me, so how is he better than me? Moonlight Hayate pointed to Ryosuke, the night god beside him. Night god Ryosuke felt like he was really lying on the ground. But what happened to the moonlight blast? It sounds like Izuki Shion has already clearly rejected him. It is obvious that she is stalking and unwilling to give up. In the end, it seems that Izuki Shion is hanging him on purpose. Not to mention that the relationship between Yagami Ryosuke and Izuki Shion is not that kind at all. What if the two of them are really boyfriend and girlfriend? What does it have to do with him? Hearing that Moonlight Hayate brought the topic to Night God Ryosuke again, Izuki Yuyan didn't bother to talk nonsense to him anymore. Ryosuke is my teammate, and you see, he's a kid. Izuki Shion shook her head and didn't want to talk anymore. She directly pulled up the night god Ryosuke, and was about to go around the moonlight blast. Stop. Don't leave until you speak clearly. Moonlight Gale reached out to stop the two of them. However, What greeted him was a flash of a knife, leaving a shallow wound on the back of his hand in an instant. Stop getting drunk and crazy, wait until you sober up. After Izuki Shion finished speaking coldly, she took Yagami Ryosuke and left here, leaving Moonlight Gale standing in place, looking down at the wound on the back of his hand, fresh and dripping on the ground along his fingers. Hayate, are you all right? At this time, several friends of Moonlight Gale also gathered around. Your hand is injured, I'll treat it for you. Go away. Moonlight Gale pushed them away. Leave me alone. He staggered forward, his shaky figure gradually disappeared on the other side of the street. What should we do now? Leave him alone. Forget it, Haifeng doesn't make sense about this matter at all, and I don't blame Maoyang Xian. Actually, I want to say that I just saw the person standing next to Izuki Shion. He looks a little too young, like a child. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. No, it's been a long time. Is this still a misunderstanding? Several people looked at the direction where Moonlight Gale left, dumbfounded. I didn't know what to say for a while. Sister Shion, are you all right? On the way, Yagami Ryosuke looked at Izuki Yuyan who was walking ahead without saying a word, and asked worriedly. I'm fine, I just feel a little ridiculous. Izuki Shion shook his head and said, Ryosuke, do you know that I grew up with Moonlight Hayate? We knew each other when we were very young, and we were classmates in the same class when we were in ninja school, so the relationship has always been very good. After we graduated and became ninjas, Moonlight Hayate and I were assigned to the same genin team, and I have always regarded him as my best friend. I know, he likes me. But I really just treat him as a friend. I told him that I don't want this matter to affect our friendship. But Moonlight Gale is too stubborn. I thought that as long as I explicitly rejected him and explained it to him, he would give up. But I didn't expect him to never give up. Izuki Shion talked about some things in her past, and Yagami Ryosuke followed silently, acting as a listener. Actually, since I joined Anbu, I have been avoiding him on purpose. I don't want him to get stuck like that again. I even asked Anko to help him introduce a girlfriend. There is such a thing. However, Miss Shion, you ask Miss Anko for help, is it probably unreliable? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. Forget it, in fact, this is also good, at least this time he should completely give up. Izuki Shion sighed suddenly, and said, it's a pity, after this time, Yugong Gaifeng and I should have no way to continue to be friends anymore. Just now, Izuki Shion was really angry. There is even an urge to chop off the nonsense Moonlight Gale. But after calming down now, recalling the past friendship between the two, Izuki Shion suddenly became less angry. Just a little sorry, we were still good friends. Now it is completely becoming a stranger. Ryosuke, if you meet a girl you like in the future, remember not to stalk you. If you stalk a girl after rejecting you repeatedly, it will only be annoying. Izuki Yugao suddenly said to Yagami Ryosuke. No, Sister Shion, do you think I look like that kind of person? Night God Ryosuke couldn't tell whether to laugh or cry. Izuki Shion looked him up and down, and said with a smile after a while, it's really not like that. Based on Ryosuke's conditions, it should be girls who take the initiative to pursue you. But you are still young, and you are still valued by Lord Hokage, so you should put more experience into improving your strength. Emotional matters, let's wait a few years to talk about it. Izuki Shion obviously didn't know that Yagami Ryosuke already had 2 little girlfriends. If she had known, she would certainly not have said that. After a while, Izuki Shion's house has also arrived. There is an apartment building in front of me, and Izuki Shion lives in a room on the 3rd floor of this apartment building. She bought the house with her own money. The house she lived in when she was a child was in a more remote location in the village. After she graduated and became a ninja and made money, she sold her previous small house and moved here. Don't think it's just an apartment building, but its location is close to the center of Konoha. Therefore, the price is also high. Izuki Shion spent a lot of money to buy this house. Come in, I'll get you a pair of slippers. Izuki Yugao walked into the house with Yagami Ryosuke. The decoration of the house is quite simple, but also very warm. Some small decorations can be seen everywhere, and it can be seen that the owner of the house is a person with his own ideas. Yagami Ryosuke changed into the indoor slippers, followed by a brief tour of Izuki Yuyan's house. It's not a big place, you can sit down by yourself, I'll get you a glass of water. Izuki Shion said, turned and went to the kitchen. After a while, 2 glasses of water came out. You sleep in the guest room tonight, but you have to wait a while, my guest room has never been used, I have to clean it. Izuki Shion said, let me help together. Yagami Ryosuke put down the water glass and stood up. No need, just sit and rest. Izuki Shion said, it's okay, Sister Shion. Don't always take care of me like a child. I'm already 12 years old and I've grown up. Yagami Ryosuke said. Hearing this, Izuki Shion looked at him with a smile. If you really grow up, then you won't be able to hug this sister and that sister like a child in the future. Izuki Shion said with a smile. You can hug when you grow up. Yi Shen Ryosuke also smiled and said, also, Miss Shion, you forgot that you promised me before that you would marry me as your wife when you grow up. Izuki Shion, isn't that a joke for children? You little fool is serious. Izuki Shion punched him angrily. You little devil, it seems that what Anko said before is right, you are a little pervert. Night God Ryosuke looked innocent. He is obviously an innocent and good boy, why is he such a pervert? Some people believe the words of that lunatic Anko. In the end, Yagami Ryosuke and Izuki Shion cleaned the guest room together. By the time they got it done, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. You are tired all day today, take a bath first, and then go to bed early. Izuki Shion yawned, she was also a little tired. Sister Shion, what about you? Night God Ryosuke asked treacherously. I'll wait until you're done washing. She said, I thought Sister Shion would help me rub my back. Night God Ryosuke's tone was full of disappointment. Think beautifully, when you have a girlfriend in the future, let your girlfriend rub your back for you. Mao Yu Shion gave him an angry look, and then threw him a new coin. Go, hurry up, I'm a little sleepy too. Yagami Ryosuke nodded with a smile, took the towel and went to the bathroom. People in the Hokage world have a soft spot for bathing. Therefore, unless the conditions are really difficult, otherwise there must be a bathroom with a lot of space at home. Izuki Shion's bathroom is quite big. A large bath pool next to the rain shower. Yagami Ryosuke first put hot water into the bathing pool, then went under the rain to rinse his body, and waited until the hot water was almost filled before lying down. So comfortable, Yagami Ryosuke closed his eyes, put his hands on the edge of the bathing pool, and put the towel on his face. The whole person lay lazily. Think back to today's experience in your mind. I have to say that a lot of things really happened today. First, he graduated and was assigned to a class, and then went out of the village to perform an assassination mission, and when he came back, he encountered the farce of Moonlight Gale. But, Sister Shion never agreed to be with Moonlight Gale. Is it because of some influence caused by me? Night God Ryosuke suspects that this may be the butterfly effect caused by himself. Including Sister Hong and that Asuma too. In the past 2 years, Asuma has often come to Yuhihong to show her hospitality. Pity, every time I touch the ashes on the nose and go back. But this guy really has perseverance. It's been more than 2 years, and I don't know how many times I have been rejected. But still didn't give up. Even the Night God Ryosuke admired him a little bit. If this perseverance is put on cultivation, it won't be lost by the Undead duo in the future. So, strength is the foundation of everything. If there is no strength, in a chaotic world like Hokage, maybe I will meet some lunatics at some point and kill you. After taking a bath, Yagami Ryosuke, who was comfortable all over, also came out of the bathroom wearing a bath towel. Sister Shion, I finished washing. Yagami Ryosuke yelled. Well, you should rest early. Izuki Shion came from the living room and saw Yagami Ryosuke in a bath towel, and couldn't help but stare at his well-defined 8-pack abs. Sister Shion, is it pretty? Night God Ryosuke asked suddenly. Ah, Izuki Shion was awakened, and hurriedly blushed to drive away Yagami Ryosuke, telling him to go back to the room to sleep. Sister Shion, good night. Boom. After closing the door heavily, Izuki Shion let out a long sigh of relief. This kid has a really good figure. Bah, bah, bah. Izuki Shiyan, Ryosuke is still a child, what are you thinking? Mao Yu Shion scolded herself secretly, and then walked slowly towards the bathroom. This night, Yagami Ryosuke slept very comfortably. He doesn't have the habit of acknowledging the bed. I can fall asleep quickly anywhere. But Izuki Shion is different. Because she has insomnia. As soon as she closes her eyes, the figure of Night God Ryosuke can't help appearing in her mind. It made her a little nervous. Morning, Sister Shion. Yagami Ryosuke came out of the bathroom and greeted Izuki Yugao, who was coming towards him. Oh, you're up. Izuki Shion was still a little dazed, went to the bathroom to wash her face, and stimulated her brain with cold water. Only then did I feel much more comfortable, and my whole person became slightly more awake. Fortunately, today is her day off. If there is a task for this, it will be troublesome. Sister Shion, did you not sleep well last night? Yagami Ryosuke saw her bleary-eyed look, and knew that she must not have slept much last night. Yeah, a little insomnia. Izuki Shion yawned, and then said, Ryosuke, you can go to the Hokage building by yourself later, I won't accompany you there. It's okay, Sister Shion, go catch up on your sleep, or else you'll have no energy at work tomorrow. Yagami Ryosuke said. Hearing this, Izuki Shion also nodded. She also felt that she should go to catch up on sleep. Originally, she wanted to have breakfast with Night God Ryosuke, and then go to the Hokage building together. But now, it's still important to catch up on sleep. Coming out of Izuki Shion's house, Yagami Ryosuke went home first, and told his mother Yagami Mizuki that she was safe, and then used her perception ability to find the location of Hinata and Ino at this time. It turns out that Hinata has gone out now, while Ino is still at home. Squad 8 is going on a mission so early. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. It's only about 7:30 in the morning. How could Genin go out on a mission so early? It's not a very urgent task. It's just some D-level tasks like weeding. Night God Ryosuke even doubted that at this point in time, have the clients who issued the task already woke up. After a while, Yagami Ryosuke finds Hinata on a busy street. Ryosuke, you're back. When Hinata saw Night God Ryosuke, he ran over with a look of surprise. Well, I'm back, the mission went smoothly, and I didn't encounter any danger. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Are you having breakfast? He asked. Hearing this, Hinata also blushed and nodded. Well, not full, she says. That piece, I haven't eaten yet. Yagami Ryosuke said. I guess Ino is still sleeping right now, so I can have breakfast with Hinata first. As for Hinata's lack of food at home, this is not the first time. Yagami Ryosuke used to bring Hinata with him for extra meals. As for Hinata's appetite, he is crystal clear. The well-deserved Konoha Big Stomach King. Konoha's breakfast is nothing to rave about. It's nothing more than some noodles, meatballs, etc. Yagami Ryosuke doesn't like to eat sweets early in the morning, so he finished a breakfast after eating 3 bowls of noodles. And Hinata eats more. I ate 7 bowls of noodles and various other snacks. After she finished eating, Yagami Ryosuke asked her if she was full. Ate full, I have to go to perform tasks with Teacher Hong and the others later, so I can't eat too much. Hinata said happily. When you are full, you will naturally feel better. When will your 8th class assemble? Night God Ryosuke asked. It's 8:30. Hinata said. Then it's already 8:20, will you be late? Yagami Ryosuke looked at the time and said. It's so late. Hinata was taken aback, and after talking to Night God Ryosuke, he hurriedly ran to the meeting place. Yagami Ryosuke also smiled knowingly when he saw her in a hurry, and followed her to Ino's house. Hey, Ryosuke, why are you at my house? Ino came down from the stairs while still in a daze of sleep, only to see his mother sitting and chatting with Yagami Ryosuke in the living room downstairs, and his eyes widened in disbelief. I'm back from my mission, and I'm here to see you. Yagami Ryosuke went over with a smile. It was the first time he saw Ino in pajamas. This lazy look, if Ino's mother was not still watching, and there was a murderous stare in the restaurant next door staring at this side, he really wanted to pinch it. Wild little face. Did the mission go well? Are you uninjured? Ino asked concerned. Yagami Ryosuke shook his head. No, the task went smoothly, and it was done easily. So Ryosuke, you are now a member of Anbu? Ino asked. Yes, I will report to Lord 3rd Generation later. Yagami Ryosuke checked the time, it was almost 9 o'clock. Okay, go and wash up, I'm leaving. Is it time to leave? Ino took the initiative to hold the Night God Ryosuke's hand with a bit of reluctance. Yagami Ryosuke rubbed her hair with a smile. The hair that was a bit messy when she woke up from a high sleep became more messy. I'll report to Lord Third Generation later. If there's nothing else, I'll see you when the time comes. He said. Well, it's time to pull Ryosuke and you to help. Ino said with a giggle. After chatting for a few more words, Yagami Ryosuke said goodbye and left Ino's house. After he left, Ino's father, Yamanaka, withdrew his murderous gaze, and Yamanaka, who was on the side, couldn't help covering his mouth and sblckming a few times. Why, are you reluctant to part with your daughter? She said with a smile. Ino is still so young, and I can see that this Yagami is not a law-abiding person. Yamanaka said angrily. That's his sweet little padded jacket. Didn't expect it to start leaking so quickly. The child has grown up and has his own ideas. Don't make a fuss all the time, and I think Ryosuke is a pretty good kid. Now he has joined Anbu. He is no more promising than those kids in the family. Yamanaka Rhino has a good sense of night god Ryosuke, otherwise he would not have dragged him to chat in the living room before. HMPH. Just look at this kid. At first glance, he will be the kind of man who messes around everywhere in the future. Yamanaka snorted angrily and said. Heard. Yamanaka Rhino couldn't help but think of the young lady of the Hyuga family who was with Yagami Ryosuke before. It seems that my husband is right. However, it is normal for a good man to have more women around him, right? Yamanaka Rhino didn't pay much attention to this matter. However, if Yamanaka Hyee knows about this, I am afraid that he will hate the night god Ryosuke even more. So after thinking about it, Yamanaka decided not to tell her husband about this matter, lest he get angry and ruin his body. Hokage office. Yagami Ryosuke came here at exactly 9 o'clock. Knocked on the door. After a response came from inside, night god Ryosuke opened the door and came in. Master Third Generation. Night god Ryosuke looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him. The office is full of smoke. Early in the morning, I don't know how long it has been smoking. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yagami Ryosuke, who walked through the door with a smile, and was quite satisfied with this child. Pity. Couldn't have spotted his talent sooner. Otherwise, if you start cultivating a few years in advance, you may have already given up on yourself by now, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen is still very confident in his way of fooling people. Ryosuke is here. Did you rest well last night? Yagami Ryosuke nodded. Then he looked at the huge scroll that was placed on the desk. Is that the sealed book? A look of surprise flashed in Ryosuke's eyes. Could it be that the gift Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned yesterday was the sealed book? This old guy, he's lost all his money. This is it. This is the treatment that Naruto, the prince, only has, and what Naruto gets is just a multiple shadow clone technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouldn't let himself just learn the forbidden technique in the Book of Seals, right? It should be impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who noticed Ryosuke's eyes, smiled and said, Ryosuke, do you know what this is? Night god Ryosuke shook his head. Of course he knew that this was the sealed book, which recorded a large number of forbidden techniques. But he is not stupid, he will definitely not admit it. This is the seal of the village. The Book of Seals, and the seals on it, are all the amazingly powerful forbidden techniques handed down by the Hokages of the past generations, and they are also the greatest treasures of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen introduced the situation of the sealed book, and then said, Ryosuke, your talent is very good, but you can't slack off in the future. You must know that talent is talent, and strength is strength. You can't rely on your talent to stop practicing hard in the future. Yagami Ryosuke nodded, showing an open-minded manner. I think you can't wait, can you? Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed and said, Here, take it and have a look, choose one you like, and it will be considered a gift from this old man. The huge scroll was thrown over, and night god Ryosuke stretched out his hand to catch it. Is this what I'm looking at? Yagami Ryosuke glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, followed by opening the sealed book, and looked at the contents inside. Sure enough, there is a seal. Night god Ryosuke found that he could only see the names of these forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals, as well as a brief introduction. As for the specific training content, there was no word at all. And he also didn't see forbidden technique like impure world reincarnation on it. Obviously it was completely sealed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, not even letting him see the name. Probably because I was afraid that Ryosuke, the night god, would have chosen these forbidden techniques by chance. There are at least dozens of forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals. However, most of them are listed as forbidden techniques simply because they cause too much damage to the caster, but not many are listed as forbidden techniques because the power of the technique itself is too strong. After Ryosuke read it once, he thought about it again and chose one of the ninjutsu. Master 3rd Generation, I have chosen. Yagami Ryosuke raised his head and said. Oh, which ninjutsu did you choose? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile. Flying Thunder God Technique. Night God Ryosuke revealed the ninjutsu he chose. Although there are many ninjutsu in the Book of Seals, to be honest, most of the Night God Ryosuke doesn't like it. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't let him choose the one that caught his eye. So, in the end, Night God Ryosuke chose this space-time ninjutsu. If he can learn it, it can be regarded as making up for one of his shortcomings. After all, Night God Ryosuke does not know this type of ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of a cigarette, and seemed to see the sunny figure with a bright smile behind Yagami Ryosuke in a trance. Minato. When people get old, they just like to recall the past. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalls now that Namikaze Minato was also so talented back then, and was also born as a commoner. Both choose the same ninjutsu. Pity. Minato's attitude towards ninja makes Sarutobi Hiruzen very disappointed. Especially being too close to the Uchiha clan made Sarutobi Hiruzen even a little scared. Fear that your power will be taken away. This also made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel dissatisfied with Namikaze Minato, the 4th Hokage he cultivated by himself. But, the dead are gone, and now only occasionally will I recall the young man with a bright smile back then. Really, strength or something is only secondary, long life is the last word. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt emotional for a while. Then he said with a smile, Flying Thunder God Technique, Ryosuke, are you sure? Space-time ninjutsu is not so easy to learn. If you can't learn it, you will waste this opportunity. I'm sure, and I think I can learn. Yagami Ryosuke nodded and said, not planning to change. After all, he doesn't need those other ninjutsu at all, and it has no effect on his strength improvement. Although he can't say whether he can learn the Flying Thunder God Technique. But you'll have to try it to know. Not to mention. Who said he can only choose Flying Thunder God as a ninjutsu? Night God Ryosuke looked at the sealed book in his hand, with a faint light in his eyes. There are still a lot of good things on it, it's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't let him choose, but it's okay. If not today, then wait a few more months. The Chunin exam in a few months is his chance. When Orochimaru starts the Konoha collapse plan, the whole Konoha will fall into chaos. Night God Ryosuke can fish in troubled waters, so take this seal for use. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know these outrageous thoughts in Ryosuke's heart. He looked at Ryosuke with a laugh, and said, aspirational, and other compliments. Then take back the sealed book from Night God Ryosuke, unlock the seal on Flying Thunder God Technique, and rub the content onto another blank ninjutsu scroll. Here, let's go. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed this ninjutsu scroll to Night God Ryosuke, and said, remember. Only you can learn this ninjutsu. Don't let others see it. After you remember it, destroy the scroll to avoid ninjutsu. Give way. I understand, Days of Heaven. Night God Ryosuke nodded, reaching out to take the scroll of Flying Thunder God Technique. Come out. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke to the surrounding air. The next second, an Anbu wearing a mask appeared in the office. Master Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to this Anbu, Black Fang, you take Night God Ryosuke to Anbu to report, and he will be a member of your 7th class from now on. Konoha Anbu has a total of 4 teams, each with 4 classes, a total of 16 classes. The Night God Ryosuke was assigned to the 7th class of the 2nd team. Speak up. Before Kakashi left Anbu, he was the captain of the 2nd team. Moreover, Izuki Shion is also in the 2nd team, and happens to be in the 7th class, and is the acting team leader of the 7th class. The reason why she is an agent is because Izuki Shion is not strong enough to become an official team leader. But the squad leader of the 7th class died just before, and no new squad leader has been appointed yet, so Izuki Shion is temporarily made the acting squad leader of the 7th class. temporarily responsible for leading Anbu's 7th squad to perform tasks. Anbu, code-named Black Fang, glanced at Night God Ryosuke, then nodded and accepted the task. "Follow me," he said lightly to the Night God Ryosuke. Followed the flash and disappeared into the office. "Master 3rd generation, I'm leaving first." After Yi Shen Ryosuke and Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, they also performed body flicker technique and followed. Seeing the two people leaving one after the other, Sarutobi Hiruzen also smoked a cigarette with a smile, thinking about his arrangement for his grandson Konohamaru. Now, just waiting for Konohamaru to grow up. Konoha Anbu. Night God Ryosuke always thought that Anbu would be like Genbu, who would build a base or something underground in the village. But it wasn't until he actually came to Anbu's headquarters that he realized that he was thinking too much. The headquarters of Konoha Anbu is not in the underground of the village, but in the depths of the number 1 training ground, a restricted area that ordinary ninjas cannot enter. There are many beehive-like buildings built here, densely packed, just looking at it makes one's scalp tingle. Night God Ryosuke followed the Anbu ninja named Black Fang all the way, and soon came to the place where Anbu registered. "A newcomer is here, register for him." Hei Fang knocked on the table and said to the Anbu ninja in front of him. Code name. The Anbu ninja glanced at Yagami Ryosuke, and was a little surprised at the immaturity of the other party, but he didn't ask too much, and asked Yagami Ryosuke's code name directly. "Choose a random code name yourself. From now on, this code name will be your name in Anbu. We won't call each other by their real names here." Black Fang explained. Yagami Ryosuke nodded. He had already thought of his code name when he was on the road. Yuiyu. The Anbu ninja who was in charge of the registration nodded, and then wrote the word, Yaoi, on the roster, and then recorded the date later. "Here are your clothes and masks, just go over there and choose one." Anbu, who was in charge of registration, took out a set of black Anbu uniforms and put them on the table, then pointed to the mask on the wall behind him and said. Night God Ryosuke glanced over, then chose a white mask with only a 3-pointed jade pattern on the forehead, and took it off. "That's it," Yagami Ryosuke said. Anbu, who was in charge of registration, glanced at the mask he had chosen, then nodded. "Put on your clothes and mask, and follow me," Black Fang on the side said. Yagami Ryosuke nodded, went to the small cubicle beside him and changed into Anbu's uniform, black liner and trousers, plus a white sleeveless vest, put on the mask he chose, and then went out from the cubicle came out of the room. Ryosuke, who is 1.7 meters tall, can be seen as a child without a mask, but when he wears a mask, it hides his immature face. It looks like an adult no different. Black Fang glanced at Night God Ryosuke who had changed into Anbu's uniform, and led him away from the registration office. "This is the place where our 7th class usually trains. If there is no task, you can also train here." Black Fang brought Night God Ryosuke to an open training ground. Here are 2 Anbus practicing against each other. Yi Shen Ryosuke took a look and found that the strength of these 2 people was stronger than that of the ordinary Chunin, and their attack methods were mainly physical skills and shuriken. Ninjutsu words are not commonly used. After all, Chunin's chakra is limited, so use sparingly. At this time, Hei Fang clapped his hands and called the 2 people over there. "Tengu, Shadow, let me introduce you. This is the newcomer in our 7th class, and his code name is Year." Hei Fang introduced the newest member, Night God Ryosuke, to the 2 of them. "Yo, our 7th class finally has a newcomer. Since the captain was promoted, our 7th class has always been short of 1 member." The Anbu ninja named Tengu seemed very active. He looked at Ryosuke with a smile, and he was very welcome to Ryosuke, a newcomer, with his performance inside and outside the words. The other person code named Shadow didn't talk so much, he just nodded his head, and it was regarded as a greeting. Each class in our Anbu consists of 4 members and a captain. After you join, you will be the 4th member of our 7th class. Black Fang said. This mode is similar to the Genin team, except that there is 1 more number. Yuiyu, do you want to fight? By the way, let everyone see your strength. At this time, Tengu suddenly said with a smile. Fight. Night God Ryosuke quickly understood that this was to test his strength. If he doesn't perform well, he might not have much say in this team in the future. Although Night God Ryosuke doesn't care about these. But he doesn't like to lose. Can. Yagami Ryosuke nodded. Immediately, Black Fang and Shadow retreated to the side, handing over the venue to them. What is the background of this newcomer? After retreating to the sidelines, the Shadow who had been silent just now suddenly asked Hei Fang beside him. Master Hokage recommended it, I can't say the specifics. Black Fang said. Hearing this, Shadow also nodded, without further questioning. Who do you think will win, the rookie or the Tengu? Black Fang suddenly asked the Shadow beside him. Tengu, his strength has already surpassed mine, and in our 7th class, his strength is second only to the captain. Shadow thought for a while and said. This guy Tengu has surpassed me in silence. Black Fang looked at the Shadow in surprise. Shadow nodded, and said in a flat tone. Although this guy's talent is not good, but he has worked hard enough, and his future achievements will still be higher than you and me. Hearing this, Hei Fang also looked at the Tengu in surprise. This kid really made a big deal out of silence. Then it looks like the rookie is doomed. Black Fang said. The Shadow on the side also nodded in agreement. The strength of Tengu has not lost to some special Jonin, and what he is best at is illusion. If this newcomer has no good way to deal with it, winning or losing is actually just an instant thing. Yayoi, do you learn swordsmanship? Tengu looked at the ninja sword on Ryosuke's waist and asked. I have learned, but the learning is average. Night God Ryosuke little by little. He has indeed learned swordsmanship, but to be honest, his attainments in swordsmanship are really mediocre compared to other aspects. That's just right, I have also learned swordsmanship for a while, how about we compare swordsmanship first? Tengu didn't intend to decide a match with the rookie as soon as he came up, that would be boring, he wanted to see the rookie's all-round strength, after all, they would all be teammates of the same team in the future. If you don't know much about each other's strength, how can you cooperate in future missions? Can. As Yagami Ryosuke said, he drew out the ninja sword from his waist. The cold light of the blade seems to be able to sting the skin of a Tengu more than 10 meters away. Hiss. Your knife is fine. Tengu looked down at his ninja sword, and suddenly felt like shopping around and wanting to throw it away. Or should I change it? Night God Ryosuke also doesn't want to take advantage of this weapon, after all, it's not a fight to the death, it's just a competition. No, actually my ninja sword is not bad. Tengu said stiffly. The truth is, he feels that his strength must surpass Zhao Zhao, this rookie's, and just now Yishen Ryosuke said that his swordsmanship is average. Although Tengu's swordsmanship is not his best, but he has learned it professionally for 5 or 6 years. How can you not lose to a rookie? Let's start. Tengu pulled out his ninja sword, and then his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Brush. Behind Yagami Ryosuke, the figure of Tengu suddenly appeared, and slashed at his back fiercely. Clang. Night God Ryosuke quickly turned around to block the opponent's blow, and at the same time, the ninja sword swung the sword quickly, and the air was torn apart by this blow, forming a translucent air blade attached to the blade of the ninja sword. Puff. The Tengu was instantly split in half. But with a bang, in the next second, the Tengu that was split in half turned into a split wooden stake. Tengu, who was hiding in the dark, smiled slightly when he saw this scene. It's a newcomer, it's a plaque, he said in his heart, and at the same time launched a real attack. Ninja. Phantom slash. Several Tengu figures appeared in midair. Several Tengus drew their knives at the same time, and slashed at the Night God Ryosuke below. This move is the sword technique he created by simulating the dance of the 3 suns and the moon. It is a combination of swordsmanship and illusion. In fact, only one of the Tengus is the real body, and the others are just phantoms. However, unlike the dance of the 3 suns and the moon, only his real body can cause damage with this move of the Tengu. Phantoms are simply deceiving. No other use. Dance of the crescent moon. Night God Ryosuke saw the Tengu's move, and the first thing he thought of was the dance of the 3 suns and the moon. There are indeed many similarities between the two swordsmanship. But, in the perception of Night God Ryosuke, among these Tengus, only the third one on the left is real. Everything else is just an illusion. So Night God Ryosuke slashed out like lightning, cutting off the real body of Tengu. Ninja. Lightning flash. Night God Ryosuke's knife is too fast. Flash of lightning itself evolved from the moves of a samurai, the most prominent one is the fast. Come to ultimate, let the opponent have no chance to block or even react. Right now, Night God Ryosuke only used 30% of the speed to perform this move. But even so, the Tengu on the opposite side couldn't react in time, and a few hairs were cut off by his sword. Brush. The figures of the two fell to the ground. Tengu touched his forehead, and his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. What a terrible knife. He really felt like he was about to be beheaded by Night God Ryosuke just now. Now his whole back is covered with sweat. I was completely intimidated by this knife. No, Yui, is this the general knowledge of swordsmanship you said? Recalling that Night God Ryosuke said before the start that he was not good at swordsmanship, because of the dog, he felt that he was deceived. Lie. Is this normal? This is obviously very strong. There was also a resentful expression on the face under the Tengu mask. Tengu, my swordsmanship is really mediocre, it's just that I'm fast with my sword. Yagami Ryosuke said. However, Tengu, who was nearly decapitated by Night God Ryosuke just now, doesn't believe what he said at all. Hehe, if I believe in you again, I will really be a dog. Is it better? Night God Ryosuke looked innocent. He knew Tengu didn't believe it, but what he said was true. His sword skills are really average. Bye, this time we don't restrict what to use. Tengu is also unyielding. Although he lost to Night God Ryosuke in swordsmanship, even if Night God Ryosuke was not merciful, he would have moved his head now. But he still didn't want to admit defeat. Anyway, he is also an old member who joined Anbu for more than 4 years. How can you lose to a rookie like this? Can. Night God Ryosuke nodded. No matter how he compares, he will not lose. Tengu actually lost in swordsmanship. Shadow said in surprise. It's such a fast knife, I can't dodge this knife. Heifeng shook his head. He just imagined that he was in the state of Tengu, and found that he also couldn't avoid the knife of Night God Ryosuke. That is, if it were him, facing that knife, there is also only one dead end. This guy, Tiango, really refuses to admit defeat, and he is even more competitive. Seeing the two fighting again over there, Shadow also shook his head, not as confident in Tengu as before. Although the two of them just competed in swordsmanship. But just now, Tengu was completely crushed. From the beginning to the end, the two only played against each other for 2 rounds, and then Tengu lost. Now, even if you let go, you can use other ninjutsu. Shadow also has little confidence in Tengu. On the court, Night God Ryosuke kicked out a shadow clone of Tengu, followed by sweeping his eyes, and quickly found the hidden position of Tengu's real body. Brush. His figure disappeared in place. Tengu, who was hiding, realized he was exposed as soon as he saw the Night God Ryosuke disappear. But that's exactly what I want. The corners of his mouth under the mask were slightly raised. Next second, a slash of light slashed at the back of the Tengu's neck. Boom. The Tengu that was hit exploded instantly. It turns out this is another shadow clone. Is it so expensive? Yagami Ryosuke said heartily. Tengu is not him. Chakra's recovery speed is unparalleled. Normal ninjas will never use their shadow clone as bait again and again, because the disappearance of shadow clone also means that part of your chakra is also consumed. This is quite deadly for ninjas who don't have much chakra. And at this time, chakra is just a Chunin level Tengu, yet he dared to use 2 shadow clones as bait. Obviously, he is ready to end this battle quickly. Coming, Night God Ryosuke has seen the figure of Tengu. Magic. Tree-bound kill. Tengu formed seals with his hands, releasing his own illusion. Tree binding and killing is a B-level illusion. The effect is to make the caster fall into a phantom, and a DB tree phantom grows from the caster's feet, restraining the target, and at the same time the caster appears from the phantom of the tree, and the target is killed with 1 blow. Night God Ryosuke was also hit in an instant. Tengu has obviously been very proficient in using this trick of illusion. The moment Ryosuke was attacked by the Night God, he appeared in the phantom of the tree, and held the kunai thorn towards the neck of the Night God Ryosuke. Clang. What? Tengu looked at the blocked kunai in disbelief. Look again. But he found that Night God Ryosuke was looking at him with a smile in his eyes. Oops. Tengu's heart skipped a beat, knowing that his illusion had failed. I didn't expect this rookie to be so good at fighting illusions. Before he had time to think about it, Tengu wanted to pull back immediately. But at this moment, another Night God, Ryosuke, appeared and put a handful of kunai around his neck. You lose. Night God Ryosuke said lightly. At the same time, the Night God Ryosuke in front of Tengu disappeared with a bang. It turns out this is a shadow clone. It turned out to be shadow clone, I really. Tengu bitterly admitted that he had lost to Night God Ryosuke. Yayoi, you have won. Night God Ryosuke immediately let go of his hand and took 2 steps back. Since when have you been fighting me with shadow clone? Tengu turned around and couldn't help asking. It was from the beginning. Yagami Ryosuke said, quote. Then didn't I fight the real Night God Ryosuke from the beginning to the end? Tengu's mouth became even more bitter. It feels like eating bitter melon. Uncomfortable. At this time, Shadow and Black Fang also walked over. Heiya laughed and patted Tengu on the shoulder, and said, what's wrong? Was it hit? Hearing this, because the dog slapped the black teeth away angrily. How is it possible? At worst, I'll just win it back next time. Tengu said stiffly. Hearing this, Hei Fang shook his head secretly. Tengu and Yingying didn't know, but he knew very well that Yayoi in front of him was just a child who had just graduated from ninja school. At only 12 years old, he was already able to easily defeat Anbu Chunin. This is if you give him a few more years. Isn't chopping Jonin as easy as chopping melons and vegetables? No wonder Master Hokage would take this kid so seriously. Sure enough, Hokage-sama's vision is not comparable to ordinary ninjas like them. Tengu wants to surpass Night God Ryosuke. Black Fang felt that it was impossible to complete. After sparring with Tengu, Yagami Ryosuke obviously felt that the eyes of his 3 teammates had changed, and their attitudes were much closer than before. Obviously, he has really approved his joining. Black Fang, where is our captain? Why didn't you see him? Night God Ryosuke asked at this time. You said the captain is off today. Black Fang said. What is our Anbu job like? I don't know about these either. Night God Ryosuke asked. Let me explain this. Tengu volunteered to stand up, and then took Yagami Ryosuke to the side, and explained to him the content of their Anbu's work. Black Fang and Shadow, who stayed in place, also started today's training. Anbu, when there is no mission, basically spends it in training. The other side, Tengu was also explaining their Anbu workflow to Night God Ryosuke. Our Anbu's working hours are actually quite free. When there is no task, the time is up to you to arrange, but once there is a task, if you receive a summoning order, you have to rush to gather immediately. Tengu said. As for the usual rest days, each shift takes turns in turn, and each shift takes 2 shifts. I, Anbu, have a total of 16 shifts, that is, I take an 8-day shift. Today was supposed to be a day off for our 7th and 8th shifts. As you can see, the captain didn't come. However, for the rest of us, there is nothing to do when we rest, so we usually come to the training ground to practice. Our training ground in Anbu is separated from the outside world. Each class has its own training ground, and there is also a large training ground, which is the forest behind. If you have requirements for the environment of cultivation, you can go to the big training ground. There are usually many colleagues practicing there, as long as you don't disturb others. Tengu talks a lot and densely, but he explained Anbu's work to Night God Ryosuke in great detail. Almost every detail is covered. I'm afraid that Night God Ryosuke didn't remember it, so I plan to say it again. Night God Ryosuke didn't even say it. You really remember? Tengu still has some unfinished looks. Already remembered, then I can go now, right? Yagami Ryosuke said. Yes, today we take turns off. If you have something to do, just leave. Tengu nodded and said, on a rest day, unless there is really nothing to do, who would come to work? After saying hello to Black Fang and Shadow in the past, Night God Ryosuke left Anbu directly. Wearing Anbu's uniform, Yagami Ryosuke drove all the way with the body flicker technique, and soon returned home. Mother Yagami Mizuki is not at home, she should be working at Konoha Hospital right now. Yagami Ryosuke went back to his room and changed his clothes before going out. At the moment, Hinata and Ino are still performing tasks with the team, and Night God Ryosuke didn't bother. He came to the village training ground. The 3 people who were still in the 7th class were found. It is also the 7th class, but Yi Shinliang joined Anbu's 7th class. It feels quite destined, but this is estimated to be deliberately arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Among the three of the former Black Fang, there should be Sarutobi Hiruzen's confidant. Maybe one of them is a ninja from the Sarutobi clan. After all, compared with outsiders, Sarutobi Hiruzen is obviously more willing to trust his own family members. Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura. Night God Ryosuke stepped in front of the three of them and greeted them. Ryosuke. Naruto, who was doing push-ups, instantly jumped up. Ryosuke, why are you here? He asked. Sasuke and little Sakura on the side also looked at Night God Ryosuke. I'll come and see you. I heard that the only difference is that your 7th class has not yet been formally established. Yagami Ryosuke said. Hearing this, a member of Class 7's face suddenly collapsed. Don't mention it, Mr. Kakashi is a late king. He was late yesterday, but today he said he would meet at 5 o'clock in the morning, but he hasn't arrived yet. Naruto couldn't help complaining. Since you know that Kakashi is the late king, why are you here on time? Night God Ryosuke looked at Naruto with strange eyes and asked. I was thinking that I could cultivate Chuon by the way. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and then he opened his mouth to argue. Yagami Ryosuke chuckled, not believing it at all. This guy must be worried about being beaten back by Kakashi and repeating. After all, the Night God Ryosuke told them about Kakashi's deeds before, and I'm afraid it scared Naruto a little. Yes, still, Naruto suddenly pulled Night God Ryosuke to the side. What's the matter, Naruto? Night God Ryosuke looked at his mysterious look and asked curiously. I have a present for you. As Naruto said, he also took out a scroll from his clothes and stuffed it to Night God Ryosuke. Hurry up and hide, don't be seen. Naruto said hastily. Night God Ryosuke didn't know why Naruto was so afraid of being seen, but he still put the scroll away. What's in the scroll? Night God Ryosuke asked him. A ninjutsu. Naruto whispered, Ryosuke, don't tell others, Grandpa 3rd generation forbids me to tell others. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Night God Ryosuke seems to know what's in that scroll. Can't help but look at Naruto in surprise. Unexpectedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent the multiple shadow clone technique to Naruto again. However, Naruto turned around and gave it to himself. Night God Ryosuke can imagine that Sarutobi Hiruzen must have told Naruto not to spread the word. But Naruto obviously didn't intend to obediently do as he was told. Sasuke, what are you talking about? When Naruto dragged Ryosuke over. At this time, little Sakura leaned over to Sasuke, wanting to have an excuse to chat with him. As for what Naruto was pulling Ryosuke over, she didn't really care. I'm not Naruto, I don't know. Sasuke said coldly. Glancing at the two people over there, Sasuke was inexplicably a little bit pissed. It's as if my girlfriend is flirting with other men in front of me. At this time, Naruto and Night God Ryosuke are also back. When is Kakashi-sensei coming? It's almost noon. Naruto sat down next to Sasuke and complained. Sasuke, are you hungry? Sasuke snorted coldly, turned his head and said, I'm not like you, I know how to eat like a rice bucket, I'm not hungry at all. As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, his stomach started growling. The atmosphere was very awkward for a while. Sasuke couldn't help but blush. He secretly scolded himself for not being able to live up to his stomach, and when he couldn't scream, he screamed when he had just finished speaking. Haha, Sasuke, your stomach is growling. Are you hungry? Naruto pointed at Sasuke's stomach and laughed. Naruto, don't bother Sasuke all the time. Little Sakura couldn't stand it anymore, and went to help Sasuke out. Little Sakura, are you hungry? Naruto sneaked out a few small rice balls. I brought a few small rice balls, do you want to eat? Ryosuke, do you eat? Night God Ryosuke shook his head. No, I ate a lot for breakfast, and I'm not hungry yet. Little Sakura, do you want to eat? Naruto leaned in front of little Sakura, dangling a few small rice balls in front of her like offering treasures. Little Sakura didn't want to eat at first, but her stomach didn't live up to it. She hasn't gotten up since 5 o'clock in the morning, and she hasn't eaten anything until now. Now smell the aroma of these small rice balls. Hooked out the glutton in her stomach directly. I eat. Little Sakura snatched the box containing the small rice balls, and was about to pick one up and stuff it into her mouth, when a shuriken flew over and knocked out the box in her hand. Brush. A figure flashed like a ghost, caught the box containing the small rice balls, and landed on the stump beside it. There are enemies. Little Sakura was taken aback, but when she looked up, she found that it was Kakashi who was half a day late. Ms. Kakashi. The three immediately got up from the ground. Stupid. Did I tell you not to eat breakfast yesterday? Kakashi held the box in his hand, staring at the three little ghosts indifferently. Yo, Kakashi. 1 inch. Night God Ryosuke raised his hand to greet him. Kakashi glanced at him helplessly. I said, why are you here too? He asked. Hey, our team is resting today, so I'll come and see Naruto and the others. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Team rest. Kakashi nodded. Apparently he also heard about Night God Ryosuke joining Anbu when Sarutobi Hiruzen. In fact, word of the matter has spread among a small number of Jonin circles. It is rumored that the chief student graduating this year is a very powerful civilian genius, who has been valued by 3rd Hokage, and he is also authorized to join Anbu as a genin. The entire Anbu is probably only the genin of the Night God Ryosuke. Even in the history of Anbu, he was the first genin to join. It can be said to be a record. Okay, then just watch from the sidelines, don't interfere, and don't talk. Kakashi stared lightly at Night Ryosuke and said. It wasn't until Night God Ryosuke nodded that he looked away and looked at Naruto and the three of them. You three, don't you think that you can become a genin after passing the graduation exam? Tell you guys, if you can't pass my test today, I, as the guide jonin, can just send you all back to the 6th grade for 10 years. So, do you still want these things now? He shook the box containing the small rice balls in his hand. Little Sakura turned pale with fright, and shook her head quickly. Mr. Kakashi, we already know this, so hurry up and tell me what the test is. Naruto didn't know what it meant to look scared, Yin said. Kakashi looked at the teacher's son speechlessly. I thought to myself, although Naruto has the same blonde hair as the teacher, but his personality is more like a teacher's wife, bluffing and impatient. On the other hand, Sasuke stood there quietly and looked at him, without saying a word the whole time, but his eyes were firmer than anyone else's. It seems that you can't wait, so the test starts now. As he spoke, Kakashi suddenly took out a word and put it aside. It's 10:50 in the morning, from now until 1:53 hours later, you have 3 hours to take these 2 bells from me. Clang. Kakashi shook the 2 small bells in his hand, and put them on his belt. But why are there only 2 bells? Little Sakura raised her hand and asked. Good question, but you are no longer students of ninja school, so you don't need to raise your hands when you ask questions in the future. Kakashi glanced at little Sakura, and said lightly. These words made little Sakura's face even more ugly, and she even trembled with fright. It feels like I've been eliminated. Why are there only 2 bells? Because at least one of the 3 of you is doomed to be eliminated. You can only do your best with the determination to kill me to snatch the 2 bells from my hand. Otherwise, eliminate all. As soon as these words came out, even Naruto, who was fearless just now, became a little nervous. And Sasuke has already clenched his fists, vowing to himself that he must get one of the bells. He doesn't want to go back to ninja school and play ninja games with a bunch of kids. Kakashi looked at the expressions on the faces of the 3 of them, and was very satisfied with the expressions of Naruto and Sasuke, and when he saw the little Sakura who was trembling with nervousness, he shook his head secretly. This team is mainly Naruto and Sasuke. One of them is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the other is the last descendant of Uchiha. As for Haruno Sakura, that's just a condiment. Moreover, the Genin team has always been divided into groups of 2 men and 1 woman, plus Naruto likes little Sakura, and little Sakura likes Sasuke. That's why she was assigned to the 7th class. Kakashi doesn't expect much from little Sakura, but Naruto and Sasuke. He still wanted to see how they behaved later. Has it started yet? Night God Ryosuke stood on a high tree one by one, looking at the 4 people in the open space ahead. After Kakashi announced the start of the test, Naruto and the 3 of them immediately hid themselves. Naruto has also learned to use his brain, not bad. Yagami Ryosuke nodded in relief. It can be said that Naruto's changes today are all caused by him. If it weren't for his good tongue. To convince Naruto, let him stop doing those pranks and spend his time on practice. I'm afraid he will inevitably be hit by Kakashi's 1,000 years of death today. The taste is sour and refreshing just thinking about it. Coming. Yagami Ryosuke suddenly narrowed his eyes. I saw Kakashi standing in the open space, suddenly turned around to avoid it. Bang, bang, bang. A series of shurikens were nailed to the ground. The landing point is exactly where Kakashi was just now. Ms. Kakashi, hand over the bell. Naruto's figure appeared in midair. He yelled and punched and attacked, and he shot a dozen times in the blink of an eye, but he didn't hit Kakashi once. Yagami Ryosuke, can I take back what I just said? Physical skills are good, but not enough. Kakashi blocked Naruto's unexpected blow with one hand, and then threw him away with a backhand. Naruto made seals with his hands in midair, and instantly cast multiple shadow clone techniques, separating 40 or 50 shadow clones. So many clones. The little Sakura who was hiding in the dark couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. At this time, Sasuke, who was hiding on the other side, was waiting for an opportunity to make an ordinary shot. It's now. Sasuke suddenly dodges and disappears in place. In the clearing, Kakashi, who was dealing with dozens of Naruto's shadow clone, suddenly caught a glimpse of a blue figure appearing behind him on the right. Is it Sasuke? The timing is good. Kakashi secretly nodded at the timing of Sasuke's shot. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Unexpectedly, Sasuke opened his mouth and sprayed out a huge great fireball with a diameter of more than 2 meters. Boom. The fireball slammed into the ground in front of Kakashi, causing a violent explosion. At the same time, a shadow clone of Sasuke is also waiting for an opportunity to grab the 2 bells on Kakashi's waist. Successful. A look of joy flashed in Sasuke's eyes. But in the next second, boom, a figure smashed over, instantly smashing Sasuke's shadow clone. Naruto, what are you doing? Sasuke yelled at Naruto angrily. The figure who just smashed his shadow clone was Naruto. Naruto, who covered his head and got up from the ground, heard Sasuke's angry roar, smiled awkwardly and said, "Ah. Sasuke is sorry, but I can't control my body." Sasuke, now is not the time for you to chat. At this time, a voice appeared behind Sasuke. Without giving him a chance to react, Kakashi threw Sasuke to the ground instantly. He held the little yellow book in one hand, pressed one leg on Sasuke's back, and clasped Sasuke's hands behind his back with the other hand. Yo, isn't this Sasuke? Kakashi said meanly. Hateful. Sasuke cursed angrily. At this time, Naruto rushed up, although he failed to cause any substantial damage to Kakashi, but rescued Sasuke who was caught. Sasuke, are you okay? Naruto asked back. Fine. Sasuke twisted his wrist, followed by staring at Kakashi with fierce eyes. Is this the difference between me and elite Jonin? I've obviously been cultivating so hard. Sasuke clenched his fist, secretly feeling unwilling. Sasuke, let's fight together, it seems that we can't fight alone. Naruto said to Sasuke. Okay, let's go together. Sasuke nodded, also agreeing to Naruto's proposal. At this time, it is not the time to be impulsive, the key is to grab the bell first and then talk. Naruto's taijutsu is good, but Kakashi didn't release the water, thinking he would give them a chance on purpose. Oh, I was cheated, but it's normal. Strange, why does little Sakura stay there all the time? Night God Ryosuke's eyes fell on the woods over there. At this time, Sasuke and Naruto have teamed up to face Kakashi, and the 3 of them are very stalemate, but in fact Kakashi is not really serious. However, with the cooperation of the 2, at least Kakashi put away his beloved little porn book. Start using 2 hands to deal with Sasuke's and Naruto's attacks. While on the other side, little Sakura has been hiding in that place, and has no intention of going up to help. Yagami Ryosuke thought for a while, and probably understood what little Sakura was thinking at this time. Do you feel that you can't help, and going up will only hinder you? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. Pity, Kakashi obviously didn't intend to let the little Sakura who was fishing. Night God Ryosuke noticed that one of his shadow clone had touched it, and at this time it had come behind little Sakura. Next second, a scream frightened a group of birds in the distance to flap their wings and fly high. And Sasuke and Naruto, who were teaming up to deal with Kakashi, also realized that something happened to little Sakura. It's over. Night God Ryosuke shook his head. Obviously. The first test, Naruto they failed. didn't grab the bell, and one teammate was reduced. Really, it didn't take long for Kakashi to deal with Naruto and Sasuke. Both were tied to stakes. Brush. Night God Ryosuke dodges past. Kakashi glanced at him, ignored him, and continued to teach the 3 students in front of him. After Kakashi finished his education, he announced that he would give them another chance in the afternoon and then disappeared in place. You guys are so embarrassed. Night God Ryosuke smiled and looked at the 3 people who were tied to the stake. Ryosuke, hurry up and help loosen the rope. Naruto struggled and shouted. Yagami Ryosuke smiled, and immediately drew his sword and cut off the ropes on the 3 of them. Getting rid of the shackles, the 3 also fell back to the ground. You should still think about how to pass the assessment in the afternoon, but I suggest that you can make a plan and cooperate together when the time comes to have a glimmer of hope. Night God Ryosuke said to the 3 of them. Ryosuke is right, only 3 of us can cooperate to snatch the bell from Mr. Kakashi. Naruto nodded in agreement with Night God Ryosuke's statement, and then looked at Sakura-chan and Sasuke. Little Sakura, Sasuke, let's plan how to cooperate with the assessment in the afternoon, he said. Hearing this, Sasuke glanced at the little Sakura beside him, thought about it and nodded. But little Sakura seemed a little hesitant, worried that if she helped, it would be a hindrance. Come on little Sakura, we're on the same team, aren't we? Naruto looked at little Sakura and invited. After speaking, he secretly kicked Sasuke next to him. Sasuke glanced at him and said, come together, we can help a little bit. Really? Little Sakura looked at Sasuke with bright eyes, can I really help Sasuke? Naruto, Ren. Looking at the 3 of them, Yagami Ryosuke also smiled. Then you guys discuss it here, I'm going to have lunch. April 20th. He said. 3 people. No, we haven't even had breakfast yet, so we're not hungry now. Do you want barbecue at noon? Or ramen? Hey, it's so hard to choose. Night God Ryosuke murmured to himself loudly on purpose, and then disappeared in the same place in an instant. Joe, count you running fast. The 3 of them stared viciously, while stroking their dry flat stomachs, making grunting noises like thunder. Night God Ryosuke did not go to watch the second assessment of the 7th class in the afternoon. At noon, he found the 8th class who was going to eat. Then he sneaked in cheekily. After lunch, the 8th shift will continue with the task in the afternoon. It was also inconvenient for Isshin Ryosuke to go with him, so he simply went to the number 4 training ground to continue his practice. In the depths of the number 4 training ground, Night God Ryosuke first dispersed the 15 shadow clones that he had dispersed. With the influx of a large number of training memories, Night God Ryosuke also rubbed his temples, and it took 2 or 3 seconds before he recovered. Multiple shadow clone technique. Boom. A cloud of smoke dispersed. Night God Ryosuke looked at the hundreds of shadow clone around him, and nodded with satisfaction. Go to practice separately. He took out the scroll of Flying Thunder God technique, handed it to a shadow clone, and asked him to take another 19 shadow clone, a total of 20, to study this ninjutsu. And other shadow clone also have their own tasks. Soon it was all scattered. Ryosuke, the night god who left one person, also took out a hair from the biopheromone warehouse. System, transform this hair on my hand. Night god Ryosuke meditated. Next second, the black hair on his hand disappeared instantly. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Converted successfully. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry. Sarutobi Clan Green. The Sarutobi Clan. Sure enough, Tengu is a ninja from the Sarutobi Clan. Night god Ryosuke has an expression of, as I expected. Opening the introduction of this talent entry, Isshin Ryosuke also showed a disgusted expression on his face. Sarutobi Clan Green, you are a ninja of the Sarutobi Clan, and behind you stands the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Will of fire plus 50%. That's it. Garbage Sarutobi family. System, disassemble. This kind of rubbish talent entry is also an eyesore. Night god Ryosuke directly chose to disintegrate. Then get 10 experience points. In fact, the talent entries transformed from Chunin are basically green. And 99.9% are rubbish entries that Night god Ryosuke doesn't like. Basically disassembled directly after getting it. Only the transformed entries on Jonin will be blue. There is a probability that the attributes are good. Will be kept by Night God Ryosuke. But, before that, he was still a student of ninja school after all, and the jonin he had access to was really limited. But now Night God Ryosuke has graduated and joined Anbu. Feel free to get your hands on some jonin, or even elite jonin. In this way, it is also very convenient for Yi Shenjing to obtain more useful talent entries. Instead of rubbish like just now. It only has 10 experience points after dismantling it, garbage among garbage. It's a pity that I haven't been able to get Sarutobi Hiruzen's biological pheromone in the past 2 days. Otherwise, at least one more purple talent entry can be added. Night God Ryosuke thought it was a pity, but there will be opportunities in the future. No more. By the time of the Chunin exam, Yagami Ryosuke will definitely have a chance to get the biological pheromone from Sarutobi Hiruzen. There is no need to rush to take risks and get it now. However, next time you go out to perform a mission in the village, you can look for an opportunity to get some biological pheromones from the ninjas in the outer village. After all, Konoha is not the only village in the world of Hokage. 5 hidden villages in 5 countries. Although Konoha has a lot of talents, the other villages are not bad either. For example, in Reikage village, Night God Ryosuke felt that he would be able to transform those reckless men into talent items to improve their physical fitness. Even if other people can't do it, 4th Reikage can't do it either, right? There is also Terumi Mei of Kurigakure, who has 2 kinds of blood succession boundaries, and may be able to transform into talent entries related to these 2 blood succession boundaries. The same is true for Sunagakure's Luasha. Especially Rosa. This guy is about to be killed by Orochimaru before the 3rd round of the Chunin exam. Night God Ryosuke must get the biological pheromone from Luosha before this. After all, the system does not recognize the biological pheromones on dead people. Otherwise, Night God Ryosuke would have gone to dig the grave long ago. Or see if I can get some Hashirama cells or something. With the strength of the big pillar, at least 2 golden talent entries can be transformed, right? And the dead body of Uchiha Madara. Although I don't know where it is buried. But you can also look for it. Pity. The system only recognizes the biological pheromones of living people, and those of dead people are not counted. But Night God Ryosuke also has an idea. That is the Rinne Tensai technique using impure world reincarnation and Rinnegan. Combining the 2 can directly resurrect the dead. By the time, whether it's Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama or something. As long as the Night God Ryosuke is willing. Can be revived anytime. However, if you want to revive Senju Hashirama, at least I have to wait until my strength is similar to his, or I can suppress him. Night God Ryosuke doesn't want to revive Senju Hashirama but finds that he can't beat the opponent, and then Dazuzi says, I will give you 2 hands. How embarrassing. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just reviewed a few documents, was just about to relax, opened the drawer and took out the crystal ball that he treasured. As a result, at this moment, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open heavily. Hiruzen. Danzo hurried in from the door, only to see Sarutobi Hiruzen looking at him with a livid face, and a shattered crystal ball beside him scattered on the ground. Hiruzen, what are you doing? Danzo asked subconsciously. Danzo. Did the old man say that you will knock on the door next time you come in? Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Danzo angrily, thinking that his beloved crystal ball was smashed by Danzo, an unlucky guy, he was so angry. Hiruzen, don't worry about such small things. Danzo didn't care about Sarutobi Hiruzen's angry eyes at all, anyway, it wasn't the first time. He has long been used to it. I heard that the kid named Night God Ryosuke has awakened a special physique like blood successor limit. Hiruzen, hand him over to me, I promise you, I will definitely train him into a man who can make contributions to the village. Danzo's ugly face also showed a look of eager desire. If combined with Hashirama cells, will a wood style comparable to first Hokage be born? It's not like Yamato, who can only do greening. Danzo thinks this possibility is not small. Therefore, after hearing that Ryosuke's blood succession limit is of physique type, I couldn't wait to come to find Sarutobi Hiruzen's important person. Even though he knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would most likely not hand it over to him. But Danzo wanted to give it a try anyway. Give the Night God Ryosuke to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered. Danzo, don't even think about it. Ryosuke is the future of the village, and the old man has already arranged his future path. You are not allowed to interfere in this matter, understand? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't give Danzo any face at all, directly rejected Danzo's request and warned him not to mess around. The future of the village. Hiruzen, would you like to hear what you are talking about? Danzo said coldly, a genius like Ryosuke, the night god, should be entrusted to me. Only I can bring out his best use. Enough, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped the table. Night god Ryosuke's matter is not discussed, the old man has already made a decision, you can go down now. Hiruzen, you. Danzo wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen waving his hand. Go down, go back to your roots. Also, don't let this old man know that you secretly attacked Night God Ryosuke behind my back. Danzo, you should know the consequences of doing this. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's threat, Danzo was also furious. Hiruzen, will you shut up? This old man will never regret it. With a wave of Sarutobi Hiruzen, several Anbu ninjas appeared in the office instantly. Elder Danzo, please go down and rest, he said coldly. Several Anbu ninjas accepted the order and looked at Danzo indifferently. Elder Danzo, please. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen made such a decisive decision, Danzo also stared at him fiercely with one eye, until after Anbu said please for the second time, he turned and left angrily. When Danzo returned to Gen's headquarters, he became furious and smashed all the things in the room. It was a mess. Only then did I feel that the anger in my heart eased a little. Hiruzen, do you think you can stop this old man? You underestimate me, Shimura Danzo. There was a cold glint in Danzo's one eye. Some time ago, Orochimaru had contacted him and said he needed a favor. At that time, Danzo didn't agree immediately, and there was hesitation in his heart. But what happened today made Danzo realize that his status in the village is really getting worse and worse than before. In the past, Hiruzen would still be scruples about his thoughts, but since the Uchiha clan was exterminated, Danzo found that Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude towards him. The degree has changed. Danzo is well aware of this. Because the biggest confidant has disappeared, he, who used to be very handy for Sarutobi Hiruzen in the past, is now a bit of an eyesore. But Danzo naively thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would at least give him a face for the sake of the past. But today, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually asked some Anbu to escort him away from Master Hokage. That's totally throwing Shimura Danzo's face on the ground and crushing with his feet. After, who would be afraid of him Shimura Danzo? Who would even consider him Shimura Danzo as a character? Danzo couldn't bear this tone no matter what. And, thinking about it now, Danzo also realized belatedly that Sarutobi Hiruzen had already started to quietly limit the power in his hands 2 or 3 years ago. Even the roots of his subordinates have not had fresh blood for a long time. If things go on like this, the existence of the roots will only exist in name only. And he, Shimura Danzo, will also lose the biggest bargaining chip in his hand. Be reduced to the same trash as Mitokado Homura and Koharu who have the title of elder but no power. Is Hiruzen trying to clear the way for Asuma? But, hasn't Asuma been given up by him? Danzo thought about it, and began to recall some of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words and deeds in the past few years. Finally, he thought of a possibility. Yuan Fei Konohamaru. Hiruzen intends to help that brat sit on the position of Hokage. Danzo's eyes widened, never expecting that Sarutobi Hiruzen would have such a long-term plan. How old is Yuan Fei Konohamaru? Just an 8-year-old kid. There are still 10 years until adulthood. Unexpectedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen started planning for his grandson so early. Think of this. Many things that Danzo couldn't understand before have also had reasonable explanations. No wonder Hiruzen has been recruiting those young civilian ninjas for the past 2 years. I thought he was simply getting old and soft-hearted. I didn't expect that he was building a team for his grandson. Danzo gritted his teeth. Although he doesn't look down on those so-called civilian geniuses at all. His roots had recruited quite a few of these so-called geniuses before, but most of them had limited achievements. Training them is far less cost-effective than those family ninjas. But if Sarutobi Hiruzen is doing all this to build a team for his grandson to use in the future, then Danzo will not be happy. Hiruzen, if you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. You are better than me in all of this. Danzo cursed viciously, and had already decided in his heart to agree to Orochimaru's previous request for cooperation. This time, he wanted to let Sarutobi Hiruzen finish the game completely. Hiruzen, you can rest assured, Konoha will be guarded by me, Shimura Danzo from now on. Danzo couldn't help laughing out loud as he spoke. I seem to have seen the picture of myself wearing a Hokage hat and sitting on the Hokage seat with the support of the whole village. After imagining a bright future, Danzo also returned to reality. Get rid of this nasty brat first, and teach Hiruzen a lesson. Danzo clapped his hands and summoned his ninjas. Master Danzo. A root ninja then appeared, knelt in front of Danzo and waited for instructions. Take the root, God has a task for you. Danzo said in a cold tone. Master Danzo, please order. Aburame bowed his head and said. Rooted ninjas are absolutely obedient to Danzo, and in their minds, Lord Danzo's orders will always come first. The second is the village and companions. Therefore, they will strictly implement all Danzo's orders, and they will never take advantage of the situation or be lazy. On this point, Anbu is much better. Anbu's management is much looser than Gen's, and they even have rest days, but General has never said that they have rest days, and they don't even have wages. Typical slavery management. The point is, these rooted ninjas just don't agree with Danzo. Have to say, Konoha's top executives are all masters of brainwashing. In 2 days, you find an excuse to assign Anbu's 7th class a mission out of the village. Remember, your target is a little ghost of the night god Ryosuke. His code name in Anbu is Yiyu. Kill this little ghost, bring his body back, the old man is useful. Danzo's idea at the beginning was to get night god Ryosuke from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then use his usual brainwashing methods to make night god Ryosuke devoted to himself and work for him. But, things have changed now. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't agree with him, and also completely angered Danzo. Danzo knows that he has no chance to brainwash Ryosuke, the night god, and make him an obedient tool for his subordinates. Therefore, Danzo doesn't want the living night god Ryosuke now. As long as he can bring the body back, he can ask his men to study the blood succession limit of night god Ryosuke. Maybe something can be researched, and it is not impossible to use Ryosuke's cells to create a clone that is highly compatible with Hashirama's cells. Night god Ryosuke. Understood, Danzo-sama. Aburame took the root and nodded, then disappeared in place. Hiruzen, do you want night god Ryosuke to be your grandson's right-hand man? HMPH. I won't let you do that. Danzo stood where he was, smiling coldly. Evening. Under the waterfall deep in the number 4 training ground. Yagami Ryosuke is holding a boulder weighing 20 to 30 tons with both hands, squatting on the spot. The ground under his feet was also paved with a stone. More than half of the stone has sunk deep into the ground, and only a quarter of the top is exposed above the ground. Otherwise, with his hands holding such a heavy object, his feet would have already sunk into the ground. Although chakra can be used to assist, what night god Ryosuke needs to exercise now is pure flesh body. In this process, he will not use a single bit of chakra in his body. 4,997. 4,998. 5,000. 5,000 squats are done. Night god Ryosuke pushed with both hands, and there was a loud bang, and the boulder in his hand fell directly on the ground next to him, just hitting a sunken place. Perfect fit. This set of actions, Yishin Liang has obviously performed countless times. So practiced very proficiently. Phew, that's it for today, it's time to go home. He looked at the sky, and then made a seal with his hands, and instantly those shadow clone branches around the number 4 training ground all dissipated at the same time. Hiss. The huge amount of information pouring in an instant made Yagami Ryosuke shake uncontrollably, feeling as if his head had been hit by a heavy hammer. After about half a minute, he didn't feel so dizzy anymore. Fortunately, I had the foresight to not directly allocate thousands of shadow clone to practice. Night god Ryosuke thought. With his chakra, it is not a problem at all to separate thousands or even thousands of shadow clone to practice. But night god Ryosuke considered that with Naruto's physique, he had the 9 tails cheat and fell asleep the moment he took back the shadow clone, so if it was him, I guess it won't be much better. Therefore, Night God Ryosuke first tried to allocate 100 shadow clones, to see how serious the impact of 100 shadow clones would be recovered after a day of practice, and then consider whether to increase the number of shadow clones. Now it seems, thousands are indeed too many. But if there were 100, the mental shock would only make Night God Ryosuke dizzy for half a minute. Far from reaching his limit. Tomorrow, I will use 500 shadow clones to practice. If I have 500, I shouldn't just fall asleep right away. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. 20 shadow clone researched the Flying Thunder God technique today. Until the Night God Ryosuke took back the shadow clone just now, the reason has not been researched yet. Don't say you learned it. Haven't even caught a hint of it yet. There is a long way to go to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. This thing is really difficult. Night God Ryosuke also knows that Flying Thunder God technique depends on talent. If you have talent in this area, you will be able to get started soon. Such as Namikaze Minato. And if you don't have the talent for it, so sorry, even if you learn to die, it is impossible to learn. Orochimaru also tried to learn the Flying Thunder God technique back then. Pity, this stuff is not something you can learn with a smart head. Orochimaru doesn't have that talent. So after practicing for a while and realizing the problem, he simply gave up. Tomorrow, 200 shadow clones will be assigned to study the Flying Thunder God technique. If there is no progress after 10 days, then stop practicing. Night God Ryosuke also set a time for himself. With the learning ability of 200 shadow clone, if there is no progress in 10 days, it means that he has no talent in time and space at all. That being the case, then there's no need to waste any more time. With this time, Yagami Ryosuke might as well study other ninjutsu more. See if you can create some powerful ninjutsu. He has 10 times the power bonus of ninjutsu. If he doesn't learn some powerful ninjutsu, wouldn't this bonus be wasted in vain? Night. Yagami Ryosuke was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. At this time his eyes have opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. A pair of bewitching blood-red eyes, and 5 jet-black sickle patterns spinning rapidly, zipping has become one. The pupil art is finally conceived. Night God Ryosuke was a little excited. He immediately sensed the 2 pupil techniques bred in his eyes. Left eye, looting, right eye, reverse. At the same time, within the pair of Mangekyo, a greater power has been faintly awakened. It is Mangekyo's signature pupil technique, Susanoo. Go and try. Night God Ryosuke immediately opened the window and flew out in an instant. Running at a terrifying speed all the way. A moment later, Yi Shen was startled and arrived in a forest outside the village. About there, Night God Ryosuke stopped. A pair of blood-colored eyes seemed to be glowing in the darkness. Looking from a distance, only a pair of blood-red eyes can be seen floating in the darkness. Susanoo. Next second, in the eyes of Night God Ryosuke, a huge pupil power surged. Follow closely. Sections of energy bones appeared, wrapping the body of Night God Ryosuke, and then a long skeletal arm began to appear. With the support of huge pupil power, Night God Ryosuke used Susanoo for the first time. It was very easy, and he didn't feel any pain, and he opened Susanoo's initial stage form. At this time, a gigantic rib of energy envelops Night God Ryosuke in it. At the same time, 2 arms with a length of 50 or 60 meters opened. Boom! There was a loud bang. The surrounding trees were instantly smashed into pieces by the huge open arms. Sawdust was flying. A black Susan with an extremely crude shape but a particularly huge body appeared in this forest. Night God Ryosuke looked at this Susanoo form of himself. Initial form, but really heavenly. Yagami Ryosuke muttered to himself. After all, Indra's resentment, this entry fully increased the size of his Susan by 500%. In other words, Susan in the normal initial form is only 1/6 the size of the Night God Ryosuke. It's not that big of an exaggeration. It's great, but I think it can be even better. Night God Ryosuke's eyes instantly exploded with even bigger pupil power. His Mangekyo pupil power, in the gift word. With the blessing of the bar, it is fully 11 times that of a normal Mangekyo who just opened his eyes. Under the blessing of such a huge pupil power, even if the Night God Ryosuke has only opened his eyes for 2 days, but he can easily control the ultimate power of Mangekyo like Susanoo. With the Night God Ryosuke increasing the output of pupil power, Susan, who looked very simple at first, has gradually become plump at this time. The size of the body has increased by nearly half again, and at the same time, a skeleton's head has grown, and the shape of the bones has become more clear, and the entire exterior of Susan is shrouded in a layer of smoke. Ordinary black energy envelops Ryosuke, the night god who is the caster. There is only an area under the feet, which is not protected. Susanoo. Phase 1. Come again. Yagami Ryosuke let out a loud shout. Next second, the soaring black energy enveloped a large area around it. The meridians and flesh and blood began to emerge from the huge half-length Susan. As a layer of black energy wraps it, it forms a substance like a coat. Susanoo. Phase 2. Yagami Ryosuke waved his hands, and with a loud bang, black energy burst out from the hands of half-length Susan, followed by the formation of two huge energy ninja knives, which appeared on half-length Shu Zuo's hands. Is it just ninja sword? Night god Ryosuke is a little dissatisfied. The filial son Itachi's shots are two artifacts. How come to me, is it just an ordinary ninja sword? No cards. Night god Ryosuke looked at the two huge energy knives with a length of nearly 200 meters in Shu Zuo's hands. With a simple wave of half-length Susanoo. Boom. Two horrific black sword chi swept out, flying thousands of meters away in an instant, destroying everything along the way. Yagami Ryosuke. It's a bit powerful, however, the movement was too great. Even though this is the outskirts of the village, such a movement may have attracted the attention of the village. Time to go. Yagami Ryosuke then dispersed Susan. Then disappeared in place in an instant. After a while, figures of ninjas appeared in the area where night god Ryosuke was just now. However, they came a step late and found nothing. This night, sleepless nights for many. After Yi Shen Ryosuke returned home, he suppressed the excitement in his heart, and immediately began to check the two pupil techniques he had awakened. Susanoo has tested it. Powerful spiral ascension explosion. The second stage alone is already ruining the world. It's hard to imagine, if night god Ryosuke were to activate the full body form, how terrifying would it be? Super cage level. Wouldn't it be enough to have hands? In the room, the lights were not turned on. Night god Ryosuke was sitting on the edge of the bed, checking his two pupils. The plunder of the left eye, as the name suggests, is to plunder the power of others and turn it into one's own use. However, the pupil art of Ryosuke's left eye can only be plundered by other pupil art of Mangekyo. Swallowing a Mangekyo, you can plunder the pupil technique on the opponent's Mangekyo. So titanium, night god Ryosuke didn't expect that he would be able to breed such a bug pupil technique. Doesn't this mean that he can have countless pupil techniques? Certainly, this is only theoretical. The truth is, there aren't that many Mangekyo in this world for him to plunder. The Mangekyo pupil techniques known now include Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods, Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu's, and Kamui's eyes. But Obito's other eye is on Kakashi. The one he himself carries, is Kamui Hollow. This ability is also very buggy, and it is the foundation for Daisheng to settle down. Without Kamui Hollow's Obito, there is no right to pretend to be Uchiha Madara. He was beaten up in minutes, and then his disguise was exposed. By the way, there is also Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Mangekyo, but I don't know if this pair of Mangekyo is still there. Night god Ryosuke suddenly remembered that the patriarch of the Uchiha clan who died at the hands of his own son also opened Mangekyo. It's just that this guy is a bit brain dead. Those who didn't even fight back were killed by the filial son. What a waste of a pair of Mangekyo. Now the question is, are Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo still available? Has it been destroyed by the filial son Itachi? Not impossible, since the Mangekyo haven't been seen since Uchiha Fugaku's death. Danzo doesn't have it, filial son Itachi doesn't have it, and brother Tuzi doesn't have it. Then there is a high probability that it will be destroyed by the filial son wrong on the spot. The purpose is to prevent my parents' eyes from falling on other people's hands. What a waste, night god Ryosuke cursed. Except for this pair of Mangekyo by Uchiha Fugaku. At present, the closest to the night god Ryosuke is Shisui's Mangekyo in Danzo's right eye. That Mangekyo's pupil technique is distinguished heavenly gods, the legendary terrifying pupil technique that can directly modify people's thoughts and will. But, Night God Ryosuke thinks that Mangekyo's distinguished heavenly gods in Danzo's hand should not be as powerful as in the legend, otherwise he would have used distinguished heavenly gods to control Sarutobi Hiruzen long ago. How can it be like today, every time being suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will be blamed? And, in the future 5 Cages tournament, Danzo also used distinguished heavenly gods with this eye. The effect is only a short-term control. It's not permanent. And the distinguished heavenly gods in Uchiha Itachi's hands may be the eyes that can truly modify a person's thoughts and will forever. However, my pupil technique also has a cooling time. With my pupil power and the blessing of the primary sage body, it will take half a year for this pupil technique to recover. Quote, if my pupil power is only at the level of ordinary Mangekyo, and I don't have a primary sage body, I'm afraid it will take at least 10 years to recover. Half a year is not too long. There aren't that many Mangekyo anyway. Even if you add the future Uchiha Madara and Sasuke, there are only 10. And among them, the pupil technique is repeated. Like Amaterasu. Therefore, even without this cooling time, Night God Ryosuke would not be able to keep using this plunder pupil technique over and over again. So in fact, whether there is a cooling time or not, it seems to have no effect. Find a chance to plunder Danzo's distinguished heavenly gods first. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. As for Kakashi's Mangekyo, just wait till next time. Who makes Danzo more hated? The pupil technique of Ryosuke's left eye surprised him very much. Although it is not the pupil technique of time in the legend, it has infinite possibilities. After all, as long as someone else awakens a kind of pupil technique, Night God Ryosuke can directly plunder it. And maybe a new Mangekyo will be born in the future. Although the Uchiha clan is over. JZ, don't forget that there is resurrection in this world. Those people in Uchiha are dead, but their bodies are still buried in the Uchiha cemetery. Just take a little cell from them, then use reanimation jutsu summoning to get the body of impure world reincarnation, and then use Rinne Tensai technique to revive. Wouldn't it be possible to reproduce Zangjin's Uchiha? To be honest, Yagami Ryosuke had a problem when watching Hokage before. That's why Sasuke didn't use the Rinne Tensai technique to revive the dead Uchiha members at the end. Even if he has normal relationship with other Uchiha, but what about his parents? Where is his favorite brother? Why not revive? He has Rinnegan too. Do you have to have both Rinnegan eyes to cast the Rinne Tensai technique? Or, this Rinne Tensai technique, which is unique to Uchiha Madara's pair of Rinnegan? Shouldn't it? Anyway, Night God Ryosuke is quite puzzled. Pain can only use the Rinne Tensai technique to revive everyone in Konoha village. Although at the cost of his own life. But Sasuke can completely control someone, first press the Rinnegan to the other party, and then get it back after using the Rinne Tensai technique. Isn't that all right? This is the same as Uchiha Madara's operation, it is completely feasible. But Sasuke just doesn't do that. Let the Night God Ryosuke completely understand. Maybe the one-eyed Rinnegan really can't use the Rinne Tensai technique. Night God Ryosuke can only think so. Otherwise, it can't be that Sasuke doesn't want to resurrect his dead relatives, can he? But, if Night God Ryosuke can get a pair of Rinnegan in the future, he will definitely revive part of Uchiha. For nothing else, just to keep their eyes open. At least give me another Mangekyo or two. What if there is none? Then the Night God Ryosuke can only send them back to the Pure Land. Waste. Living anyway is a waste of air. In the room, Yagami Ryosuke, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, suddenly had a very strange expression on his face. I can't tell if I want to cry or laugh. Just now, Night God Ryosuke checked the pupil technique called reversal in his right eye. Originally, he was looking forward to another pupil technique with such a heaven-defying ability. After all, the pupil technique of the left eye came first. It's no wonder that Night God Ryosuke is looking forward to it. Can result, Yagami Ryosuke found out that his guess at the beginning turned out to be true. The pupil technique of his right eye is not a serious pupil technique at all. The so-called reversal, Night God Ryosuke guessed before whether it was related to time or something. Such as reversing time, or even reversing cause and effect. Pity. These are purely Night God Ryosuke's overthinking. What reverses time reverses cause and effect? None at all. What kind of gender is reversed? And, It can only be reversed from a male to a female. What the hell am I? Night God Ryosuke couldn't help but want to swear. That's right, Lousy is a beautiful girl who likes the second dimension. But what the hell, Lousy likes pure girls. Not transgender. What kind of rubbish is the Eye of the Soul portrayed? Did you see it wrong? Night God Ryosuke couldn't help cursing in his heart. After a while, his excitement finally calmed down a little. Thinking about it on the bright side, in fact, this pupil technique is very powerful when used to disgust people, at least it is not completely useless. Moreover, with 5 times the power of the pupil technique, I can even use this pupil technique to reverse all 6 paths level powerhouses into women. Thinking about it, if you turn Sage of 6 paths into fairies, it's actually pretty cool, interesting. Yagami Ryosuke comforted himself in his heart. He can only think about the good side now, otherwise what else can he do? Return it. This thing will not be refunded. Fortunately, the pupil technique of his left eye is powerful, directly plundering other people's pupil technique. Even if one's own right eye pupil technique is an unscrupulous titanium-changing pupil technique, at least it is acceptable. However, after the reversal, will the object change in appearance or something? Night God Ryosuke couldn't help being a little curious. If it wasn't for the fact that the commotion just now was so loud that there are ninjas looking for people everywhere, Yagami Ryosuke really wants to go out now and try the effect of this right eye pupil technique. Not to mention the harmfulness. But insulting, this pupil technique is directly full. By the way, how about trying it on Naruto? Yagami Ryosuke suddenly chuckled and thought to himself. If Naruto becomes Naruko, will Sasuke fall in love with Naruko? Then the two of them. Vomit. Can't think about it anymore. Or I'll throw up. However, the reversed pupil technique of Ryosuke's right eye is very thoughtful and has 2 different reversed modes. One is permanent mode. That is, after a one-time reversal, it will not change back again. And the other is semi-permanent mode. Night God Ryosuke can set a reversal maintenance time by himself. The minimum is 7 days, and the longest can be maintained for half a year. Is this to make it easier for Night God Ryosuke to spoof the male friends around him? Feel so guilty. However, if you play like this, will it cause death? Next day, after Yagami Ryosuke had breakfast and changed into Anbu's uniform, it was Mitsuki Kamami who ordered him to go out. The deepest part of the number 1 training ground. Anbu headquarters. Yagami Ryosuke rushed with the body flicker technique. Arrived here soon. The training ground of the 7th class. Night God Ryosuke met his 3 teammates. At the same time, there was a figure with his back facing him, but with a long purple hair that was particularly conspicuous, also standing on the training ground. Sister Shion. Night God Ryosuke was slightly surprised to see the other party. So, the Captain Heiya and the others mentioned yesterday who was on vacation was actually Izuki Shion. Did this old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen do it on purpose? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. The night moon is coming. Black Fang and the others also noticed Night God Ryosuke at this moment, beckoning him to pass. Yuyu, let me introduce you, this is our Captain Z. Black Fang introduced. Yagami Ryosuke looked at Izuki Yugao who was also wearing a mask in front of him. Captain, I'm Yui who just joined the 7th class. He said seriously. Izuki Shion also smiled under the mask. In fact, she already knew that Yagami Ryosuke would be assigned to her 7th class. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already greeted her. Money is good, but she never told Yagami Ryosuke, just wanted to see his expression. But, she seems to have forgotten that everyone in Anbu is wearing a mask. Naturally, you can't see the expression or something. Now that everyone is here, let's start today's task. Izuki Yugao nodded to Yagami Ryosuke and said, Task. Night God Ryosuke couldn't help but look forward to it. 10 minutes later, near the enchantment outside the village, Yagami Ryosuke follows his teammate and is on patrol missions under the leadership of Izuki Yuyan. No, this is our task. Yagami Ryosuke walked for a while, and finally couldn't help asking. He thought he was going out of the village to perform some assassination mission. Fortunately, he was looking forward to it before. The result, that's it. Yui, do you think that the missions we Anbu perform are all dangerous assassination missions? The Tengu next to him laughed and said, Actually, what we Anbu perform the most is patrol missions. As long as there are no other missions, we spend most of our time in the village. The situation of patrolling the village's enchantment around the village makes it easier. Quote, unless there are foreign enemies invading, otherwise we will basically walk around the village all day. Yagami Ryosuke, imaginary Anbu, standing on the roof wearing a mask under the blood moon to lock the target position, kill 7 in and 7 out, leaving no one alive. Anbu in reality, patrol around the village every day, rain or shine, chat and drink tea, and discuss what to eat at noon. Night God Ryosuke felt that he was somewhat young and ignorant. Still looking forward to it. Bah, waste my feelings. Seeing the speechless Night God Ryosuke, Black Fang and the others also laughed. It's almost like this every time a newcomer comes. Every newcomer will have an imagination about Anbu's work, and their imagination is often quite different from the reality. Yayoi, don't be disappointed. In fact, we occasionally receive missions like assassination, but the frequency is not high. Tengu smiled and patted Yagami Ryosuke on the shoulder and said. Night God Ryosuke didn't want to talk anymore. Fortunately, he had sympathized with Naruto and they had to do boring tasks such as weeding and finding pets every day, but he himself had to patrol the outskirts of the village every day. Lunch break at noon. Anbu's lunch break is plenty. A full 2 hours. During these 2 hours, you can eat and rest for a while. Chat, or exchange cultivation experience with teammates and the like. And the Night God Ryosuke ran to Anbu's public training ground after having lunch. It's not that the Night God Ryosuke will come here to practice. In fact, in the number 4 training ground at this time, there are 500 of his shadow clones who are working hard to cultivate. Night God Ryosuke himself can become stronger while lying down. It's just that he has some requirements for himself, so he usually follows the practice together. But, the God Ryosuke did not come to practice today. He's here to find material. How big is Anbu's public training ground? Is the number 1 training ground outside big enough? It is open to all ninjas in the village. As long as you apply, you can basically pass it. And Anbu's own public training ground is not much smaller than the number 1 training ground outside. It is almost a forest of the same size. Moreover, the environment of the Anbu public training ground is even more dangerous. Only ninjas with sufficient professional knowledge and strength can survive here. Night God Ryosuke also came to Anbu's public training ground for the first time. As soon as he entered, he met a black bear with a shoulder height of more than 2 meters. The black bear roared and charged forward. Its huge size and width did not affect its speed at all. Honey, how do you know I'm not full? Night God Ryosuke laughed and rushed forward and punched the black bear directly on the head. Crack, the skull was directly crushed by his punch. The huge black bear fell to the ground and slid 5 or 6 meters before stopping. Night God Ryosuke turned around, picked up the black bear's body, and sealed it in the storage space in his palm. A few minutes later, Night God Ryosuke stood on a tree surrounded by more than a dozen people, and saw an Anbu ninja practicing there from a distance. The opponent did not find the Night God Ryosuke. After observing for a while, Night God Ryosuke determined that the strength of this Anbu ninja should have reached the level of Jonin. So he released an insect that looked like a grasshopper. If you look carefully, you will find that the eyes of this grasshopper-like insect are blood red, and there are 5 black sickle patterns in it. Go ahead and bring me back what I want. Night God Ryosuke watched the grasshopper fly by. A grasshopper, an Anbu ninja of Jonin level wouldn't go unnoticed, but he wouldn't care. It was just a grasshopper after all. Then, Night God Ryosuke easily used this grasshopper controlled by Sharingan to get a drop of that Anbu ninja's blood. The opponent's hand that beat the stump was skinned. Bleeding is also normal. Fixed. Move on to the next one. Night God Ryosuke disappeared in a tree, looking for the next target again. Take a 2-hour break at noon. Yagami Ryosuke went out for half an hour to eat at the beginning, and spent the next hour and a half in the public training ground looking for the right look. He found a total of 16 Anbu ninjas practicing in the public training ground. Among them are 5 Jonin, 4 special Jonin, and the other 7 are Chunin. And Night God Ryosuke also collected a lot of biological pheromones such as hair and blood. All of them were stored in the system's biological pheromone warehouse. The 7th class training ground. Yagami Ryosuke arrived at the last minute before the end of the lunch break. Mao Yuxian glanced at him, and then said, "Everyone is here, follow me now." Captain, is there a mission? Tengu asked curiously. Izuki Shion nodded and walked ahead without saying a word. Yui, you were lucky, you just encountered this kind of mission on the second day of your arrival. Tengu said to Night God Ryosuke with a smile. In the morning, the Night God Ryosuke was still complaining about Anbu's boring work, but he came to the task in the afternoon. May all your wishes come true. Soon, Izuki Shion brought their 7th class to an open field. There are already quite a few Anbu teams gathered here. With the addition of their 7th class, exactly 4 classes have arrived. Standing in front is an Anbu ninja wearing a cat mask. That's our squad leader, Tengu said in a low voice. Yagami Ryosuke nodded. The sub-leaders are generally the strength of elite jonin. And the previous captain of the second team was Kakashi. Everyone follow me, the mission will tell you on the way. For the first time, Hyuga glanced at the Anbu members present with a pair of white eyes, and his tone was very serious. It could be seen that he had really encountered a big task. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched the entire Anbu team. This is a terrible situation. The entire team is involved. This is at least an A-level mission. The Tengu beside him muttered softly. Yagami Ryosuke glanced at him, not sure if he was really worried, or was he playing himself on purpose. After all, Night God Ryosuke already knew that the opponent was a ninja from the Sarutobi clan. It is basically certain that he is the person Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged to monitor him. Therefore, the possibility of acting is not ruled out. Set off. Hyuga gave an order again, and instantly all the Anbu members of the second unit disappeared in place. Village entrance. Night God Ryosuke found that Anbu did not need to show the village certificate when he went out of the village to perform the mission. Neither Gang Ziti nor Shenyu Izumo, who were in charge of guarding the gate of the village, stopped them. Instead, they watched their brigade disappear, with curious expressions on their faces. There are so many Anbu dispatched, what happened? The two thought curiously. A few minutes later, Night God Ryosuke, they have been away from the village for some distance. At this time, Hyuga told them the situation of the mission. Our goal this time is to recover the village's confidential information. The opposite side is suspected to be the Cloud Shinobi ninja from the Land of Thunder. Everyone cheered me up. This time the mission can only succeed and not fail. Quote. Hyuga announced loudly for the first time, and then continued to lead the crowd to start tracking the target. Half an hour later, Hyuga in front stopped for the second time. The goal is separated, and we are also separated, he said. Then with a finger, let the people of the 4 teams disperse and track the target from 4 directions. Z, you come with me, Hyuga Chuji finally said to Izuki Yugao and their team. Izuki Shion nodded and had no opinion. She knew very well why Hyuga Zongji made such an arrangement, because the other 3 classes were led by official jonin, and only their 7th class, her small leader, was only special jonin's strength. That's why Hyuga's sub-captain, DBFC, with the strength of elite jonin will follow them. Set off. Hyuga led the team of the 7th class for the second time, and followed a trace on the left. On the way, Night God Ryosuke looked at the Hyuga in front of him. The other party should be a member of the branch house of the Hyuga clan. With the strength of elite jonin, the Hyuga clan also belongs to the elite class. But, the branch house of the Hyuga family has no human rights. You can only obey the orders of the Zong family, even if the other party is just an ordinary jonin, or even just a chunin. As long as they are members of the Zong family, they have to be obedient. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Night God Ryosuke has felt that the sub-captain of the Hyuga clan seems to be watching him several times just now. Once or twice, it may still be a coincidence. But after 5 or 6 times, Night God Ryosuke became suspicious. This guy knows me. Wouldn't it be the Guoying faction who came to assassinate me? Yagami Ryosuke thought jokingly. Wait, it seems that this possibility is not impossible. As we all know, what Danzo likes to do most is to dig out talents among the various ninjas in the village, and then fool them to the roots to serve him. There are many ninjas under him from all major ninja clans. In addition to not having the Sarutobi clan, there are even ninjas from the Zanzu and Mito clans. And what Danzo likes most are those ninjas who have blood succession limits. Pity, Uchiha is too arrogant to be used by him. So settle for the next best thing. It is quite normal for Danzo to focus on the Hyuga clan. Exactly. The Hyuga family has a clan and branch house system, which makes it easier for him to confuse those branch house ninjas. Although the existence of the caged bird makes the fate of the ninjas of the branch house of the Hyuga clan controlled by the Zongjia, but as long as Danzo has a word, is it possible that the Zongjia will not give him face as the leader of this route? Therefore, among the routes led by Danzo, there are some ninjas from the branch house of the Hyuga clan. Uneven. This Hyuga is also a member who was bought by Danzo. As Guo Ying's attack so fast? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. But, Night God Ryosuke is not worried about his safety. The ninja that Danzo can send out to assassinate him is Elite Jonin. It is impossible for a cage-level ninja to assassinate him. Not to mention that Danzo has no such talent at all. Even if there is, nor will it be dispatched. And the few Elite Jonin, Night God Ryosuke have long been ignored. It's hard to say. Night God Ryosuke, even if they stand still and let them fight, they can't kill him. The B-level ninjutsu performed by Chunin can only make Night God Ryosuke feel a little uncomfortable, but it doesn't break the defense at all. So, even with an Elite Jonin, the best is to cause some minor injuries to him. And with the restoration of Night God Ryosuke recovery ability, this degree of injury, he recovered in the blink of an eye. Want to kill him? Save yourself. Unless it is some powerful ninjutsu. For example, Kakashi's Reikiri has extremely strong penetrating power, and can directly break through the defense of Night God Ryosuke, and even hurt his internal organs. But most Elite Jonin actually don't have this kind of lethality. After all, not everyone is a genius like Kakashi who can create ninjutsu like Reikiri himself. What's more, Night God Ryosuke will not really stand still and let them fight. He is not a wooden man. 10 minutes later, Hyuga in front stopped suddenly. What's the matter, Sub-Captain? Izuki Shion asked. Be careful, there is an ambush ahead, Hyuga said in a low voice. They're coming, fast. What? Izuki Shion and the three of them were startled. On the other hand, Ryosuke, the night god, seemed very calm, as if he had expected it a long time ago. After a while, several figures sprang out from the forest. All they did was kill the night god Ryosuke and the other 6. Especially Night God Ryosuke. He was directly targeted by the 2 ninjas on the opposite side and killed him. I'll hold them back, you go. Hyuga held off 3 opposing ninjas whose strength had reached Jonin by himself. Then he yelled at Uyushian and the others, telling them to leave quickly. Squad leader, but Izuki Shion was still hesitating whether to leave or not. At this time, Hyuga shouted loudly, and directly hit the 8 trigrams air palm to force the 3 Jonins on the opposite side back. Go, this is an order, he yelled. This time, Izuki Shion did not hesitate any longer. You go first, she yelled at Tengu and the 3 of them. Then he rushed to the night god Ryosuke. Team leader. Black Fang yelled, stop yelling, let's go over and find other people to support immediately, the captain and the others can hold on. Tengu pulled He Fang, and then flew towards the distance directly. He Fang and Shadow also shook their heads when they saw it, and followed. Captain, Yayoi, you must hold on. Captain, why don't you go? Yagami Ryosuke knocked away several flying shurikens with one blow, then turned his head and said to Izuki Shion who came to help. I'm leaving, what do you do? Izuki Shion said something, and then instantly drew a knife and fought with a ninja on the opposite side. Huiwu will run as soon as he finds an opportunity. Izuki Shion fought a few tricks with the ninja on the opposite side, and found that the opponent's swordsmanship level is still higher than her own. She can hold on for a while in a short time, but if it takes a long time, she is almost certain to lose. Captain, what are you talking about? Yagami Ryosuke pulled the knife out of the ninja's neck across from him. The blood on the blade was still dripping down the tip. Izuki Shion, no, you're done with it. Are our 2 opponents so powerful? Rao Izuki Shion is already a veteran ninja, and at this moment, she couldn't help being stunned by this wave of operations by Yagami Ryosuke. Fortunately, it wasn't just her who was stunned, but also the ninja opposite her. Otherwise, even if it was just a moment of stupefaction, it would be enough to make her die more than once. Yayoi, you. Izuki Shion didn't know what to say for a while. At this time, another night god Ryosuke appeared behind the opposite ninja. Puff, The ninja knife instantly pierced the man's chest. The heart was stabbed in half. This ninja never thought that Ryosuke, the night god, would sneak attack at this time until his death. Besides, he didn't realize at all that the night god Ryosuke on the opposite side was just a clone. Boom! Another night god, Ryosuke, disappeared instantly. Izuki Shion looked at him in surprise. Captain, don't be dazed, let's go. Yagami Ryosuke directly took Izuki Yugao's little hand, and instantly swept towards the depths of the forest. The other side, Hyuga Nakaji, who was still trying to hold back the three ninjas on the opposite side, looked back at this time and found that the other two ninjas had been killed. The original target night god Ryosuke also disappeared. Trash, hurry up. Hyuga's face darkened for the first time, and he simply stopped acting. Let's chase together, we must not let the night god Ryosuke escape. The task entrusted by Mr. Danzo must not be missed. The three ninjas on the opposite side are actually root ninjas, and their task is to cooperate with Hyuga Nakaji to find a chance to kill the target night god Ryosuke this time. And bring back the dead body of the target. It's just that an accident happened just after the mission started. Then, the four immediately chased after the night god Ryosuke. The three rooted ninjas are all Jonin strength. And Hyuga is an elite Jonin. The speed is naturally much faster than the night god Ryosuke, who is only at the Chunin level in the data. But after chasing for a while, they found that they couldn't catch up with the night god Ryosuke, who was running away. The information is wrong, the target is not Chunin at all. Hyuga Zongji has been locking the target in front of him with blank eyes, and found that no matter how hard they chase, the distance between the two sides has not been shortened at all, and even has been pulled apart a little bit. This made Hyuga secretly scold the people in the intelligence department for the first time, because they didn't understand the real strength of the target at all. Is this really Chunin? Can your Chunin run faster than elite Jonin? What the hell is with a person? Just when Hyuga was cursing for the first time, cursing that the life son of the intelligence department has no asshole, the two people in front suddenly stopped. Can't run anymore. Hyuga frowned for the second time, feeling that this was not the case. But he just wanted to stop to remind the three root ninjas to be careful, but the three of them rushed up without hesitation. Three idiots. Hyuga cursed secretly for the first time, and could only give up his life to accompany the gentleman to chase after him. But he also wondered, because within the observation range of his white eyes, there are only the chakra fluctuations of Ryosuke and Izuki Shion. There is no third person. That is to say, there is no possibility of someone ambush there. But the reason why he can't run away is impossible no matter how you look at it. It can't be that these two people suddenly don't want to run away after running for a while, and plan to fight back, right? He admits that night god Ryosuke is far more powerful than he imagined. At the age of 12, he already has the strength of a formal Jonin. But no matter how strong he is it possible that he can counter-kill their three official Jonin plus an elite Jonin? Not to mention, there are three teammates behind them who are still on their way. No matter how you look at it, it is impossible to lose. Unless there is some ninja who can block his white-eyed perception lying in ambush over there. Are there any ninjas like that? Anyway, Hyuga Zonki has never heard of it, let alone encountered it. In an open space, Yagami Ryosuke let go of Izuki Yugao, who had been in his arms just now. Yayoi, why don't you run away? Izuki Shion asked suspiciously. Although she was surprised by Ryosuke's speed just now, why did she stop suddenly when she was still running? It's almost done, just solve them here. As Yagami Ryosuke said, he also reached out and took off the mask on his face. Ryosuke, are you crazy? Izuki Shion couldn't understand what Yagami Ryosuke did. Sister Shion, of course I'm not crazy, but no matter what you see later, don't tell anyone other than you and me. This is a little secret between the two of us, okay? Izuki Shion, Ryosuke, wouldn't you? Shish, here they come. Night god Ryosuke said suddenly. Then look over there. Brush, brush, brush. Three figures landed in front of the two without distinction. Then a second or two later, Hyuga Nakaji, still in Anbu uniform, arrived. Squad leader, what are you doing? Izuki Yugao stared at Hyuga Yuji, who was standing with that cloud shinobi ninja, in disbelief. Sister Shion, are you surprised why our sub-captain is standing with these cloud shinobi ninjas? Yagami Ryosuke said with a faint smile. Izuki Shion nodded subconsciously. She really can't understand. Actually, they're not Cloud Shinobi ninjas at all, am I right? Night God Ryosuke looked at the 3 root ninjas disguised as Cloud Shinobi ninjas. 3 ninjas from the root organization, do you want to continue acting? The faces of the 3 root ninjas on the opposite side remained unchanged, and they did not get angry because their identities were revealed. The root ninjas led by Danzo are almost a group of killing machines. They have been trained since they were young to abandon their personal feelings and put Shimura Danzo's order first. At the same time, they were also planted with a tongue curse to eradicate technique, so that even if they betrayed Danzo, they would not be able to tell any secrets about Root and Danzo. When did you find out? Compared to the 3 emotionless root ninjas like puppets, Hyuga was just bought by Danzo for the second time. In essence, he is different from these root ninjas. Not quite a Danzo guy. Therefore, Hyuga Chuji also looked at Night God Ryosuke with a look of surprise at this moment, wondering when this kid saw through all this. I didn't notice it at first, but you watched me secretly several times, and I realized that you might have a problem. Yagami Ryosuke said. As for them, Yagami Ryosuke smiled and said, do you need a reason to doubt Shimura Danzo? It is not without reason that there are so many pots on Guo Ying. Anyway, as long as Konoha encounters this kind of thing, I directly suspect that Shimura Danzo did it, and I can get 9.5 times out of 10. But apparently Hyuga didn't know about it for the second time. So he couldn't understand the words of the Night God Ryosuke, and he could only think that Danzo sent someone to find the Night God Ryosuke before. That's why he was alerted. Forget it, no matter when you found out, it's too late to say anything now. Hyuga didn't bother to continue thinking about such meaningless questions for the second time. Anyway, as long as you kill Night God Ryosuke and let the root ninja take his body back, your mission is considered complete. As a member of the branch house of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Nakaji knew from a young age that if he didn't find a backer, sooner or later he would die for his family like other branch house members. He didn't want his life to be like this. So he found Shimura Danzo, took the initiative to send his vote certificate, and joined the leader of the root organization. No way. Although the best backer in Konoha is Sarutobi Hiruzen, Master Hokage. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not make things difficult for a member of the branch house of the Hyuga clan at all. But Danzo is different, because he couldn't buy off the ninjas of the Hyuga clan. He could only settle for the next best thing and set his sights on them branch house ninjas. Then use his own status to blackmail the Hyuga family, not allowing them to continue to use Caged Bird to control these branch house ninjas who have taken refuge in him. The Hyuga family is definitely not happy about this. But no way. In Konoha, Hokage and the elders are the ones who have the right to speak. And other ninjas are just attached. So what if it's stronger than Uchiha? If you are disobedient, you will be exterminated directly. To be honest, the matter of Uchiha's genocide really frightened the other ninja families in Konoha. Since Uchiha was exterminated, other ninja families have become much more honest. One by one, they no longer dare to raise any doubts about some of Sarutobi Hiruzen's decisions. For fear that it will be their turn next. Under such a big environment, Danzo asks for some branch house ninjas. Can the Hyuga clan not agree? Do they dare to agree? Hyuga is just one of many ninjas who took refuge in Danzo. And it's still in secret. Identity has not been revealed. Otherwise, he can't be Anbu's sub-captain either. Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly wouldn't put Danzo's men in high positions in Anbu. He wouldn't do this when the two of them wore a pair of pants before. 0. Not to mention, Sarutobi Hiruzen is now working to suppress Danzo's influence in the village. It will not be arranged like this. Ryosuke, what the hell is going on here? Izuki Shion simply doesn't call Yagami Ryosuke's Anbu code name. The people in front of me, whether they are Japanese or Japanese. Shang Zongji, the team leader, and these 3 root ninjas disguised as Cloud Shinobi, obviously all came for the Night God Ryosuke. Now that it's all said and done, what else is there to hide? It's nothing, it's just that a certain pot shadow has lost his mind. Night God Ryosuke taunted. Question mark question mark question mark. Pot shadow. Does Konoha have this shadow? Isn't it only Hokage? Izuki Shion found that she couldn't understand some vocabulary of Yagami Ryosuke more and more. I said earlier that there is no reason to doubt Shimura Danzo, but now I am talking about pot shadows. She was really confused. In short, Sister Shion, you just need to know that these guys came to kill me under the order of Shimura Danzo. Yagami Ryosuke said. Izuki Shion nodded. She could still understand this. But why? I'll explain this later, let's deal with these guys first. Yagami Ryosuke said. Hearing this, Hyuga on the opposite side also took off his mask for the first time, revealing a face of a middle-aged man in his 30s. He sneered and said, "Get rid of us, Night God Ryosuke. I admit that you are a genius, but you are too conceited, right? Don't think that with a little talent, you are invincible. Boy, you still have a lot to learn." Hyuga sneered a few times, then threw away the mask casually, waved his hand, and the 3 root ninjas rushed up instantly. Just let the 3 of them come on. Forget it, it doesn't make any difference anyway. Night God Ryosuke shook his head slightly, then let go of his speed, disappeared instantly, and appeared in front of the 3 rude ninjas. Bang bang. A face-to-face, Night God Ryosuke grasped a root Jonin's kunai with his palm. The sharp kunai pierced his palm, not even scratching his oily skin. Night God Ryosuke kicked one of Jonin's hands instantly with a side kick, and the opponent's entire 2 arms exploded in an instant, and countless flesh and bones mixed with bone fragments splashed out. Finally, this root Jonin also wants to make seals to release ninjutsu. In the eyes of Night God Ryosuke, the speed of his seal is as slow as a snail. Yagami Ryosuke directly grabbed his 2 arms, broke them lightly, and with a click, his arm bones broke in 2. Chapter 71. Boom. With a kick in the chest, this root Jonin was instantly kicked out by the Night God Ryosuke. Just for a moment, Night God Ryosuke pulled back and returned to the spot. As for the 3 Genbu Jonins rushing up from the opposite side, except for one kunai who looked at him with a blade in surprise, there were no wounds on his body. The other 2 were already horrible, especially the one whose hands were directly kicked by the Night God Ryosuke, screaming and rolling on the ground, dying of pain. System: if the original owner of the biological pheromones I collected dies, can the biological pheromones I collected before be used? Night God Ryosuke suddenly asked the system in his heart. He was thinking about this just now. The root Jonin in front of me, as well as the members of this Hyuga branch house, are undoubtedly good transformation targets. If they are killed like this, then the talent entries on them cannot be transformed. It's a pity, but don't kill, that's not okay. Night God Ryosuke was thinking that the biological pheromone required by the system must be obtained from living people. Then if he obtains it from a living person first, and then kills the person, does that even count? As long as the biological pheromone obtained from the living target, no matter whether the living target needs it or not, it can be effectively transformed. The system quickly responded. That's it, that's good. Yagami Ryosuke nodded, satisfied with the answer. In this case, in the future, as long as he obtains biological pheromone from the living target, whether this person is dead or not has nothing to do with him. Anyway, a person can only transform once. It doesn't matter if 073 is dead. After knowing this situation, things will be easier to handle. In the split-second fight just now, Night God Ryosuke has already obtained their biological pheromones from the 3 roots Jonin on the opposite side. At this moment, it has been stored in the system's biopheromone warehouse. Leftover. There is only elite Jonin from this Hyuga branch house in Hyuga. In fact, this guy is the real target of Night God Ryosuke. The 3 root Jonin are at most just 1 extra head. As for the 2 root ninjas with special Jonin strength, Night God Ryosuke didn't think much of them. And the killing was too fast just now, and they didn't have time to take away their biological pheromones first. This Night God Ryosuke felt that he had to reflect on himself. No matter what, at least he had to get a sample of biopheromone from the other party first. Then you can kill whatever you want. Excuse me, what did you just say? What else do I have to learn? Night God Ryosuke said to Hyuga, who was facing him with a smile. Hyuga Zonki, 21. What the hell are you? What kind of monster are you? At the age of 12, a face-to-face solution to 2 official Jonin. Even Hitaki Kakashi back then was not so awesome. This moment, Hyuga was already a little panicked at the time. He suddenly realized that things seemed to be completely out of his control. The opponent's strength is not what they thought at all. Even stronger than what he just thought. With this kind of taijutsu, even if you are the taijutsu type elite jonin in the village, you are nothing more than that. But the problem is, Yagami Ryosuke is just a 12-year-old kid. For the second time, Hyuga thought about his strength when he was 12 years old. He was also a genius in ninja school back then. With excellent grades, he graduated from ninja school ahead of schedule at the age of 10, was promoted to chunin at the age of 12, and became an official jonin at the age of 18. Hyuga Chuji always thought he was a genius. Even the Hyuga Neji praised by many people in the branch house, in Hyuga Zongji's opinion, his talent is not as good as himself. He became an elite jonin at the age of 27 and performed thousands of missions, large and small. There are many S-level missions among them. But this talent, compared with the night god Ryosuke in front of him, it's not even a fart. 12-year-old elite jonin, how the hell do you compare? But fortunately, Hyuga Chuji still has helpers here, and they have arrived. Thinking to himself, Hyuga Chuji's eyes were also looking to the rear right. There are 3 figures coming towards this side quickly. After a few seconds, 3 figures landed on the open space. As soon as Aburame came to pick up the roots, he saw the 2 root jonin on the ground who were screaming that they would rather die, and they couldn't help frowning. As one of Danzo's right-hand men, Aburame's roots are different from ordinary root ninjas. He has his own thoughts, but he respects and admires Lord Danzo from the bottom of his heart and is willing to sacrifice his life for Lord Danzo. This time, Danzo personally handed over the task to him and asked him to do it. Originally, Aburame took the root and considered that Ryosuke, the night god, is a civilian genius valued by Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he has already made very sufficient preparations. Just now he took the other 2 root jonin, which is dealing with the other 3 members of the 7th squad. At this moment, Heifeng and the 3 of them had been knocked out and tied up. Make sure they don't go to other Anbu members to come and support them. Coupled with the fact that Hyuga Zongji, who no one knows has taken refuge in Danzo, this should be a foolproof move. But now, things seem to have taken some unexpected turns. How is this going? Aburame looked at Hyuga and asked for the root. Your information is wrong. Night god Ryosuke is not chunin strength at all, but has elite jonin level strength. He's a little monster, Hyuga said in a dissatisfied tone. If it wasn't for the fact that the root information was wrong, he wouldn't have led people to intercept and kill night god Ryosuke just now with full confidence. Fortunately, he didn't do it himself just now. Otherwise, if you are careless, you may really capsize in the gutter. Elite jonin, you call this brat? Aburame also looked at Hyuga Chuji in disbelief, and then at Ryosuke, the night god who smiled and looked at them. The brat, you don't seem to be nervous at all, what's going on? Are you? Aburame rooted. At this time, Izuki Shion who was on the side suddenly looked at Aburame and asked. Oh, you know me. Aburame took root and looked at her. Izuki Shion nodded and said, at the ninja school, I was 1 level older than you, and I often saw you sitting alone in the corner of the school playground at that time. Hearing this, Aburame took the root and laughed at himself and said, what? You think I'm very pitiful? Izuki Shion opened her mouth, not knowing how to answer this question, because she really felt pitiful for Aburame at the time. Don't sympathize with me, because I have found my purpose in life. Now, Master Danzo's will is my will, so as long as it is what Master Danzo ordered, I must complete it. Aburame took a look at Izuki Shion. He had seen the other person's eyes countless times, and he was already used to it. Question mark. He does not need it. What he wants is approval and faith. And Master Danzo is his faith. Aburame root, phosphorus. Night god Ryosuke has also heard of Aburame, who is the same as the taciturn Aburame Shino in their class, and Night god Ryosuke also heard that Aburame Shino occasionally mentioned the name Aburame. And, according to Shino, the other party has a very special ability even among their Aburame clan. Generally, the bugs controlled by the Aburame family are just ordinary parasites. But Aburame rooting is different. His body is full of highly poisonous phosphorus-carrying bad bugs. Phosphorus pests are much more lethal than ordinary parasites, so that even Aburame can't control them 100% by himself, and will accidentally injure people around him from time to time. This also led to the fact that Aburame has no friends since childhood. Everyone will stay away from him. Think he's a monster. This treatment is a bit similar to Naruto, but Naruto is worse than Aburame's rooting. At least Aburame's rooting is only rejected by people, but Naruto is also insulted, and even stones are thrown at him. Unlike Naruto's positive personality, Aburame is a very taciturn person. In Izuki Shien's memory, she hardly ever heard the other party speak. And since graduating from the ninja school, he has completely disappeared from the sight of the people around him. Little is known about where Aburame took its roots. I'm afraid only the senior officials of the Aburame family will know that he was asked to leave by Danzo. Although Aburame's root is younger than Izuki Shien, his strength is far superior to Izuki Shien's. The special phosphorus bugs that live in his body give him terrifying lethality. Even just touching it is enough to kill a person. This is a pretty tough guy. The strength is extremely powerful even among elite Jonin. In addition, Hyuga Zongji, the ninja of the Hyuga family who is also elite Jonin. Even some quasi-cage level ninjas have to be careful when they encounter the two of them. If one is not good, the ship may capsize in the gutter. Ryosuke, this Aburame rooting phosphorus bug is highly poisonous, even touching it is enough to kill a person, you must be careful. At this time, Izuki Shien also knew that she couldn't help at all. Her strength can't even beat any Jonin with roots on the opposite side, let alone helping Night God Ryosuke deal with elite Jonin like Aburame and Hyuga Chuji. So she can only provide some information to Ryosuke, the Night God, so that he can be psychologically prepared when he fights. Don't worry, Sister Shien, Yi Shen Ryosuke said with a smile. However, if there is a fight later, Sister Shien, you'd better stay away. After all, the aftermath of the battle for a while may be a bit large. Maoyu Shien nodded, and after a word of caution, she retreated towards the rear. Wait until Izuki Shien is gone. Night God Ryosuke looked at these people on the opposite side and said, okay, do you have any last words now? Aburame looked at him coldly. Waved. The two root Jonins beside him dispersed instantly, attacking Yagami Ryosuke from left and right directions. At the same time, he also shot together with Hyuga Nakaji, one in front and one behind, and surrounded the Night God Ryosuke in the middle. Looks like it's gone. Yagami Ryosuke smiled slightly. Next second, his hands quickly formed seals. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Dozens of huge fireballs were blown from the mouth of Night God Ryosuke. Each fireball is ridiculously large. With a diameter of more than 4 meters, it is even bigger than the Great Fireball. Is this the Phoenix Immortal Fire technique? Opposite route. The ninja couldn't help but widen his eyes. Boom. There was a loud noise, and a huge fireball hit the ground, causing a violent explosion. A large area of flame spread. A few root ninjas were so scared that they immediately used ninjutsu to resist. Water style. Water barrier. Wind style crush. There is a wind style that has not been copied. Night God Ryosuke noticed the ninjutsu performed by one of the roots, Jonin, and immediately copied it with Sharingan. In the next second, huge fireballs hit the water barrier one after another. The high temperature and explosion directly evaporated the large water curtain. The root behind water barrier Jonin drew back with a pale face and watched helplessly as one after another fireballs broke through the water barrier's barrier and bombarded where he was originally standing. In an instant, the ground was blasted into big pits with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters. Is this the kind of damage a Class C fire style can do? Several roots Jonin even wondered if he was wrong. In fact, this is not the Phoenix fire technique at all, but another A-level fire style ninjutsu similar to the Phoenix fire technique. No, a normal A-level fire style doesn't seem to have such power, does it? This is almost catching up with the destructive power of S-rank ninjutsu. Amidst the explosion, Night God Ryosuke, who was standing there, suddenly fell to the ground, twitching all over his body, and even foaming at the mouth. Sora has powerful ninjutsu, but if you don't know how to use it, it's useless. Aburame did not know when he appeared behind Night God Ryosuke. He looked down at Night God Ryosuke who was twitching on the ground, with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Take the root, be careful. At this time, on the other side, Hyuga, who cast 8 trigrams air palm to blow up the fireball, suddenly found something, and shouted loudly. Pity. Hyuga was still one step too late. Just when Aburame took the root and thought he had succeeded, another night god Ryosuke suddenly came out of the ground and slashed on his arm. Brush. Aburame took the root and instantly turned into a cloud of insects to escape. And the night god Ryosuke did not pursue, but put away a drop of blood on the blade. Get the first copy. Yagami Ryosuke smiled. After the worm cloud condensed and formed, Aburame looked down at a small wound on his arm, subconsciously pursed his lips, and then nanoscale phosphorus bad worms invisible to the naked eye clung to the wound, forming a layer of insect armor covered the wound. The wound is not big, basically nothing serious. But what baffles Aburame is, Yagami Ryosuke seems to be quite happy. It's very inexplicable. 8 trigrams. Empty palm. Boom. A violent palm wind hit. Night god Ryosuke's body was instantly blasted into pieces. But what was broken all over the sky was just a large piece of sawdust. Hyuga turned around in an instant, and a picture of 8 trigrams appeared under his feet. There was a strong surge of chakra between his palms. With the waving of his palms, he blasted towards the night god Ryosuke who appeared behind him. 8 trigrams 128 palms. Countless palm shadows instantly enveloped night god Ryosuke's whole body. All possible dodging angles were blocked by the shadow of the palm, leaving him no room to dodge. Can't escape. Then don't hide. Leaf hurricane. Leaf great whirlwind. Night god Ryosuke simply fights against Hyuga's 8 trigrams palms with physical skills. The opponent's palm shadow bombarded him, except for revealing that the chakra in his body sealed his acupuncture points, it did not cause any other damage. 8 trigrams palms. Revolving heaven. After hitting 128 palms, Hyuga switched to revolving heaven instantly for the second time, rotating to block the attack of night god Ryosuke. Night god Ryosuke, you are finished. The chakra in your body has been sealed by me with 8 trigrams palms, can you still mobilize chakra now? Hyuga said proudly for the second time. Sealed. Night god Ryosuke smiled disdainfully, is this also called sealing? Next second one. A chakra that was dozens of times stronger than before erupted from the body of night god Ryosuke. Boom. Chakra, which is visible to the naked eye, bursts out from every pore of night god Ryosuke's body, burning like a flame all over his body. Bang. The surrounding ground was crushed and cracked by this chakra coercion. Hyuga, who bears the brunt of the attack, was thrown directly for more than 10 meters in the middle, before turning over and landing, looking at the night god Ryosuke in front of him with a horrified expression on his face. This chakra. No. How is this possible? In Hyuga's sight, the chakra in the night god Ryosuke's body directly increased by about 100 times. If it is said that the chakra in the body of the night god Ryosuke only surpassed part of the elite Jonin. So now the chakra in Ryosuke's body is 20 to 30 times more than the chakra in the body of a cage-level powerhouse. Such a huge chakra, the first time Hyuga has seen it except for Tailed Beast and Jinchuriki. He has never seen a normal ninja, even the shadow of a village. Actually, night god Ryosuke's current basic chakra has reached the level of ordinary cage level. Plus the 35 times bonus of the talent entry. Chakra is a lot more than Uzumaki Naruto, the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Naruto's current chakra is 120 cards. But Ryosuke's chakra has reached about 350 calories. Such a huge chakra, even if it is just the coercion formed by a simple chakra explosion, is enough to scare people to death. At this time, it wasn't just Hyuga who was freaked out for the second time. Even the ninjas who took Aburame's roots turned pale with fright. This brat, what's going on? Why is he so much bigger than Nine Tails chakra? These rooted ninjas are completely incomprehensible. Why a normal ninja, chakra 9 tails Jinchuriki, has more. This is completely unreasonable. Reasonable. For a hacker, what is reasonable? Said that he had never heard of this term. At this time, Ryosuke, the night god who broke out completely in chakra, also looked at the root ninjas in front of him with cold eyes. Ninja. Multiple shadow clone technique. Boom. A white smoke spread around, revealing more than a dozen shadow clone of Ryosuke, the night god, surrounding these people. Next second. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Question mark question mark question mark. Aburame Kyujin and others had question marks on their faces. Great breakthrough. You still want to kill our group of elite ninjas who are at least Jonin with AC rank win style. However, in the next second, Aburame took the route and others knew that their thinking was completely wrong. Who said Great Breakthrough can't kill people? More than a dozen shadow clones cast Great Breakthrough at the same time, and the violent gale instantly ravaged the area like a typhoon of magnitude 18 passing through. Aburame Kyujin and others were directly blown away by the strong wind. Defensive ninjutsu performed as completely useless. Even if Hyuga used Revolving Heaven again for the second time, this so-called absolute defense was instantly broken, and he was directly blasted, crushed, and blood spurted all over the sky in embarrassment. Night God Ryosuke also took the opportunity to collect the biological pheromones of each of them. Done. He put away these biological pheromones, and then looked at the forest that had been Great Breakthrough. A large area has been cleared of trees. The ground is like a field that has been turned over. And those ninjas at the root are also lying on the ground dying. Only the two elite Jonin, Hyuga Chuji and Aburame, can barely stand. It's just gravel, not half as good as me. Yi Shen Ryosuke thinks that Madara's words are very suitable to describe the current situation. These root ninjas on the opposite side are indeed not half as good as him. He only made a slight move, and more than half of them were already lying down on the other side. The strength gap is too large. Even though Night God Ryosuke has exposed many of his inexperience in the battle, these still cannot smooth out the huge gap in strength between the two sides. And now, biopheromones have arrived. Night God Ryosuke also intends to end this battle. Give you a splendid funeral, Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Immediately, he stretched out his hand, and an orange-red bursting Rasengan condensed and formed in his palm. Burst Rasengan looks no bigger than a head. But the destructive power contained in it made the faces of Hyuga Zongji and Aburame take the route on the opposite side suddenly change wildly. Run. Without the slightest hesitation, the two directly chose to turn around and run away. Can't beat at all. At this moment, even Aburame, who admires Danzo so much in his heart, does not intend to continue this task. What is there to continue with a mission that is bound to fail? Come on, feel the gorgeous gift I gave you. Night God Ryosuke dodges into midair in an instant, and throws the explosive Rasengan in his hand vigorously. Moment. A brilliant orange tail flashed in the sky. Like a meteor falling to the ground. First, a dazzling light illuminated the entire forest. Even Izuki Shien, who was 5 or 6 kilometers away from here, could see a little sun rising over there. Next second, the exploding fireball began to swell as if devouring everything. It swelled to a size of 1,000 meters in diameter, and then the ball began to deform. Rumble. The violent shock wave then swept across the 4 directions, destroying everything along the way. Trees, rocks, and soil were instantly burned to ashes by the scorching heat, and then swept into the sky by shock waves. Far away, Maoyu Xian opened her mouth wide, looking at a huge mushroom rising over there in disbelief. She even forgot to keep running away. After 10 seconds. Boom. A shock wave swept across the area where Izuki Shien was. The big tree was uprooted. Izuki Shien was tumbling directly in the air, and after a dozen laps, she was caught by a pair of powerful arms, and then landed firmly on the emptied forest floor. Sister Shien, are you okay? Yagami Ryosuke put down Izuki Yugao and asked. Izuki Shien shook her head in a daze. Then he looked over there, and then at Ryosuke, the night god in front of him. That's what you did? She asked hesitantly. Yagami Ryosuke nodded with a smile. That's right, a ninjutsu I just perfected a while ago is a bit more powerful. Slightly bigger. You call that a little bit big? I was 5 or 6 kilometers away from it, and in the end I was thrown into the sky. If your ninjutsu is used in a densely populated city, wouldn't it mean that the entire city would be razed to the ground on the spot? Ryosuke, are you really only 12 years old? Izuki Yugao looked at Yagami Ryosuke in front of her as if she was looking at some alien. Is this a ninjutsu that normal ninjas can use? Shouldn't ninjas be hand-to-hand combat, fighting against wisdom and tactics, and giving the enemy a one-hit kill in an unexpected way? When did ninjas start to engage in such large-scale terrorist attacks? Izuki Shien looked at the mess around her. It's hard to imagine that this kind of destructive power is only caused by a ninjutsu. Are you sure it's not a natural disaster? The tailed beast bomb of the tailed beast is nothing more than that, right? Even Izuki Shion felt that even the tailed beast bomb didn't have such terrifying destructive power. Yagami Ryosuke looked at Izuki Shion's expression of being so shocked that he doubted his life. He couldn't help laughing and said, "Well, the power of this ninjutsu is indeed a bit stronger. Sister Shion, are you not scared?" "No, I'm already scared," Izuki Shion said dumbfoundedly. "Ryosuke, no wonder you told me to stay away before, now I fully understand." "You do not say. With this scope of destruction, as long as you get closer, people will disappear immediately." Izuki Yuyan can imagine at this moment that those ninjas at the root, including Hyuga Chuji, the Anbu branch leader, may not even be able to keep a piece of fingernail at this moment, right? In fact, it is true. The burst Rasengan that Ryosuke has further perfected can not only be thrown out for long-distance attacks, but also much more powerful than it was at the beginning. The fireball formed by its explosion is enough to engulf an area with a diameter of 1 kilometer. The internal temperature can reach tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. No matter how powerful a ninja is, as long as they are within this range, they will almost die. Unless you can drive up. That's another matter. But it will definitely be extremely embarrassing, and even getting injured is normal. And for ninjas who don't know how to drive Gundam. Faced with this level of ninjutsu, you must either escape far ahead of time, or you will know time and space ninjutsu, or just wait for death. At least it can save a little effort to escape. Anyway, I can't run away. This trick is Burst Rasengan, and Night God Ryosuke thinks it is more suitable even if it is called the technique of growing mushrooms. Look over there, a huge mushroom cloud that hasn't dissipated yet. Isn't it just planting a huge mushroom on the ground? There's nothing wrong with that. Sister Shion, about my ninjutsu, it's best not to tell anyone other than you and me, I'm afraid it will scare them. Wild Ryosuke said. Heard. Izuki Shion also looked at him with complicated eyes, then nodded. Ryosuke, I don't know why you want to hide your strength, but I promise you, I won't tell others what happened today. Hearing what Izuki Shion said seriously, Yagami Ryosuke also said, when the time is right, I will tell Sister Shion everything. You hope that sister will come. Time to not be intimidated. Quote, hearing this, Izuki Shion laughed and said, I have already been frightened by you, but if you want to frighten me again, it will not be so easy. You do not say. Everything that happened today really shattered Izuki Shion's 3 views. First, the ninjas from the village came to ambush Ryosuke, even the captain of their second unit. This made Izuki Shion realize for the first time that there is more darkness in the village than she has ever seen before. Or, she had never really understood the darkness in the village before. An Anbu team leader would actually do such a thing. Izuki Shion couldn't help wondering whether it was the right decision to join Anbu. This is also one of the reasons why Izuki Shion promised Yi Shen Ryosuke to help him conceal his strength. Because she can understand the current situation of Night God Ryosuke. If it were her, she would also choose to hide her true strength. Don't tell anyone. And Night God Ryosuke chose to tell her all this, which in itself is an expression of trust in her. This made Izuki Shion quite happy. Able to be trusted by Night God Ryosuke. What the hell is going on here? A group of Anbu ninjas stared in shock at the huge pit in front of them. The diameter of the huge crater is almost 1 kilometer, and the bottom is nearly 100 meters away from the ground. And everything in a large area around it was destroyed. From a distance, the trees can only be seen from farther away. These Anbu ninjas are all scattered before, going in other directions with the ultimate goal of Anbu members. At this time, they were attracted by the huge explosion here and came to check the situation. As a result, after arriving here, what I saw was such a situation. Their 3 views were shattered on the spot. Captain, is this caused by a meteorite? Asked an Anbu ninja. The captain standing in front shook his head, saying that he didn't know if it was a meteorite. After all, no meteorite was seen in the pit. Certainly. This does not rule out the possibility that someone has arrived here before them and took away the meteorite. Look around and see if there are any clues. The captain commanded. Immediately, several members of Anbu scattered in search of possible clues. Marata Town. This is a small town in the northeast of the Land of Fire, close to the Land of Iron. The town is not big, with a population of about 6 or 7,000 people. The most famous one is the Marata hot spring in the town. The name of Marata town is also derived from this. After Yagami Ryosuke and Izuki Shien left there, they did not return immediately to join other Anbu ninjas. Instead, they chose to continue going north and came to this Marata town. They planned to rest here for a night before heading back to the village tomorrow. As for excuses, Izuki Shien had already thought about it on the way. She would say that she was hunted down by Cloud Shinobi ninjas along with Night God Ryosuke, and then fled to the vicinity of the Iron Kingdom before getting rid of the pursuers, and then rested for a night, to make sure that the non-hidden ninjas did not appear nearby before returning. As for the situation on the battlefield, feel sorry. They don't know either. If it was in the past, Izuki Shien would definitely not lie to Hokage. But now Izuki Shien doesn't know whether she should insist on herself. What happened today really had a big impact on her heart. Yagami Ryosuke also saw that Izuki Shien was not in a good mood, so after finding out that the most famous place in this Marata town is Marata Onsen, he took Izuki Shien to the largest hotel in the town. Boss, a suite. Yagami Ryosuke took out the money and put it on the counter. The owner of the hotel is a woman in her 40s. After the other party took the money, he smiled and called a little girl to take them to the room with the key. Maoyu Shien followed along absent-mindedly along the way. It wasn't until she found out that Izuki Shien came back to her senses. Sister Shien, I heard that the hot springs in this town are quite famous, let's go to a hot spring later, so as to relieve fatigue. Yagami Ryosuke said. Hearing this, Izuki Shien also nodded. She is indeed a little tired. Soaking in a hot spring is not bad. Guest, we have the most authentic Marata hot spring in our hotel. You will fall in love with our Marata hot spring in Marata town as long as you soak it once. The little girl leading the way smiled and said to the two of them. Okay, then we'll go experience your hot spring later. As Yagami Ryosuke said, he took out 500 taels and handed it to the little girl. Guests, we don't have a rule for tipping. The little girl quickly waved her hand and refused. It's okay, you can take it, wait for a while, and take us to your hot spring later. Yagami Ryosuke said. Put the money in the little girl's hands. Hearing this, the little girl hesitated for a while, then put the money into her pocket with a smile. Guests, I'll be waiting for you behind the door. The little girl said, turned and left the room. Ryosuke, did you come to this kind of place often before? How do you feel that you are very skilled? Izuki Yugao looked at Yagami Ryosuke with a suspicious expression. No way, Miss Shien, you're overthinking. I've never been out of the village before, so I don't need to stay in a hotel in the village. Yagami Ryosuke said. But, he actually went to the hot spring in Konoha several times. The main reason is that it is very comfortable to soak in a hot spring after you are tired from practicing. But all he went to were serious hot springs. I have never been to such a dishonest place. Sister Shien, there are 2 rooms in this suite, which one do you want to sleep in tonight? Ryosuke changed the subject and asked. Just the one on the left. Izuki Shien chose one at random. Anyway, the rooms are almost the same, and there is nothing to dance about. A few minutes later, Yagami and Ryosuke followed the little girl to the hot spring area of the hotel. Men's bath, ladies' bath, mixed bath, etc. Does this hotel have mixed baths? Night God Ryosuke stared at those 2 words for a few more seconds. Then Izuki Shien, who was beside him, seemed to notice what he was looking at, and couldn't help laughing. Is Ryosuke going to try mixed bathing? Izuki Shien deliberately teased him and asked. Sister Shien, do you want to go together? Yagami Ryosuke asked. Forget it, I like to take a bath alone. Izuki Shien shook her head, but Ryosuke, you can try it, maybe you can meet a beautiful young lady. Forget it, I'd better go to the men's bath. Night God Ryosuke thought about it, but gave up the idea of going to the mixed bath to gain insights. The main reason is that he had heard a rumor before that it was a woman who would go to mixed baths, either an elderly aunt or a group of old women. He didn't want to be scared and run out. How embarrassing. So, let's take a men's bath honestly. Oh, that's such a pity. Izuki Shien said with a smile on purpose. Yagami Ryosuke couldn't see that Izuki Shien was teasing him on purpose, so he rolled his eyes and walked directly into the door of the men's bath with his laurel seed. I chose a hot spring pool without people, and Yagami Ryosuke soaked in the hot spring comfortably, feeling like the pores of his body were opened. So comfortable, he casually covered his face with a wet towel, then lay on the edge, resting with his eyes closed. After a while, Yagami Ryosuke took off the towel from his face, and wiped his face again. Seeing no one around, he took out a drop of blood from the system's biopheromone warehouse. This drop of blood is the root blood of Aburame. System, transform this drop of blood on my hand. Night God Ryosuke said silently in his heart. Next second, the drop of blood on his hand disappeared instantly. Then a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding. Converted successfully. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry. Phosphorus bug body blue. Phosphorus bug body blue. There are a lot of poisonous phosphorus bugs in your body. These cute little bugs will obey your orders. Maybe you can try to accept the reality that your body is covered with bugs. Insect affinity plus 100%. Attached. Phosphorus bad insect boarding. Hiss. Those who play with bugs are ruthless people. Night God Ryosuke looked at the contents of this talent entry and thought. The ninjas of the Aburame family can bear a lot of bugs living in their bodies. Anyway, if it were Night God Ryosuke, he would not be able to accept the fact that he was covered in bugs all over his body. So, there is nothing to say about this talent entry, just break it down directly. Originally, Ryosuke, the Night God, came here to break down the experience points of the entries. The blue talent entry can get 100 experience points after decomposition, which is 10 times that of the green talent entry. Unfortunately, even if these experience points are added up and invested in a golden talent entry, it is far from enough to upgrade it. Night God Ryosuke opened the character panel, and glanced at a golden talent entry that had been hanging up. In more than 2 years, the experience value of these 3 golden talent entries has already exceeded 10,000 points. But it's still 9/10 short of the 100,000 points needed to upgrade. At this rate, it will take another 20 years to upgrade. This is too long. But, since the system had the first update, Night God Ryosuke guessed that there should be a second update. The first update added the hang-up function of this entry. So what about the second update? Will it add any new functions? Or increase the efficiency of the original functions? For example, increase the hang-up income from 10 points a day to 100 points a day. Then it is easy to upgrade the golden talent entry. I don't know what the conditions for the next system update will be. Night God Ryosuke guessed that it might have something to do with the number of equipment entries. The previous update was because of this. But before the Night God Ryosuke tried to equip a lot of white and green entries. It turned out to be of no use. The system does not prompt to update. Possible. This also has something to do with the entry level of the equipment. Perhaps those below purple are not counted by the system. If that's the case, Night God Ryosuke will have to equip a few more purple talent entries in the future. It doesn't matter whether it's useful or not, as long as it doesn't disgust me. There are no side effects either. You can stay and equip first. After soaking in the hot spring, it was completely dark outside. Yagami Ryosuke and Izuki Shion found a restaurant in the small town for dinner, and then went back to the hotel to rest. Late at night, in the room, Yagami Ryosuke was having trouble sleeping. He remembered that the little girl who led the way had said that the suite was also equipped with a small hot spring pool. Except that it is a little smaller, it is no different from the hot spring I used to soak in before. It is the middle Marata hot spring. So Yagami Ryosuke, who couldn't sleep, simply got up, took a bathrobe, and went directly to the hot spring. Open the bathroom door. There is indeed a small hot spring here. The hot spring is a small circular hot spring with a diameter of more than 2 meters. Yagami Ryosuke took off his clothes and stepped into the water, allowing the hot spring to cover his whole body. I wonder if Sister Shion is asleep. Night God Ryosuke thought suddenly. The last time he stayed at Uyu Shion's house, Uyu Shion suffered from insomnia that night. I wonder if she will suffer from insomnia again if she stays in this hotel tonight. But this night, it is impossible for Yagami Ryosuke to knock on Izuki Shion's door and ask her if she is asleep, in case she is already asleep, but he wakes her up instead. That wake-up gas. Scary to think about. With his face covered in a towel, Yagami Ryosuke rested in the hot spring with his eyes closed. I don't know how long it has passed. Just when he was a little drowsy and about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard the sliding door open. Yagami Ryosuke was startled, and hurriedly took the towel off his face and moved towards the door. At the door, Izuki Yugao, who was wearing a pink bathrobe, was standing there with a small frame, looking at Ryosuke, who was soaking in the water, in surprise. Ryosuke, are you still awake? From Zhao, Sister Xian, are you suffering from insomnia again? The two asked each other almost at the same time. Then fell into a moment of silence. Well, why don't I let you? Night God Ryosuke asked. Heard. Izuki Xian, who was standing at the door, hesitated for a moment, then turned and closed the sliding door of the bathroom. It's okay, let's go clubbing together. Izuki Xian turned around with a slightly red face and said. I wonder if it was smoked by the heat of the hot spring. Probably. Turn your head away, Izuki Yugao said to Yagami Ryosuke. Oh. Yagami Ryosuke froze for a moment, then turned his head to the side in embarrassment. After a while, there was a sound of water entering. Okay, Yagami Ryosuke, who heard the voice, turned his head back and saw that Izuki Yugao had walked into the hot spring pool. Sister Xian, are you unable to sleep again? Yagami Ryosuke felt that if he didn't speak at this moment, the atmosphere would be very awkward, so he took the initiative to find a topic to talk about. Yeah, maybe too many things happened during the day, so I can't sleep. Izuki Xian nodded and said. When she was in the room before, when she closed her eyes, she would remember what happened during the day, so that she couldn't sleep at all. Later, distraught, she remembered that the little girl leading the way had said that there was also a small hot spring in the room, so she thought of coming over to take a dip in the hot spring to relax, maybe she would be able to sleep well. It turned out that Night God Ryosuke had the same idea. It's no coincidence. Soaking in hot springs is good, but not for too long. Otherwise, the skin will wrinkle and the head will feel dizzy. Walking will feel like the world is spinning. Fortunately, Yagami Ryosuke and Izuki Xian are both ninjas with better physique than ordinary people. It's okay to soak for a while. The two soaked until after 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, when Izuki Xian said that she was a little sleepy and went to bed first. And Yagami Ryosuke also soaked for a while, and went to the room to rest. Nothing to say all night. The next day, Izuki Xian didn't wake up until 8:30 in the morning. As soon as she came out of the room, she saw that Yagami Ryosuke was already drinking tea in the yard. You wake up so early. Izuki Xian said, aren't you sleepy today? Yagami Ryosuke shook his head with a smile, and said, when I was at home, I didn't sleep much. I used to feel sleepy, but now I don't. After a little sleep for 3 or 4 hours, I feel refreshed. If only I could be like you. I used to be busy until midnight when I had tasks before I could rest, and then I had to get up early the next day. I felt like I didn't get enough sleep every time. As Izuki Xian said, she turned and went to the bathroom to wash up. After she finished washing and came out, Yagami Ryosuke had asked the hotel to bring her breakfast. Let's eat, we will go back after eating, Yagami Ryosuke said. Izuki Xian nodded, pulled out the chair and sat down. After 9 a.m., Yagami Ryosuke went to the front desk to check out the room. Is the hot spring in our hotel good? The proprietress took the key with a smile and asked. Heard. Yagami Ryosuke and Izuki Xian couldn't help but think about what happened last night. Great. Nothing to say. Yagami Ryosuke is quite natural, and he also praised the hotel's hot spring by the way. But Izuki Xian, who was standing behind her, blushed a little and lowered her head subconsciously. When the two came out of the hotel, Yagami Ryosuke saw Izuki Yuyan looking at the ground all the time, only to realize that she was blushing a little. Sister Xian, you are blushing, Yagami Ryosuke said. Izuki Xian, people are hard to tear apart, hey. Out of anger, Izuki Xian wolf stomped on the back of Yagami Ryosuke's foot. And Night God Ryosuke also pretended to be in pain. Does it really hurt? Izuki Xian thought that she had used too much strength, and really stepped on Ryosuke, the night god. But soon, she just remembered that the brat in front of her was a guy whose flesh body could directly resist B-level ninjutsu. It's no wonder that it hurts if you just step on the back of your foot. Knowing that she was cheated again, Izuki Xian glared at Yagami Ryosuke angrily. Okay, Sister Xian, I'm joking with you. Yagami Ryosuke scratched his head with a smile and said. Don't make such a joke next time. Izuki Shion said angrily. Yi Shen Ryosuke said that he would not do it next time, and then looked at the angry Izuki Shion, and suddenly said, Sister Shion, you look cute when you are angry. Why? Izuki Shion, you still say. She raised her hand to hit him, but Yagami Ryosuke hurried to the front. Don't run. Let me hit you a few times. Izuki Shion chased after them, and the two quickly ran out of the town. Outside the town is a dense forest. There are still wisps of morning fog floating in the forest. The two who chased and ran out of the town stopped suddenly, and heard the sound of wind chimes in their ears. Izuki Shion looked towards the distance of the road. In the morning mist, two tall figures were slowly walking towards this side. Because of the influence of the fog, Izuki Shion could also see clearly the appearance of the person coming. But the faint murderous aura in the air made Izuki Shion couldn't help showing a solemn expression. It's them. Night God Ryosuke then opened the white eyes and Sharingan. Although his eyes were still in normal condition, he could already see clearly the appearance of the person coming from a distance through the wisps of morning fog. A windbreaker with red clouds on a black background. Wearing a bamboo hat, with wind chimes hanging on both sides of the hat. The crisp wind chimes came from there. I didn't expect to meet Konoha's ninja here. Wait till you get close. The two members of the Akatsuki organization also discovered the Night God Ryosuke and Izuki Shion standing in front. He glanced at the Konoha forehead protectors on the two of them, and then DBBE, white-haired and green-eyed Kakuzu, who was wearing the Taki Ninja Village Rebel forehead protector, also took out a booklet from his sleeve. Open the booklet and look at it page by page. Finally, his eyes stopped on one of the pages. Izuki Shion, Konoha Special Jonin, offering a reward of 8 million taels. Kakuzu read out the contents of the pamphlet. No way, Kakuzu. Hidan on the side muttered dissatisfiedly. You don't even want to sell this kind of reward of 8 million, do you? Don't waste time, I'm full. Isn't 8 million money? Kakuzu gave Hidan a cold look. Let alone 8 million, even if it is 800,000, he will not let it go. Anyway, it's a matter of convenience. Why not do it? This 8 million is so easy to earn, is it possible that you still feel disgusted? Kakuzu is not the kind of person who would dislike low money. No matter how much money there is, as long as there is money to be made, he is willing to do it. I really convinced you, I won't help you. Hidan folded his hands and said impatiently. You don't need to do anything, I can handle it myself, just give me 2 minutes. Kakuzu glanced at him lightly. It was just a special jonin of Konoha, not even a formal jonin, it could be done easily in a few minutes, it didn't take much time at all. Cut, what a hassle. Hidan curled his lips. Sister Shion, do you still have a reward? Yagami Ryosuke looked at Izuki Yuyan with some surprise. Generally speaking, those who can hang a reward on the black market are not ordinary ninjas. Ordinary ninjas would not let people spend money to put a bounty on their heads. Even Ryosuke, the night god, didn't expect that there would be a reward on the black market for Jonin's Izuki Shion. Although 8 million is not much. But that is also the reward for 2 or 3 S-level missions. I don't know either. Mao Yu Shion shook her head, she had never heard of the news that she was offered a reward on the black market. But, 8 million taels, my head is only worth 8 million taels. Izuki Shion was a little angry. Feeling underestimated. As for worrying about the two ninjas on the opposite side. Feel sorry. Since seeing the strength of Ryosuke yesterday, Izuki Shion didn't feel worried or nervous at all at the moment. She even felt a little unlucky for the two traitors on the opposite side. He actually met the two of them and planned to attack them. Isn't this suicidal? Boy, you are not on Lousy's roster, if you don't want to die, go away. Don't get in the way of Lousy making money. Kakuzu said to Night God Ryosuke. Uncle Kakuzu has always looked down on this kind of ninja who doesn't offer a reward. A piece of junk that doesn't even have a bounty on it. Unworthy to die at the hands of his master Kakuzu. Kakuzu, hurry up, Hidan urged. Shut up, talk again, and I will kill you together. Kakuzu turned his head and said viciously. Otherwise, these guys from the Shao organization are all ruthless people. They became so ruthless that they even dared to kill their own companions. But that's nothing. After all, there are werewolves who even slash the tailed beast bomb. What's the point of killing a few companions? Ryosuke, why don't you let me try? Izuki Shion put one hand on her ninja knife, wanting to see if this guy in front of him is as powerful as he said. It's just pure lip service. No, Sister Shion, these two are not simple roles, let me do it. Yagami Ryosuke stops Izuki Yugao. Izuki Shion didn't know the two people in front of him, but how could Yagami Ryosuke not know him? Akatsuki's undead duo. One Hidan, one Kakuzu. The former has an immortal body, and his physical skills are not bad, which is at the level of Jonin, but the key is that the immortal body is very troublesome, and he can use a spell to kill CC with blood. If you don't know his information, if you accidentally get your own blood, you will be at his mercy. And the other Kakuzu far surpasses Hidan in terms of hard power. Hidan mainly relies on immortality and weird spells. But as long as you figure out his information, it is not difficult to fight. But Kakuzu is different. This guy is an old monster who has lived for more than 90 years. Although he looks young, he is actually a grandpa. It is said that this guy was once ordered to assassinate first Hokage Senju Hashirama, but because of fear, he just threw a shuriken from a distance and ran away. Therefore, it is nicknamed Kakuzu who threw a shuriken 800 miles away. But don't look at Kakuzu facing Senju Hashirama so scared that he didn't even dare to make a move and ran away. But in fact, they are also genuine cage-level powerhouses. The strength of a body, even in the cage level, is also a high-end level. Hard to deal with. In particular, he has 5 hearts, and only by completely destroying these 5 hearts can he be killed. Otherwise, it is impossible to kill him in other ways. People who don't know this information will never find his 5 hearts wearing a mask, and think it's just some kind of special secret technique. Night God Ryosuke also didn't expect that he would meet the undead duo here. And Kakuzu even had his eye on Izuki Shion. The reason turned out to be because of the reward of 8 million taels. Ryosuke, do you know them? Izuki Shion heard Yagami Ryosuke's words and asked him in surprise. Yi Shen Ryosuke nodded, and said, I heard, Sister Shiyan, you back up and protect yourself. Leave these 2 guys to me. I just ate too much in the morning. Let's fight to digest food. Then be careful yourself, I'll watch for you. Izuki Shion said. It also retreated to the vicinity of the gate of the town. At this time, on the opposite side, Kakuzu looked up and down at Night God Ryosuke. It seems that your strength is stronger than this female ninja, but you really don't think about leaving here anymore. I really don't want to be with a ninja like you who doesn't even have a reward. Kakuzu also tried to persuade Night God Ryosuke to leave. For him, following a master ninja who doesn't offer a reward is tantamount to wasting time to make money. And wasting time to make money is one of the most shameful things for Kakuzu, second only to spending money. Needless to say, if you don't defeat me today, I won't be able to let you get close to Shiyan. Sisters, Yagami Ryosuke said. Then he slowly pulled out his ninja sword. His ninjutsu is too powerful. Even if it is AC level ninjutsu, in his hands, it can display the power close to that of an S level ninjutsu. And Night God Ryosuke also focused on the biological pheromones on the undead duo. If it was them, it should be able to transform into 2 talent entries that are at least purple, right? Undead duo, don't let me down. Yagami Ryosuke murmured to himself. Next second, his figure disappeared in a swipe. On the opposite side, Kakuzu showed a contemptuous smile, his hands under the sleeves quickly sealed, and in an instant, 2 hideous masked monsters emerged from his body. Wind-style crush. Boom. A gust of wind blasts the incoming Night God Ryosuke. However, the Night God Ryosuke rushed up directly with wind-style wearing the masked monster, completely ignoring wind-style's attack. Oh, I have some skills. Kakuzu looked at the Night God Ryosuke who rushed up with wind-style in surprise, a little surprised at the opponent's strength. After all, Night God Ryosuke looks too immature. You can tell at a glance that you are still young. So at the beginning, neither Kakuzu nor Hidan took Night God Ryosuke seriously. But the truth is that this kid's strength is quite good. That's right, in Kakuzu's heart, the strength shown by Night God Ryosuke at this moment is just good. He couldn't remember how many ninjas like this he had killed in his life. A pile of human heads can form a hill. Kakuzu was just a little surprised, but didn't take it too seriously. Ninja. Dance of the Crescent Moon. Yagami Ryosuke performed this move with the swordsmanship he learned from Izuki Yugao. As soon as the Dance of the Three Suns and the Moon was performed, three night gods Ryosuke appeared in the midair, and surrounded Kakuzu with two in front and one behind. Under the bonus of 400% of the power of swordsmanship. Night god Ryosuke's sword is fast and accurate. Before even Kakuzu had time to dodge, the night god Ryosuke killed this wind attribute masked monster in an instant. At the same time, night god Ryosuke also chopped off one of Kakuzu's arms. The arm flew out with blood. In an instant, three other masked monsters emerged from Kakuzu's body, releasing several ninjutsu to temporarily force night god Ryosuke back. Immediately, Kakuzu looked at the blown wind attribute mask monster with a dark face, and looked at the night god Ryosuke, no longer the previous look of contempt. Instead, it carried a strong killing intent. This brat. He dared to destroy his own heart. Unforgivable. Hey, Kakuzu, can you do it? Hidan, who was standing on a tree, saw that Kakuzu's heart was blown by a face-to-face, and couldn't help but shouted suspiciously. Shut up. Kakuzu turned to look at him angrily. He was really angry this time. One of his 5 hearts was easily blown out by this brat in front of him. The essential. This kid is still that kind of unknown little person. I haven't heard of the other party at all. If it were those famous ninjas in the ninja world, then Kakuzu would recognize it. After all, if you lose 1 or 2 hearts, you can't die. As long as you win in the end, who can say anything about him? But now being hurt by such a small character, Kakuzu really can't accept it. He felt his dignity was insulted. Especially, the idiot Hidan even laughed at him. This makes Kakuzu even more unbearable. Kid, you managed to piss me off. Kakuzu looked at Yagami Ryosuke opposite with murderous eyes, and at this moment he even ignored Izuki Shion, who was worth 8 million taels over there. He just wanted to kill this brat so that he could maintain his composure. Uncle, you don't look very good. It turns out that you are just a good talker. Night god Ryosuke laughed and mocked. This made Kakuzu even more furious. Sharp-toothed brat, go to hell. Kakuzu, who was dominated by anger, directly controlled his 3 masked monsters to kill the night god Ryosuke. He was careless before. I misestimated the strength of this brat. But this time, he won't be so careless again. As long as you fight hard, the effect of this kind of Jonin strength is not the same as cutting melons and vegetables. Fire style. Head hard. From the mouth of a masked monster, a large piece of flame-like half of the sea water was ejected. The moment the flames hit the ground, they spread across a large area, covering all of night god Ryosuke's escape routes. Lightning style pseudo-dark. Another masked monster also opened its mouth and sprayed out a thunderbolt, shooting directly at the night god Ryosuke in the center of the sea of flames. The last masked monster didn't make a move, because the attribute of this masked monster is water. Right now, the surrounding area has been covered by a sea of flames, so if you use water-style ninjutsu at this time, you are not creating obstacles for yourself. Compared to ninjutsu, cut, will I be afraid of you? Night god Ryosuke sneered, completely ignoring the raging sea of flames. His hands formed seals instantly, and then spit out a huge amount of water from his mouth, rushing towards the sea of flames in front of him like a cataract. Water style. Water chaos. The sea-level water-style ninja released by night god Ryosuke is as powerful as the S-level. In the current waterless environment, it can create a massive flow of water, which is even bigger than the big waterfall. Kakuzu on the opposite side was stunned. God, what is this water chaos? Do you think I can't make waves? Boom. The monstrous torrent smashed everything in its path. Kakuzu was so frightened that he jumped up and jumped into the air, avoiding the massive water flow. Below, the whole forest was almost submerged by the flood. The big trees were washed down by the current, floating on the water, and washed away with the rushing water. Hidan, who was standing on a tree to watch the fun before, quickly imitated Kakuzu and jumped up to dodge, then turned over and landed on a piece of wood floating on the water. Wow, this water style is so scary. Hidan bluffed. There is also a water style master within their organization. But even Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't make a mere water turbulence burst out with such terrifying power. You said, I thought it was a big explosion. Slap. Kakuzu falls from the sky, his feet on the turbulent water, and the excellent control of chakra keeps him from falling into the water. What kind of monster is this kid? At this moment, Kakuzu couldn't help but doubt his life. He swore, even second Hokage Senju Tobirama, who claims to be more like Mizukage than Mizukage, can't use a sea-level water style on this scale. Not to mention the consumption of chakra. The key is that sea-level ninjutsu has not supported such a large chakra output since its birth. Otherwise, everyone should learn sea-level ninjutsu. It's easy to learn, unlike those A-level or even S-level ninjutsu, which require extraordinary talent to learn at every turn. Stay out of the way, awesome. Yagami Ryosuke clapped his hands in praise. Kakuzu, Hidan, see. No, why is this kid talking so annoyingly? Is he mocking us? He's laughing at us, right? Joe. Kakuzu, let me come if you can't. Hidan picked up his scythe angrily, and waved it in the air, looking angry. Go away, he's mine. Kakuzu let out a roar. Stepping on the water quickly with both feet, he rushed to the night god Ryosuke in front of him. Compared with ninjutsu, he found that he seemed to be no match for this brat. The opponent's chakra is amazing. The power of the ninjutsu used is also amazing. If he continued to fight at a wider distance, the loser would most likely be himself. So Kakuzu immediately changed his fighting strategy. Earth style, Earth Spear. Kakuzu still has an Earth-type heart in his body. At this time, he used Earth-style ninjutsu to strengthen his defense and attack, and his two arms instantly became pitch black, as if there was some hard substance covering them. The other side, Yagami Ryosuke just copied Kakuzu's fire-style head pain with Sharingan. Seeing Kakuzu rushing up at this time, he cast another Earth style that he hadn't learned before, and quickly copied it again. Although Night God Ryosuke's chakra attribute is fire water wind, does not have soil properties. But that doesn't mean he can't learn Earth attribute ninjutsu. It's just that, whether it is learning or using, it will get twice the result with half the effort. Certainly, ninjas can develop additional chakra attributes in the later stage. Even a ninja who originally only had a single attribute can acquire multiple chakra attributes. However, Ryosuke has not yet practiced the shape change and nature transformation of the soil attribute, so the copied Earth style can only exert almost one-third of the main effect. Earth style, Earth Spear. Night God Ryosuke instantly cast the copied Earth style ninjutsu, and also hardened his arms. A pitch-black Earth attribute substance covered his two arms. Night God Ryosuke laughed and punched Kakuzu. Boom. The fists of the two collided instantly in midair, and Kakuzu, who was on the opposite side, watched in disbelief that he was blown apart and turned into countless fragments of his right hand, and watched Ryosuke's hand pierced through his own chest exploded the Earth attribute heart in his body. Kakuzu fell to the ground with a thud, pretending to be dead. But I couldn't understand in my heart, why was I easily blown away by the Night God Ryosuke despite the same ninjutsu? Did I use a fake Earth style? Kakuzu. Seeing Kakuzu rushing to the street, Hidan behind was also taken aback. He even forgot that Kakuzu had 5 hearts, and rushed forward with his scythe. Little devil, die! Hidan jumped high and slashed at Night God Ryosuke. And Night God Ryosuke just raised his head to look at him, then raised his hand and grabbed the sickle that Hidan had chopped down. Clang! The sickle struck the arm of Night God Ryosuke. It didn't break the defense. Hidan stared at the scene with wide eyes. Instantly embarrassed. Don't break the defense. This is how to do. If he can't break the defense, he won't get the blood of Ryosuke, the Night God, and he can't cast the spell without blood. If you don't rely on death and blood, Hidan's combat power is only equivalent to that of Jonin. How to spell? That's it. Night God Ryosuke also wanted to try to see if Hidan's attack could break his own defense. Although he was confident that Hidan couldn't do it, he still didn't remove the spear ninjutsu on his arm out of the principle of keeping one hand. At this time, Hidan's knife really failed to break through the Night God Ryosuke's defense. Even the layer of black substance on his arm couldn't be broken. The attack is completely useless. Let's go. Night God Ryosuke grabbed Hidan's scythe in his backhand and pulled him over. Boom. The air burst instantly. Night God Ryosuke shattered Hidan's chest with one punch, sending his body flying heavily. Blood spilled all over the sky. Yagami Ryosuke caught one of the drops and put it away. This time, the biological pheromones of the undead duo are all in hand. It just so happens that today's conversions haven't been used yet. After killing these two guys, you can try to convert the talent entry of one of them to see how it works. Ryosuke. Behind him, Izuki Yugao suddenly yelled the name of Yagami Ryosuke. He looked back. It was found that Kakuzu, who was still pretending to be dead just now, had disappeared. There was only a big pool of blood left on the ground. Yagami Ryosuke frowned, realized that Kakuzu should be rescued by Akatsuki. Oh, and Hidan. Night God Ryosuke reacted instantly, and immediately rushed towards Hidan. He's faster than most cage-level powerhouses. In just a split second, he rushed to Hidan, who had a huge hole in his chest. At this time, a pair of black and white hands emerged from the ground. The ground rippled like a circle of water. Seeing that Hidan was about to be taken away, Yagami Ryosuke kicked him out instantly. Boom! A deep pit appeared in the ground. Night God Ryosuke fell to the side, frowning. He's also not sure if Hidan died with his last kick. But he did see most of Hidan's body blasted into blood. The scene of fog, but it is also possible that part of it was taken away by Ju. But if there is only a small part of the body left, can Hidan, the immortal body, keep him alive? Or, is there any point in living like this? Standing in place, Yagami Ryosuke sensed the surrounding environment. Even look with the clairvoyant eye of the white eye. Also did not find any traces of the third chakra besides himself and Izuki Shion. It runs really fast. Yagami Ryosuke shook his head, then turned back to Izuki Shion. Ryosuke, a weird guy with a pitcher-like growth, just took that person's body. Seeing Yagami Ryosuke approaching, Izuki Shion hurriedly told him what she had just seen. That guy is not dead yet, he was rescued by his companion. Yagami Ryosuke said. Ah, it's not dead yet. Izuki Shion was shocked. The whole chest was smashed, and the heart was gone. Still alive. What monsters are these? Forget it, just run away, it doesn't matter anyway. Yagami Ryosuke shook his head, then looked at the mess around him, and called Izuki Shion to leave here together. It was a long time after they all left. The people in Marata town had just plucked up the courage to walk out of the town. Looking at the forest in front of them that seemed to have been ravaged by floods, they remained silent for a long time. In a cave, Kakuzu, who lost 2 hearts, and Hidan's last remaining head emerged from the ground. It's almost safe to get here. Ju looked at Kakuzu, then handed him the head of Hidan in his hands. This time you are lucky, I happen to be nearby, otherwise you too will be finished. Ju was not polite at all, but Kakuzu was remembering the battle just now with a dark face, and didn't listen to what he said at all. On the contrary, although Hidan only had 1 head left, he still yelled, saying that he wanted to seek revenge from the other party and retrieve his own weapon. Stop looking for that Konoha shinobi, you can't beat him. He glanced at the bluffing Hidan, then his body slowly merged into the ground and disappeared without a trace. After he left, Hidan was still clamoring to take revenge and get back his place. Kakuzu, who was in a bad mood, became even worse when Hidan yelled at him over and over again. Shut up. If you dare to say another word, I will leave you here right now. Apparently, the passerby's threat had worked. After all, Hidan only has 1 head left at the moment. If this was left here by Kakuzu, wouldn't he be left in this cave for the rest of his life? The key is, Hidan is theoretically immortal. In other words, there is a high probability that he will not die of old age. Therefore, he may be hundreds or even thousands of years from now, and he will still be alone in this cave with his head alone. Even if it is a direct mental breakdown. Seeing Hidan, the fool finally quieted down, Kakuzu angrily led him out of the cave. Next, he had to make up for the 2 hearts he had lost. As for Hidan's body, then talk about it later. Anyway, having 1 head left doesn't affect his eating and sleeping. And it just fell out when you ate it. Wouldn't that be better? Without a stomach, will you never be full? After 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yagami Ryosuke and Izuki Yugao rested in the woods and had a simple lunch by the way. After lunch, Izuki Shion took out a map to confirm their current location. According to their current speed, they can return to the village before dark. I just don't know if the other Anbu ninjas of the second team have returned to the village. Also means, are they still on mission? Anyway, the 2 of them didn't meet other Anbu members on the way back. So there is a high probability that they have already returned. After all, This so-called intelligence recovery mission was probably initiated by Danzo himself. It might be possible that no important information was lost at all. During the break, Night God Ryosuke took out 2 drops of blood collected from the undead duo. After thinking about it, he took back the drop of Kakuzu's blood. Although Kakuzu is stronger than Hidan. But according to Night God Ryosuke's past experience, only by collecting special ninjas like Hidan can they transform into better talent entries. As for Kakuzu, it is very likely that some spoof talent entries will be transformed. Like the man who defeated Senju Hashirama. Or talent entries like the man who threw a shuriken 800 miles away. In contrast, Night God Ryosuke thinks that if it is Hidan, it is more likely that he will transform into corresponding talent entries according to his characteristic of immortality. After all, when it comes to immortality in the world of Hokage, the first thing that comes to mind is Hidan. Kakuzu is all secondary. After all, Kakuzu can be killed by bursting 5 hearts. But what about Hidan? You cut him into pieces, he can't die. That's an exaggeration. Night God Ryosuke has always felt that Hidan's immortality is the most buggy ability in the entire Hokage world. Even if he was killed by Shikamaru and the others in the later stage, he was only blown to pieces. If someone helps him to stitch him up, he can continue to live. It's outrageous. If Night God Ryosuke can also get something like this immortal body, then combine it with his super recovery ability. Isn't it incomprehensible? Hidan also needs Kakuzu to help him stitch his wounds and things like that. But Night God Ryosuke can handle everything by himself. Become a real, unkillable monster. System, melt this drop of blood on my hand. Yagami Ryosuke communicates with the system in his mind. Immediately, the drop of blood on his hand disappeared in an instant. At the same time, a prompt also sounded in his mind. Ding. Converted successfully. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry, Immortal Body Purple. Hearing this prompt, Night God Ryosuke couldn't help but his eyes brightened. Immortal. Sure enough, as he guessed, the talent entry transformed from Hidan is related to immortality. Immortal Body Purple, you are an undead monster that gods hate and ghosts hate. Countless people have tried to take your life, but they all ended in failure. Recovery power plus 500%. With ability, Immortality Purple. It even increases resilience. Night God Ryosuke looked at the attributes of the talent entry Immortal Body in surprise. Apart from the expected ability of immortality, I didn't expect that the only numerical attribute that increased was the recovery ability. So, wouldn't the recovery ability of Night God Ryosuke become more terrifying? The original primary Sage Body plus 20 times the recovery bonus has already made Night God Ryosuke's physical recovery ability comparable to Naruto's Nine Tails Jinchuriki. And now, added another 500% recovery. Is this going to make Night God Ryosuke really an immortal monster? As for the attached ability of immortality, after equipping this talent entry, Night God Ryosuke checked it out. It was found that the effect of this ability increases with the level of the talent entry Immortal Body. Now this talent entry is purple level, so the immortality obtained by Night God Ryosuke is also purple level. There is no vital point in the body. Even if his heart is blown, he can still live well. And with his amazing resilience, he can grow a heart again. But there is a weakness. Is his brain. As long as the damage to the brain exceeds 50%, his immortal body cannot ensure that he will not die. Therefore, from now on, the only thing Ryosuke needs to protect is his own brain. As long as the brain is okay, everything else doesn't matter. Certainly, as a man, the injury in some places may cause a certain psychological shadow, so it is better to avoid it if it can be avoided. But, if the talent entry Immortal Body is upgraded to the gold level, correspondingly, Night God Ryosuke's immortality ability will also be improved. At that time, the brain will no longer be his weakness. In other words, even 99% of the damage can be recovered as long as there is a little bit of loyalty left. But if it is completely blown into powder, it probably won't work either. Of course, this is all Yi Shen Ryosuke's own guess at the moment. Whether this is the case after the upgrade, we will have to wait and see, but I guess it should be close to 10. Before dark, Yagami Ryosuke and Izuki Yugao finally returned to the village. Before entering the village, the two put on Anbu's mask again, then walked straight into the gate of the village openly and above board, and went straight to the Hokage building. After all, there was an accident in the middle of the mission. When I come back this time, I must report the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is Hokage, as soon as possible. By the way, can I ask if the others are back? And the Black Fangs? I don't know if they were killed by those guys at the route. In Hokage's office, Yagami Ryosuke and Izuki Yugao knocked on the door, and walked in. In the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head and glanced at the two people who came in, not seeming surprised at all. In fact, as soon as Yagami Ryosuke and Izuki Shien returned to the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already received the news. So he was naturally not surprised that the two would return to the village at this time. I heard that you were ambushed by Cloud Shinobi ninjas during the mission. What is the specific situation? Sarutobi Hiruzen also had an unprecedentedly serious expression on his face. After all, this incident involved the entire Anbu team, and it was also related to Cloud Shinobi village. If one is not handled well, it will be another diplomatic conflict. Can't do it. It may even cause a series of chain reactions. Caused heavy damage to the village. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already heard the news before the return of Yagami Ryosuke and Izuki Yugao, has been worrying about this problem. Although the Third Ninja War has passed for some years. But the village has not recovered from the last war. After all, in the middle, Konoha also experienced a Nine-Tails attack on the village, and the Uchiha genocide incident. A serious blow was dealt to the power of the village. If a conflict with Cloud Shinobi village really breaks out, then Sarutobi Hiruzen will have to perform another wave of strongmen's wrist-cutting skills and hand over the personnel related to this matter to Cloud Shinobi village. I hope Cloud Shinobi village will not pursue this matter. As for the matter, is it caused by Cloud Shinobi village? Is this important? In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, it doesn't matter who started it. Importantly, he doesn't want to start a war with Cloud Shinobi village. That's the point. We've been ambushed. As the acting captain of Anbu's 7th Squad, Izuki Shien said before Ryosuke, we are tracking the target under the leadership of the sub-captain, but suddenly a group of ninjas wearing Cloud Shinobi forehead protectors popped out halfway. We are not sure if the opponent is the real Cloud Shinobi, but they are very strong. The team leader held back the 3 ninjas on the opposite side. Yaoi and I dealt with the other 2 ninjas together, while Heifeng went to seek support under my order. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, took a puff of cigarette and said, the 3 of Black Fang from your team have returned to the village in the morning, and the information they brought back is not different from what you said. However, after that, how did you escape afterwards? Also, your squad leader has never returned to the village, what about the others? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the 2 people in front of him with a majestic expression on his aged face. Master 3rd Generation, Night God Ryosuke answered immediately. The sub-captain bought precious time for me and the captain. We retreated according to the order, but we were chased by the ninjas on the opposite side. The captain and I fled all the way to the north, and we ran a long way before we got rid of the pursuers behind us. Afterwards, we wanted to take a rest for a while and go to join the big troops. However, there was a terrible explosion in that forest. At that time, I discussed it with the team leader. I felt that if we went there, we might be in danger. In the case of survival, we think we should send this information back to the village alive first. Therefore, we finally decided to take a detour from the other side and return to the village to send back this information. Yagami Ryosuke's tone was calm, and he couldn't tell that he was lying. After speaking, he also handed over a scroll. The above is the specific process of the task, which is actually what he just said. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped on the stem of the cigarette, looking lost in thought. After a while, only then did he say to the 2 people in front of him, Yuyu, Z, you have done a good job. It is indeed the most important thing to bring the information back to the village. I think you must be tired all the way. Go back and rest. If anything happens, the old man will order someone to summon you again. Quote, Master Hokage, we will take our leave first. Izuki Shien secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was really nervous just now, for fear that the lie she conspired with Yagami Ryosuke would be exposed. Fortunately, now it seems that Master Hokage doesn't seem to suspect them. WWW. In Hokage's office. After Yagami Ryosuke and Izuki Shien left, another figure appeared in the office. "Hi, how are you doing?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yamanaka in front of him. They didn't lie. Yamanaka shook his head. It seems that they really don't know anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, and then said, "Okay, it's getting late, please, Hi, you have to make a trip yourself, go back and rest." Yamanaka nodded, said his goodbyes, and left Hokage's office with body flicker technique. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed faintly, looking at the moon in the sky outside the window, holding a piece of information that was sent just today in his hand. What is recorded in this information is, remarkably, it is the news that Shang Zongji, the captain of the Anbu unit, has defected to Danzo. Just as Danzo installed his own people in Anbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen planted his own people at the route too. The information in his hand was sent by his undercover agent in Anbu. "Danzo, did you do what happened this time?" Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, lost in thought. "Can't be sure for a while. Mainly the dead people seem to belong to Danzo. Instead, Night God Ryosuke and the others are fine. If only Danzo had done it." Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to ask him, did he have any brains? Didn't kill anyone, but also took a secret person buried in Anbu into it. Moreover, if all this is really Danzo's doing, then those so-called cloud shinobi ninjas can basically be sure to be root ninjas. That is to say, he also took in several elite ninjas with roots. What are you drawing? But what exactly caused the explosion? Ninjutsu. But what kind of ninjutsu can cause that kind of damage? The more Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it, the more he couldn't figure it out. But one thing is certain. That is, Yagami Ryosuke and Izuki Yugao really don't know anything. After all, it has just been confirmed by Yamanaka Hiei himself using spiritual magic. Neither of them lied. It's troublesome, the mysterious ninja outside the village has not been found some time ago, and now this incident happened again. Hey, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh. It feels like if he continues to toss like this, his old bones may not be able to last 10 years. Rain Country, Rain Shinobi Village. It rains here all the year round, and every household must bring an umbrella when going out. At this time, in the deepest part of Rain Shinobi Village, inside the headquarters base of the Akatsuki organization, Pain, the leader of Weizhang and Akatsuki who just came back, reported the situation of the undead duo. Night God Ryosuke, Konoha Genin. When Pain heard that Kakuzu and Hidan almost died in the hands of a Konoha Genin, even though his body was just one of 6 paths puppets, he couldn't help showing a look of surprise. This kid is not simple. He is very strong in taijutsu and ninjutsu, but he doesn't seem to have much combat experience, he just uses force to overwhelm people. Never spoke. With little combat experience, and almost killing Kakuzu and Hidan. That's even more incredible, isn't it? Pain frowned, a pair of purple round eyes flashed with thought. After a while, why did the other party conflict with Kakuzu and the others? Pain asked. This is very important. If it is deliberately targeting their Shao organization, then Pain feels that they need to solve this problem as soon as possible. After all, just like Ju said, the other party is just a 12-year-old kid. But now that he already possesses such terrifying strength, God knows how strong he will be after a few more years when he becomes an adult. Although Pain has always claimed to be a god, he is quite confident in his own strength. But he is confident, not conceited. Enemies like this are better nipped in the bud. A fool would wait for the opponent to grow to the peak before making a move, so why would he make himself feel uncomfortable? Stupid or not, the cause of the incident seems to be that Kakuzu wanted to take one of his companions to the underground gold exchange in exchange for bounties, so the two sides clashed. Never said. Kakuzu is good at everything. The ability to make money is also very strong, and they have made a lot of money for Shao organization. But there is one thing that is not so good. Too much for money. Sometimes Pain even doubted that if someone offered 2 billion for his head, would Kakuzu fight even when he knew he couldn't win. That's not to say Kakuzu is an idiot. It's the needle yuan yer, which has already become an obsession in his heart. It's as if Pain wants to make the 5 powers feel the pain so that peace can be achieved. This is their obsession. Doesn't Pain know the risks of doing this? He knows, but he doesn't care, even if you have to sacrifice your own life, as long as you can get the result you want. He is also very willing. So, Pain could understand Kakuzu's obsession with money before. Available now. I heard that Kakuzu provoked such a powerful enemy for Akatsuki just for a bounty. Pain was a little depressed from the bottom of his heart. Pen, what are you going to do? Ju looked at Pain in front of him and asked him. Pain thought for a moment. Leave him alone for the time being. Kakuzu and Hidan told them to pay attention in the future. Don't invite such unnecessary enemies to the organization. We are mainly in the latent stage now, and it is not appropriate to confront each other. Is that what you think? Ju nodded and understood. That's fine, I'll go down first. Pain didn't speak, watching Ju's figure disappear before his eyes. Pain, do we really ignore this night god Ryosuke? Konan on the side couldn't help asking. Just now she had been listening by the side, and even she thought that this night god Ryosuke might become a hindrance to their organization plan in the future. She didn't believe Pen would miss that. No, this night god Ryosuke will not be our enemy. Unexpectedly, Pain shook his head, saying that the night god Ryosuke would not be the enemy of their Akatsuki organization. This made Konan a little confused. Why do you think a ninja who can easily defeat Kakuzu and Hidan deliberately hides his strength and acts as a genin? Pain asked Konan back. Is it because of some scruples? Konan thought for a while and guessed. That's right, the village of Konoha is even darker than we imagined. Their high-level officials can't even trust the ninjas in their own village. You have also read the information about Konoha. You should know that you were born in Konoha. If your talent, what will happen if it is too strong? Hearing this, Konan recalled the information about Konoha that he had seen before. Going forward, the Uchiha clan was exterminated, the genius ninja Uchiha Shisui died accidentally, and Uchiha Itachi killed the whole clan and became a rebel. Going forward, the Nine Tails attacked the village, the fourth generation couple died, and the third generation came back to preside over the overall situation. Going forward, Hitaki Sakumo's suicide case. Sanin runs away. One after another, it seems that everything shows that being born in Konoha, being too talented is not only not a good thing, but a bad thing. If one is not good, it will bring about a disaster of death for yourself. You said, we can win over this night god Ryosuke. Konan seemed to understand what Pain had just said. It's hard to say for the time being, but since he clearly has the top strength even in cage level, but he is still willing to be a genin in Konoha, then there must be some conspiracy. And his plot must run counter to Konoha's top management. Look, sooner or later, he will turn against Konoha's high-level executives. By then, if he fails, it will be the best time for us to win him over. Who said Pain can only beat rice? People also have brains and can think, okay. And what if he wins? Konan asked. How much armed force do you think Konoha will have left after he wins? Pain said with a chuckle. Yes. Konan's eyes lit up. No matter who loses or who wins, both sides will inevitably lose their strength. Originally, after Konoha has experienced so many internal strife, her good background has almost been tossed. This is if there is another chaos. I'm afraid the whole village will be destroyed in name only. By the time they went to Konoha to capture Nine Tails Jinchuriki and recover the tail beasts, who else can stop their organization? If you think about it this way, this time Kakuzu and Hidan not only did nothing wrong, but they did it very well. Let them discover Knight Ryosuke, a powerful ninja hidden in Konoha in advance. 12-year-old peak cage level. Tisk tisk. Konan couldn't help feeling a little envious. Asterisk asterisk. On a cliff more than 10 kilometers away from Rain Shinobi Village. Ju, who just left Rain Shinobi Village, came out of the ground. You're here. On the edge of the cliff, Uchiha Obito, wearing a Uzumaki mask, reveals a one-eyed Uchiha Obito looking back. I heard from White Zetsu, what happened to Kakuzu and Hidan? Asked Obito. Ju nodded, and then repeated what he had said to Pain before. Pain intends to ignore this night god Ryosuke for the time being. Said at the end, Pain's decision is correct. At this time, the Akatsuki organization should continue to accumulate strength for lurking. Now is not the best time to start recovering the tail beast. Obito nodded, approving Pain's decision. However, is this night god Ryosuke really that strong? Obito looked at Ju and asked him. Very strong. Whether it's taijutsu or ninjutsu, they are all at the cage level, especially his ninjutsu. A sea-level water chaos wave is comparable to an S-level water style. Except for his young age, he has no fighting skills. Apart from experience, it's just that the talent in illusion has not been seen yet. Never said. Really, it's just cage level, not a threat. By the way, does he have any blood inheritance limits? Asked Obito. Yes, a kind of constitution-type blood succession limit. His flesh body can directly resist B-level lightning style without being injured. This is the information Juezai Konoha heard. After rescuing Kakuzu and Hidan, Ju immediately went to inquire about the information about Night God Ryosuke. Then he went to report the matter to Pain and Obito in front of him. It's just physical strength. Absolutely nodded. Then there's no need to pay attention. Obito waved his hand. Obviously he didn't like such a blood succession limit. After all, no matter how strong the attack is, can it be stronger than Zhang Jin's third Raikage? It's better than third Raikage, but it's still consumed by Iwagakure's tens of thousands of ninja troops. Not to mention, it is this type of ninja that Obito has the least fear of. On the contrary, ninjas like Namikaze Minato, who are not very powerful in terms of attack, but are extremely maneuverable, intelligent, and extremely intelligent in combat, are his nemesis. A powerful brash, Obito thinks he doesn't need to care about this kind of person. Even if he is only 12 years old this year, he may become stronger in the future. But so what? No matter how strong he is, can he break the space and hurt himself in the hollow state? If it doesn't hurt, it's useless. Pay attention to the situation on Pain's side. This guy is not so easy to deceive. If there is anything wrong, please let me know immediately and I will solve him. Obito ordered to Ju. Ju nodded, then got into the ground and disappeared. Lin, it's almost time. I'm about to succeed. You wait for me for a few more years. Obito looked at a silver moon in the distance, and the girl's sweet smile appeared in his mind. Konoha, Yagami Ryosuke's home. In the room, the window was open. Night God Ryosuke is sitting on the roof, looking at the moon in the sky in a daze. By the way, Otsutsuki Kagaya has been sealed on the moon for so many years. Is she awake all the time, or is she always asleep? If it's in a sane state, wouldn't it be crazy? For thousands of years, I was alone, unable to eat or play, and could only constantly recall the betrayal of my sons. Just thinking about it is enough to drive people crazy. Should have spent it in a deep sleep. Night God Ryosuke thought silently. More than an hour later. Is it finally gone? The corners of Yagami Ryosuke's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Before that, he and Uyushian parted ways and went home separately. While on the road, Night God Ryosuke felt that someone was following him, but he didn't expose him. It wasn't until just now that the person who followed and monitored him left. Brush. Night God Ryosuke split a shadow clone. Follow and see where he goes. Night God Ryosuke ordered to shadow clone. Shadow clone nodded expressionlessly, and then a body flicker technique disappeared on the roof. The high probability is Danzo's men, but it may also be Sarutobi Hiruzen's. When I was in Hokage's office today, there was still a person hiding in the dark. I don't know who that person is. Night God Ryosuke didn't open his eyes in advance, so he only sensed the existence of a person. But who it is, I don't know. A few minutes later, the shadow clone following the watcher watched the ninja walk into a building. On the surface, this building is just a very ordinary shop. But it's late at night, and the shops are closed early. And this ninja directly opened the back door and walked in. Shadow clone thought for a while, and also sneaked up, silently, without being noticed by the person in front. It wasn't until the opponent opened a secret door, revealing a passage extending diagonally downwards behind, that Shadow Clone stopped and did not continue to follow. It's so sneaky, it must be because the roots haven't escaped. Shadow Clone thought to himself, and after leaving the shop, he took the initiative to disperse the chakra in his body. Boom! With this Shadow Clone disappears. Night God Ryosuke, who was at home, also received this memory from the Shadow Clone. Sure enough, I knew it was Danzo, the LYB. Night God Ryosuke has an expression of, as I expected. But, is that where the original route entrance is located? I thought it was hiding in a mountain or something. This is probably the big hermit in the city, right? Since we found the entrance to the route, why not visit Danzo now? Night God Ryosuke smiled, then stood up, swiped and disappeared on the roof. In the room, a shadow clone replaces Night Ryosuke lying on the bed, pretending to be asleep. As for the Night God Ryosuke himself, at this time, he has used the transformation technique to transform into another model. He even put on a mask in order not to be seen through. He bought the mask casually at a street stall when he was outside, mainly because he thought it was very similar to Obito's Uzumaki mask, so he bought it. Didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Roots, planted deep underground in the leaves. The internal passages are staggered and very complicated, just like adopting appropriate methods. If there is no acquaintance to lead the way, I am afraid that the intruder will get lost by himself, and then walk into the room with the trap in a daze. At this time, in the passageway at the entrance, Ryosuke, the night god disguised as Doko, is walking like a stroll in the garden. He didn't deliberately hide his figure. However, those ninjas at the roots didn't seem to see him, and even Ryosuke, the night god, passed directly in front of them, and there was no gap between them. It's weird. Zeno's talent entry for the invisible is really powerful, reducing the sense of presence by 15 times, plus I use illusion to cooperate. It's like entering a land without people. At this time, Ryosuke's eyes have opened his Mangekyo, and under the blessing of Sharingan's enhanced illusion ability, it is combined with the effect of the talent entry invisible. Let him even appear directly in front of those root ninjas. None of them can see the existence of Night God Ryosuke. It's outrageous. Then, Yagami Ryosuke stops and starts. Open this door for a while, open that door for a while. It's like going shopping at the roots. However, those root ninjas who patrolled by completely ignored his existence. A second ago, Yagami Ryosuke just opened a door and walked into a room. The root ninja who passed by the door in the next second clearly saw the door of the room opened, and was even destined to take a look inside, but he couldn't see the night god Ryosuke standing in the room openly. He closed the door easily. Ryosuke, the night god in the room, was almost suffocated. Because he really thinks this scene is particularly funny. After shopping for a while, I collected a lot of biopheromones from root ninjas along the way and stored them in the warehouse. At this moment, Night God Ryosuke opened another door. It turned out that there was a laboratory inside the door. All kinds of bottles and cans are piled up together, and the contents inside are all human tissues. Disgusting. Yagami Ryosuke saw that some root researchers were doing some research on some human tissue slices, so he walked to the side and observed for a while. Then I realized I couldn't understand it at all. Sure enough, there is a specialization in the art industry. He really doesn't understand scientific research. At this time, someone came at the door where Night God Ryosuke came in just now. Night God Ryosuke looked back and found that the person who came in was Danzo with one eye and a cane. The old fellow, for real. Night God Ryosuke looked Danzo up and down. The latter was completely unaware that the target he wanted to kill was standing in front of him, and he was still complaining about his ugly appearance. How's the Uchiha bloodline research going? As soon as Danzo came in, an old man in his 50s or 60s greeted him. He should be the supervisor here or something. Facing Danzo's inquiry, the supervisor answered while wiping his sweat. He looked very nervous. At present, we haven't researched an effective cloning method, but Mr. Danzo, please give us a little more time, and I will definitely be able to research results. The supervisor was full of assurances, but Danzo looked at him with increasingly distrustful eyes. Not that the executive betrayed him. After all, the researchers here are all sealed by him, and it is impossible to betray them. The reason why he doesn't trust is because he doesn't trust the other party's ability. Danzo remembered it well. The last time he came, including the last time he came, this guy used the same rhetoric. They all said to give him a little more time, and then said that the research results will be available soon. But how long has it been? This sentence made Danzo's ears grow calluses. Still haven't seen the result. How does this make Danzo trust their abilities? Certainly, these researchers can be arranged by Danzo to do research in the root base, which in itself shows that they are indeed capable. But, now it seems that the ability is there, but not much. Compared to Orochimaru, not on the same level at all. Let Danzo very disappointed. Sure enough, we still have to rely on the big snake to hold on. Danzo shook his head in disappointment. Forget it, You won't be needed for the next research. Just sort out the previous research materials, and the old man will order someone to come and take them away later. You won't be needed for this project in the future. Hearing Danzo's words, the supervisor in front of him was instantly terrified. He fell to his knees on the ground with a plop. Danzo-sama, please give us another chance. I beg you, sir. We can do it this time. Danzo looked coldly at the supervisor kneeling on the ground, and said after a while, this time, I will give you another chance. Another research target will be sent over in a few days, and I will hand it over to you. Remember, this time, the old man doesn't want to hear any more words about giving you a little more time, understand? The supervisor kneeling on the ground in front of him quickly made a promise of gratitude. On the other hand, Ryosuke, the night god, had a strange expression on his face. He always felt that the research target Danzo just mentioned was talking about him. Combined, Danzo had just sent someone to assassinate him. Night god Ryosuke is almost sure that this guy is talking about him. Are you planning to keep an eye on me? Yagami Ryosuke sneered. Danzo had a good idea. Pity. It just means that the ability is a little bit worse. And it was known in advance by the night god Ryosuke. Then it's even more impossible to succeed. Follow Danzo out of that lab. Yagami Ryosuke watched him turn east and west, and came to a file room lined with various files. This time the rooting task failed. The root cause was that unknown explosion, but what caused this explosion? Danzo muttered to himself, picking up a scroll from the cabinet. The scroll opens. What is recorded in it is the information of some ninjas who are good at making large explosions in the ninja world. He flipped through. After a while, I finally found some clues in a piece of information from Iwagakure. This one is called Deidara, who has been fond of all kinds of explosions since he was a child. Still a disciple of Tsuchikage, and a traitor. Is this Deidara responsible for this explosion? Danzo held the information in his hand, thinking about the possibilities. And the night god Ryosuke on the side leaned over and looked at Danzo with a smile in his eyes. Deidara, I didn't expect Danzo to have information about this explosive artist, but did he suspect Deidara? That's right, this guy likes to explode so much, and he's a traitor. It's entirely possible that he did it. If it weren't for the night god Ryosuke, it would be the instigator. To be honest, even he can't help but wonder if Deidara did it. After all, such a large-scale explosion, besides Deidara, who else in the ninja world can do it? Who's there? Danzo was wondering if it was possible that Deidara did it, when he suddenly felt a throbbing sensation in his bandaged right eye. He subconsciously turned his head to look to the side. Next second, puff, a flash of blood. Danzo let out a muffled grunt, and quickly took a few steps back, looking at the mysterious man wearing the Uzumaki mask in front of him with a horrified expression. It's you. Danzo mistook the other party for the guy who called himself Uchiha Madara, whom he had seen last time. But upon closer inspection, there are some differences between the two. Last time the guy who called himself Uchiha Madara was one-eyed, but the one in front of him who also wears the Uzumaki mask is a person with sound eyes. But the same thing is, both have Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo has never seen the pair of Mangekyo of the Uzumaki masked man in front of him. I just feel uncomfortable being stared at by these eyes. Uchiha. Danzo cursed secretly, then shouted, "Come on," and immediately called for helpers. Go it alone. Feel sorry. It's been a long time since Master Danzo has fought in person. Coupled with the opponent's weird way of appearing on the stage, and detaining his right eye as soon as he made a move. This scares Danzo. How dare you fight alone with each other? At this moment, Night God Ryosuke is holding a Sharingan that is still bleeding with one hand. There was also a playful smile on the corner of the mouth under the mask. Plunder. Next second, the Sharingan in his hand shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the pattern of the original Mangekyo gradually regressed back to the shape of the three-pointed jade, until the three tomo completely disappeared and became an ordinary eye. At this time, Night God Ryosuke also sensed that his left eye has another kind of pupil technique. Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Left. It can temporarily target hypnosis, manipulate its thinking, and make it become its own puppet unconsciously. But this manipulation must be done at close range. And it cannot be interrupted. Once it is interrupted, the technique will be interrupted, and the target will recover, but he will not realize that there is something wrong with him just now. The advantage is that this technique can be performed without eye contact. And on Ryosuke, the night god, 500% of the power of the pupil technique has been added through the talent entry. That makes the effect of this distinguished heavenly gods even more stunning. The operation distance is longer, the effect is very good, and it can even control multiple targets. And, if you use the Mangekyo in the left eye to cast illusions, the effect will be doubled. This is also the basic ability of this Mangekyo, which is a passive effect. As expected of the eyes of Uchiha Shisui. Unfortunately only one. It would be nice to have both. Night god Ryosuke thought greedily, while casually throwing away this useless eye. My distinguished heavenly gods. Danzo didn't know that distinguished heavenly god's pupil art had been looted by night god Ryosuke. All he saw was Ryosuke, the night god, throwing this distinguished heavenly gods on the good money ground recklessly and stomping on it. Hateful. Where the hell did this guy come from? Why destroy this distinguished heavenly gods of the old man? Danzo was furious. Just in time, the root ninjas also arrived here. Master Danzo. Quick, protect Lord Danzo. Where is the intruder? These root ninjas rushed to protect Danzo behind them, while scanning around, looking for traces of the intruders. However, Danzo was stunned to find out that the group of root ninjas under him turned a blind eye to the Uzumaki masked man standing in front of him. People are ahead of you. Danzo cursed angrily, but the root ninjas around him looked at Danzo with dumbfounded expressions. Just in front, but there is nothing in front of it. Yagami Ryosuke watched this scene with a smile. He just used the Mangekyo in his left eye to cast an illusion to confuse these root ninjas, but deliberately missed a Danzo, and found that the effect was indeed much better than before. It's you. You did this. Danzo doesn't believe that these people under him will tease him, so this can only be caused by Uzumaki masked man. That's right, it's me, what can you do? Yagami Ryosuke changed his voice and said group. Hateful. Danzo clenched his fists. Never before had he wanted to kill someone so much. Everyone, release ninjutsu in the direction of my finger. Danzo doesn't care. Even if this archive room is destroyed, he still wants to kill this hateful Uzumaki masked man in front of him. But Danzo-sama, this is the archive room, if you use ninjutsu. Shut up. Danzo cast one eye on the root ninja viciously. The latter was so frightened that he immediately lowered his head, not daring to speak. Do as the old man tells you. Danzo said in a deep voice, then pointed forward. Now, attack that side for the old man. The ninja at the root did not dare to question it, and immediately released ninjutsu in the direction of his finger according to Danzo's order. One after another fire style, wind style, and lightning style bombarded the area in front of them. Danzo laughed and watched the Uzumaki masked man being swallowed up by these ninjutsu, as if he saw the picture of the other party being blasted to pieces. Let you fight against the old man, but this old man is Shimura Danzo. Danzo said with a smug smile. But at this moment, Master Danzo, why are you smiling so happily? A familiar voice suddenly rang in Danzo's ear. What? Danzo jumped away. Then he looked at the unscathed Uzumaki masked man standing where he was just now with a look of disbelief. Master Danzo. The root ninjas around couldn't see Night God Ryosuke at all, so they didn't know why Master Danzo suddenly left the position just now and looked at him inexplicably. Don't look, they can't see mine. Yagami Ryosuke jokingly said. And, Mr. Danzo, how can you be sure that the me you see now is the real me? Ah, this. Danzo understood instantly. It turned out that like the subordinates around him, he also fell under the opponent's illusion. It's just that the other party made him deliberately see an illusion created by himself, thinking that the other party was there. Actually, the opponent is not in that position at all. God knows where the other party is. Illusion, solution. Danzo desperately formed a seal, trying to unravel the illusion in himself. But no matter how hard he tried, what he saw was still the masked Uzumaki man standing in front of him. This made Danzo's face black. Uchiha, why is Uchiha's illusion so powerful? Danzo cursed, hating for the first time Uchiha's illusion abilities. Obviously, when he owned the distinguished heavenly gods before, he still liked it very much, but now. Tisk tisk. Master Danzo is helpless. Yagami Ryosuke smiled and looked at Danzo, who was already sitting on the wax. To be honest, the old guy Danzo has a way of doing things behind the scenes. The strength is really not that good. Even his cage level is very poor. Maybe 10 years ahead, Danzo's strength is still at the cage level. But Danzo, who has not trained as a ninja for so many years, and has never fought against others, can he still maintain his previous cage level strength? Obviously not. This is why, in his future battles with Sasuke, he will repeatedly make various suffocating operations. To be honest, it's just that I haven't fought for so long that I completely forgot how to fight. Although the current Danzo is not as shabby as he will be a few years later. But not too much. When you encounter danger, you only know to call your subordinates to protect yourself. How can such a person be called a scumbag? To the sky, he is just a villain with a dark heart. It's really weak. Danzo, your strength has disappointed me so much, so I plan to give you a big gift, so you don't have to thank me. Night God Ryosuke suddenly turned his mouth up, revealing a sly smile. Although Danzo couldn't see the expression on his face, he knew from his voice that the other party obviously had bad intentions. What do you want to do? Danzo backed away in fright, letting his root ninjas protect him tightly. Don't waste your energy, it's useless, Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. In fact, at this moment, he was hanging upside down from the ceiling. The he that Danzo sees is just a phantom in his eyes. In fact, there is nothing there at all. At this time, Night God Ryosuke looked at Danzo below, and directly activated the pupil technique of his right eye. Pupil surgery. Reversal. Next second, Danzo was horrified to find that his body began to undergo terrible changes. First, his pectoral muscles started to swell, and then he found that his component that he hadn't used for many years was also gone, and he couldn't feel it. Then, his hands and feet began to shrink, and his body became shorter. Hair starts to grow long and Adam's apple disappears. It only takes a few seconds. Danzo was horrified to find that he seemed to have turned into a woman. Exactly. It's an old woman. Mirror. Give me the mirror. Danzo yelled in horror. But I found that my voice had changed, it became thinner, it was completely a woman's voice. Baga. What exactly is going on? The surrounding root ninjas were stunned. They looked back at Master Danzo, who was under the firm protection of themselves and others. How did Master Danzo become Ms. Danzo in the blink of an eye? At this time, a root ninja subconsciously took out a small mirror from his pocket and handed it to Danzo. Danzo took it and looked at himself in the mirror. Even with bandages on his face, Danzo can still see that his appearance has completely changed. He turned into a woman. And she was an ugly old woman in her 60s and 70s. This is not old man. Danzo was so frightened that he dropped the mirror in his hand, as if he was about to collapse. Master Danzo, what's going on here? Are you really Master Danzo? The root ninjas under him also looked at her hesitantly. If it weren't for the curse mark on his body telling them that the person in front of him was their Lord Danzo. To be honest, they couldn't connect this ugly old woman with Lord Danzo no matter what. At this time, Danzo suddenly formed a mudra with his hands and cast transformation technique, turning himself into his original appearance. Phew, fortunately, the transformation technique is still useful. Danzo is now particularly thankful that he has not forgotten how to use the transformation technique, although he has not used it for more than 10 or 20 years. But the muscle memory of the past is still there. Otherwise, he can't really show his face outside like this woman, can he? Especially when I went to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen, she can't keep that look, can she? So what would Sarutobi Hiruzen think? He Danzo has been a man for more than 70 years, and suddenly he doesn't want to be a man. Want to try another gender? Thinking of the expression on Hiruzen's face, Danzo was so embarrassed that he couldn't help but want to commit seppuku. Danzo, I hope you like this gift from me. Yagami Ryosuke smiled, and then left the archive room that had been burned. There are still a lot of good things at the root. Not to mention the biological pheromones on these root ninjas, the ninjutsu they collected alone are worth the trip of Night God Ryosuke. Not to mention, Night God Ryosuke also looted a pupil of distinguished heavenly gods tonight. Also turned Danzo into Grandma Danzo. I wonder if Danzo will have nightmares at night. Night God Ryosuke packed up these ninjutsu scrolls in Genbu's collection, leaving none of them for them, and ABCA took them all away. During the whole process, the Roots who were ordered by Danzo to patrol around did not find out what he had done at all. Wait until they find that all these ninjutsu scrolls have disappeared. Yagami Ryosuke has already gone home to sleep. Tonight, he has gained too much. There are as many as 50 or 60 servings of Jonin-level biopheromones alone. That is to say, there are at least 50 or 60 Jonin at the root. Among them is the existence of elite Jonin. Then there is Chunins, which is as many as 200 or 300 copies. There is also a biological pheromone from Danzo. I wonder what kind of talent entry this thing can transform into. But no matter how rubbish it is, Danzo's status is still there. In addition, there is another existence known as the darkness of the ninja world. At least it must be a purple talent entry, right? Don't say anything else. Even if it is used to decompose, you can get 1000 experience points. This is the same experience value for nothing, don't want it for nothing. Next day, Yagami Ryosuke had breakfast at home in the morning, then said goodbye to his mother Yagami Mizuki, changed into Anbu's uniform and went to Anbu to clock in for work. Today's task is still patrolling. But instead of patrolling the enchantment outside the village, it was replaced by patrolling inside the village. On the roof of a house, Yagami Ryosuke and his 7th squad crouched here, observing the passers-by below. See if any suspicious guys are in the mix. Did you hear that? Something happened to Genbu last night. A large group of Genbu ninjas were looking for someone in the base in the middle of the night. It seems that their base was invaded and a lot of ninjutsu scrolls were taken away. At this time, Tengu suddenly got up to 8 trigrams and talked about a piece of explosive news he had heard. The Roots have been invaded. Who is so bold? Both Black Fang and Shadow looked at him and asked in surprise. On the contrary, Captain Izuki Yuyan glanced towards Yagami Ryosuke. Out of a woman's sixth sense, she felt that this matter was probably done by Night God Ryosuke. And, others don't know, will Izuki Shion not know the strength of Night God Ryosuke? For Night God Ryosuke, it seems that it is not difficult to invade the Roots. That is, after the invasion, he didn't blow up the whole route, which somewhat surprised Izuki Shion. Black Fang and the others listened to the Tengu talking about the route being invaded last night. While on the other side, in Hokage's office, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also called Danzo and personally asked about the situation last night. Hiruzen, what do you want from this old man? Danzo opened the door and came in, looking very bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen also knew that Danzo must be in a bad mood right now, so he went straight to the point and planned to ask about the situation of the intruder. He suspects that the ninja who invaded the route is likely to be the mysterious person who released a large-scale ninjutsu on the outskirts of the village some time ago. But just as Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to ask Danzo about this, he found that Danzo in front of him actually used the transformation technique. As a veteran cage-level powerhouse, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen is old and his eyes are dim, it is impossible not to see the traces of transformation technique. So he immediately slapped the table and stood up. Who are you? How dare you pretend to be Danzo? Brush, brush. In an instant, 5 or 6 Anbu appeared in the office. Surround Danzo. Danzo, Jen. Danzo, who was quite calm on the surface, couldn't help cursing his mother at this moment. The Uchiha clan. It really is the evil family that the teacher said, can use such evil ninjutsu. Is there anything more evil than this in this world? Danzo cursed inwardly. He tried various methods last night, but he couldn't change himself back to his original appearance. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned him at this time. He can't get rid of it, there's no way. I can only come over with the transformation technique. Danzo knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would see the traces of transformation technique on him. After all, if you can't even see this, then Sarutobi Hiruzen is really useless. Really, he just came in, and the traces of transformation technique on his body were discovered by his old friend. Hiruzen, don't get excited, this old man is not someone else's disguise. Danzo said as calmly as possible, you let these Anbu down first, and the old man will tell you the reason for doing so. Danzo thought, well, even if you want to lose face, you can only let Sarutobi Hiruzen see it alone. These Anbu, absolutely not. Pity. He muttered about how afraid Sarutobi Hiruzen was of death. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't believe what Danzo said at all, and he didn't let these Anbu quit. Instead, he asked Danzo to cancel the transformation technique immediately, otherwise he would order these Anbu to take him down. No, Hiruzen, listen to my explanation. Danzo is in a hurry. He didn't want the news that he had turned into a woman to be known by these Anbu. God knows if they will spread the word. When the time comes, will he, Shimura Danzo, still stay in this village? It's dead right now. Get him for the old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't listen to Danzo's explanation. This person in front of him dared to pretend to be Danzo, and even used such a despicable technique as the transformation technique. Do you think that Sarutobi Hiruzen has become so old and dizzy? Thought he couldn't even see the mere transformation technique came out. That's right, he does get nosebleeds from Naruto's weird transformation technique. But that's because the visual impact is too strong relationship. It's not that he really couldn't see that Naruto used the transformation technique. It can be seen that Sarutobi Hiruzen can't see the real appearance of the caster through the transformation technique. Just the power of Naruto's technique. Which guy doesn't get a nosebleed? The Anbu in the Hokage's office, under the order of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, instantly killed the intruder in the encirclement. Danzo, I'm a grass mud horse. Did you hear my grass mud horse? Danzo cursed with a black face. One side quickly launched a counterattack. No way, he can't be caught without a fight, can he? As soon as he saw Danzo counterattack, Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more sure that the other party was approaching him with some kind of evil plan. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly summoned more Anbu, and wanted to arrest this intruder who dared to pretend to be Danzo. Boom, Danzo was hit directly through the window of Hokage's office, jumped from the upstairs, and landed on the open space outside the Hokage building. At this time, after receiving the news, Anbu and many ninjas who were nearby also rushed here. Even Kakashi, who was originally here to pick up the mission, was among them. Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura, stand back, this is not a fight you can participate in. Kakashi said with a serious face. At the same time, he pulled up his forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan. Teacher Kakashi, what's wrong with your eyes? Is it pink eye? Naruto pointed at Kakashi's Sharingan innocently. He didn't know what a Sharingan was, and thought that Kakashi had some kind of pink eye disease, so he had to cover that eye all day long. Kakashi, you call Sharingan pink eye? That is to say, the Uchiha family is gone, or they will be beaten into pig heads in minutes. Kakashi, why do you have a Sharingan from our Uchiha clan? Sasuke also looked at Kakashi's eyes in surprise. Of course, like Naruto, he will not think that it is some kind of pink eye disease. He has already activated the Sharingan of Shanguyu himself, so it is very clear that this is a 3-tomo Sharingan. But, Kakashi is not from the Uchiha clan, his surname is Hitaki. How could there be their Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? We'll talk about this later, deal with the intruder now. Kakashi didn't have time to explain his eye to Sasuke, he rushed up with the other ninjas after saying something. At this time, Danzo was already scolding his mother non-stop in his heart. He was besieged by ninjas from his own village. But he still can't remove the transformation technique from his body, explaining that he is really Danzo, not some intruder. Seeing more and more ninjas coming around, Danzo dare not withdraw transformation technique. Uchiha, I hate it. At this time, Danzo's hatred for the Uchiha clan has reached an unprecedented level. Just at this time, Kakashi with a Sharingan appeared in front of him. Without even thinking about it, Danzo released his most powerful wind style, and just stared at Kakashi and chased him fiercely. Quote. Does this guy have a grudge against me? Why is everyone besieging you, but you only stare at me and fight alone? You are so sick. Kakashi, I'll always help you. Leaf strong whirlwind. A green figure rushed up at an extremely fast speed, and instantly kicked away Danzo who was chasing after Kakashi. Danzo felt like his arm was going numb. Fortunately, at this time, there was a warm current from his other arm, which quickly recovered his arm. Danzo looked up and saw another guy who left him speechless. A green jumpsuit, the iconic watermelon head, and the big white fang that is almost blinding. Might guy, this precious beast has also come. Danzo felt bitter. But he couldn't tell the truth. Hiruzen, why don't you believe me? Danzo complained about Sarutobi Hiruzen in his heart. Originally, this matter was quite simple. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen just made those Anbu retreat, he would naturally withdraw transformation technique and tell Sarutobi Hiruzen the truth. That would make him lose face in front of his old friends. But Danzo can't control that much anymore. It's better to lose face in front of one person than in front of the whole village, right? But who would have thought that things would develop in a direction that he hadn't expected at all? Danzo was so angry. Yo, Naruto Sasuke, you're here too. Oh, and little Sakura. Night God Ryosuke, who was wearing Anbu uniform, also arrived here with the 7th squad of Anbu, and then saw Naruto and the others standing on the edge watching the battle. So I went over to say hello. Are you, Ryosuke? Naruto looked at Night God Ryosuke in surprise. He had never seen Night God Ryosuke in Anbu's uniform. Well, but you have to call me Yayui now, this is my code name in Anbu. Yagami Ryosuke nodded. Yuyu, what's going on over there? Sasuke quickly accepted the Night God Ryosuke's outfit, and immediately asked curiously. Because Night God Ryosuke is a member of Anbu, Sasuke thought he would know some inside information that they didn't know. I just came here, so I don't know what's going on there. Yagami Ryosuke shook his head and spread his hands. But, in fact, he probably already guessed it in his heart. Because the guy who is being besieged at this moment is really Shimura Danzo. Not some intruder in disguise. It's just that Danzo didn't dare to show his real appearance now. After all, that would be too social. If you think about it from another position, if Ryosuke is in the position of Danzo, he will not remove the transformation technique even if he is killed. He would rather choose to fight all the way out of the village than die in society. Certainly, Night God Ryosuke has this ability. But Danzo. Forget it. Right now he's about to be beaten like a dog by Kakashi and Might Guy. I won't tell you, I'm going to help. Night God Ryosuke felt the need to help Danzo. For example, let him get rid of the predicament in front of him, and then experience what social death is by the way. Brush. Night God Ryosuke drew his ninja sword and rushed forward. Like other members of Anbu, he assists Kakashi and Might Guy in the front to besiege Danzo. It's just that Night God Ryosuke cast an illusion when others didn't notice. The target is Danzo in the encirclement. At this time, Danzo was shot right through the heart by Kakashi's Reikiri. But just when everyone thought the target had been solved, the corpse on the ground with a pierced heart suddenly disappeared. Then another Danzo appeared. What kind of weird ninjutsu is this? Where have all the people present seen this kind of ninjutsu that can be resurrected from the dead? Or, is this some kind of illusion? In fact, the other party is not dead at all. The one who died was just a stand-in. In any case, if the target is still alive, it is impossible for them to stop. Just when Kakashi was about to let Might Guy hold him back and cast Reikiri again, Danzo suddenly yelled. Stop, Hiruzen, tell your people to stop immediately, this old man will remove the transformation technique. Danzo looked at his bandaged arm distressed-edly. Not visible to others. But he knew that there was a Sharingan on it that had been closed forever and could no longer be used. This is a life. Danzo is called a distressed. So he felt that he couldn't go on like this anymore, even if he desperately wanted to die, he had to explain it clearly to Hiruzen. If it drags on, he doesn't know how many Sharingan he will lose. Even, he might die at the hands of these ninjas from his own village. But what Danzo didn't know, the reason why he figured it out so quickly was due to the illusion of Night God Ryosuke. Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen also walked to the front surrounded by a group of Konoha shinobi followers. Everyone stop, Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly. Then he looked at Danzo in the circle, frowning. You can remove the transformation technique now. Danzo gritted his teeth in hatred, but had to do it. No way. He really died here, right? Hiruzen, just wait, you don't have a long time to live. When you die, I will take good care of your family. Danzo really hated Sarutobi Hiruzen this time. If this guy didn't trust him, things wouldn't be like this. This time, Shimura Danzo is doomed. In the future, when he went out again, he didn't dare to go out with his true appearance. If the high-level Konoha holds a meeting, Danzo even wanted to find some excuse to decline. Otherwise, he was afraid that everyone would see his jokes. Hiruzen, this old man asks one last time, can you let these people go? Danzo tries to make a last-ditch effort. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen just responded him with a cold look. Impossible, no negotiation. Danzo gave up. He doesn't struggle anymore. Social death is social death. Next second, Danzo removed the transformation technique from his body and changed back to his true form. The clothes are the same clothes, the bandages are the same bandages, but this is the man. Puff, in the crowd, who didn't know who couldn't hold back, laughed. Who? Danzo glanced around with one eye as if breathing fire, looking for the source of that laughter. And the night god Ryosuke, who was hiding in the crowd, was meeting the gazes from the side at this time, with a look of, it's none of my business. That's right, he was the one who laughed out loud just now. No way, it was so funny, he didn't hold back. The other side. Sarutobi Hiruzen also looked at the changed Danzo in shock. In fact, when many ninjas besieged Danzo just now, Sarutobi Hiruzen found that this guy's fighting style was almost exactly the same as Danzo in his memory, and he also used various ninjutsu that Danzo was good at. Sarutobi Hiruzen would have believed that the opponent was Danzo if the opponent hadn't killed him and refused to remove the transformation technique. And now, seeing Danzo like this, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly understood why Danzo was unwilling to remove the transformation technique even after killing him. If it were him, he wouldn't want to either. No wonder, Danzo wanted to chat with him alone time and time again. Feelings are for this reason. Danzo, what are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen understands the reason, but still can't figure out how Danzo became like this. It was fine 2 days ago. Could it be that the surgery recovery is so fast now? It's the intruder from last night. Danzo gritted his teeth and said. Now the person he hated most was the intruder, followed by Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him. They all made him look like this. The other made him die in public in the village. All deserve to die 10,000 times. The intruder, the one who took those ninjutsu scrolls from your roots? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Danzo nodded. To be honest, he didn't care about ninjutsu scrolls at all. Compared with what happened to him, what are some ninjutsu scrolls worth? Then you haven't tried to remove this look. Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks that Danzo is under some kind of vicious secret technique. But there should be a way to undo it. It is impossible for any secret technique to be completely unsolvable. Unbeknownst to Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is not a secret technique, but Mangekyo's pupil technique. And it just so happens that this Mangekyo pupil art of Ryosuke is really unsolvable. I've tried everything I can think of, and nothing works. Danzo said with a sullen face. In fact, he had already guessed that the one in his hand should be Mangekyo's pupil technique. It's just that he couldn't figure out why the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha family had such an unscrupulous pupil technique. Who will tell him, what kind of heart is it that awakens this kind of pupil technique? I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.